What sort of a person would say horizontal on Earth isn't like a straight line? Office everywhere. Do you want to listen into the sophistry while I'm doing it? Going over it.
Are any moderators here by chance?
What do you want?
Oh, Dawn needs verification.
BC.
Yeah,
Has he done all of the other stuff?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's
Just what's he on? What's his name? He's still Dawn, is he? Dawn's
he's Buddha. He's just underneath you.
Right, I'll give him voice.
Buddha. What did he do that for?
I think he's going
Is that a
through
new
some
account?
kind of. No, that's him. It's him. He's just changed his
Oh,
name.
right, okay.
Yeah, he's still the frog thing.
There you go. How's that work, Dawn? Did I do it without clicking the button?
He's probably here. He is.
I think so. Thank you.
Nice.
Nice one, Bev.
I listened to Alan Watts last night explain Buddhas, and I decided I was one, so that's why I've changed my name. I've added loads of roles for myself.
Yeah, I might do the same.
Try not to be contradictory.
Fuck you, Merle.
Geocentric though, and a simulation. Was that
Yeah.
turnip?
See, I believe heliocentric and geocentric. I think they both work fine.
How?
Well, one is us on a sphere Earth with the sky moving around us, and one is us on a sphere Earth slightly moving inside.
Yep.
Sky.
Fucking weirdo.
They are contradictory, though. You got me. That's the one that I picked, which was contradictory. But, you know, if I don't care about which one I actually believe, I think they're both okay working concepts.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that Ptolemy dude is pretty good, I reckon.
Geocentric's more zetetic sort of. I think I'm on a globe because of the obstruction and the sunsets. But I'm not an astrologer, so I just think stuff goes around me.
Yeah.
Astronomer, sorry.
Yeah.
Heliocentric's more like I'm trusting a few more people that they've figured out the spacing and the shape of the solar system.
Yeah. Bendy warpy space time.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
No.
I think it's.
Do you think it's worth
mass
discussing something that might
mass
not
pulls
be
mass
real?
into more mass? That affects time and our measurements because of some type of weird gravitic magnetism. So saying space-time bends is just a silly way of saying mass attracts mass.
Yeah. What's that, Bev?
So do you think it's worth discussing stuff like that? Because like what you do is, as soon as you put it into your imagination, then you're sort of realizing it, aren't you? You're making it real within your imagination.
Yeah.
And then
theorizing.
from that point, but from that point you can believe it's real.
That's the whole point of theorizing, to help you come to a belief about the mystery.
Yeah, but I mean, you not think it's sort of you're getting into the realms of.
I'd rather do that than just give up and pretend I'm retarded. Or silly. So retarded is a bit of a weird way.
Fucking hell.
I want to be knowledgeable. So if I have to make a few stretches of belief to get to my
Knowledge doesn't require your want, okay? You either are dumb as shit or you're fucking smart.
What? No, you can want to be smarter and then try to be smarter.
Yes, I understand that you can want to be smart, but guess what? You can want all fucking day. Doesn't mean you're gonna get to be smarter.
If you try to be smarter, you probably will be smarter.
If you imagine you're smarter, then you can realize it, can't you?
No, try to be.
Yeah, you're the smartest person in the world.
put work in, put research in. So instead of sitting up all night on Discord waiting for someone to talk, you watch videos and learn stuff.
Yeah. Theorizing about Santa's boots. And then you
No,
can
that's
be
not
the
what I'm talking about
smartest
at all.
person about theorizing about Santa's boots.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
What's his shoe size?
Whatever you want it to be. Depends how good your imagination is, right?
33. It's 33.
It's a big foot.
33 what? To imagine your units.
33 millimeters.
It's a little foot.
I assume it's about a foot long. I've learned most humans,
I expect
even
it
if
would
it's
be
2
really
feet,
comfy, wouldn't it?
still call a
It'd
foot.
be one of the most comfiest boots.
Yeah.
Warm, yeah, nice and warm. Red, maybe he gets it from children's skin.
Oh no. Yeah, those scary red shoes. I reckon you have black shoes with silver buckles.
So we don't get lost.
Oh, you're right, yeah, black. I don't know if Santa has red shoes.
He's got a red his outfit and a big white beard.
Yeah. Kind of like a cross between the devil and God.
Some old dude.
What's your idea about them? This whole idea of flat Earth now is going away from shape, and it's much more into the conspiracy realms of all of the other things.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah.
Soon
Like
we'll be able
looking
to
at the
drop
lights in the
drop
sky.
the flat Earth label, and we can just call it conspiracy theory.
Yeah, there are all sorts of different conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas the shape of something, that's real. Like you can do geometry on stuff like that. Can't you?
I don't know. You struggle to do geometry on a whole Earth.
You can measure reality.
You can measure ditches.
You don't need to theorize about it.
It's in the
You do-
wrong category.
I disagree, babe. You do need to theorize about reality to be able to come to a full understanding.
No, you do. That's
No,
what you were
people
saying.
do. If you wanted to have a full understanding like me, you would need to theorize too.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you won't get there. You'll just have an empty
Don't need to
picture.
theorize about measurements, though, do you? Like,
We're living in a little personal dome with no understanding of the wider
Back
picture.
to the drawing board.
Yeah.
With your whole life.
It's hard work.
To the
Isn't it?
whiteboard.
You better to just imagine stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Put your tinfoil hat on.
Imagine around it all.
Imagine, you know, a caveman when he's done his hunting, he's eaten his meal, he's made sure the fire's
You
not going to.
imagine a caveman now.
Yeah. Make sure he's not going to burn down the woods or his neighbours. He's made the fire safe, and now he's going to sleep, and he starts drifting into a dream, and he can't help it. So imagination is taking over, and he can't help it, and it's part of him being human.
What do you imagine he's imagining?
Probably battles, war, hunting, fire, maybe
Girls.
being a god. Yeah, definitely humping girls. But the point is, imagination takes over, and you have no choice.
Wow. You're forced into imagining things.
Yes, your natural process is forcing you into imagination.
Well, you want to be careful. You don't want to lose yourself in that, do you?
Don't lose yourself in dreams.
Yeah, I don't have dreams, so.
You don't have
Don't
dreams?
you?
No.
I don't actually.
What
I
do you
smoke
mean?
so much weed, I never have a dream, which I'm very sad about. I wish I did. I think they're to help you learn, even though they're weird. That's the universe teaching you, and it's your own mind teaching you. When I do have dreams, it's always anxiety. Like I can't get stuff together. I'm picking up my DJ equipment, and I can never pick it all up, and I keep forgetting a wire or forgetting my records, and then I'll get across the environment and think, oh no, I've forgotten all of it, and I have to struggle back. I get stuck in the ground. I can't move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always think that if you do dream, then it's some sort of a message that you've not quite got sorted.
Yeah.
And your head can't work it out, and it's trying to tell you the best way it knows how to sort that problem.
I think I agree.
What? You actually agreed? Good
Dreams are
times.
lesson.
Me and
Dreams are
Dawn
lessons.
agree on loads of stuff. He just hates himself for it, don't you, Dawn?
No, I just have to listen carefully to see if you're being honest. I don't hate you.
You say you
Bad
do.
voodoo doll.
If I compare you to other flat earthers, I have more hatred, but I don't literally hate you. Some people just annoy me more. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm
Flat
sorry
Earth
for
is
him.
annoying. Yeah. Flat Earth is annoying.
I find other people's imagination of things annoying.
Yeah, I can imagine. Why?
Yeah, I know.
Are you an atheist, Bev? What do you think about God? Do you ever imagine anything about God?
I don't imagine him.
But
Or
or
her.
do you feel or know that he exists?
I just go with the Logos, Dawn. So, I mean, if you want to call that
What?
higher power, then
Yeah. One source idea as a logos, higher power that just floats around through reality.
yeah, it just gives me whatever I need. I think.
So you've imagined
I
a little
do
bits of that.
fine.
You've imagined that there is something higher that's powerful.
No, I imagine the Logos gives me whatever I need.
Believe in the logos.
Where it comes from, I don't know.
I'm not saying you know where it comes from, but you've called it a higher power.
I called it the Logos. Yeah.
What do you mean by logos then?
It's just things that happen. Things that happen for a reason. You know, the reason
Like a
we're
divine-
talking now is
divine
because
plan.
Logos.
God's plan.
No, the Logos. It's just you get given it from somewhere. You know, those weird things that you think, I wonder why that happened. And then, like, if you look into it, there would be a reason behind it, but you don't actually know why it happened or it for what reason you were put in that certain
events.
position. Yeah, like you are where you are because Logos has put. Well,
So
you've
imagined
put me here.
You've imagined there's some type of meaning to some events because the logos.
No, I'm here because
Maybe
of
you
the
haven't
Logos.
imagined it. You know it. You just know
I know
it.
I know I'm an insignificant nothing.
That's pretty
I'm
atheist.
I'm still here because of the Logos, right? Whatever purpose is for
Could you
that
explain
reason.
it in terms that Dawn will understand? Your beliefs about the logos.
I don't know. If you just leave it to chance, let's say, then that's what you call the Logos.
The fate, almost like fate, karma.
Yeah, call it a higher power if you want. You can imagine it's whatever it is.
You haven't imagined. You've accepted a few spiritual ideas.
I don't have any of that done. I don't do any of that.
Just explain them, and then now you're saying you don't have them.
Yeah, well, that's your interpretation and your imaginings of what I've just told you.
You left me no choice but to interpret.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I said that's the sort of thing that I'm not too keen on.
Yeah, I can tell you don't want to imagine too far into it. You've just accepted a general description.
I don't know. You're trying to make more of something than it actually is.
I'm trying to pull you into the imaginative world of we don't quite know what's going on. So this is what I believe about the gaps.
Yeah, filling in the blanks.
Yeah, you're trying to imagine that you're filling in the blanks for me, Dawn.
Yeah, it's God of the gaps.
My conclusion is you're partly atheist and partly you're just accepting of some big spiritual ideas.
Do you want to put me in a group somewhere?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, it's good. Good stuff. Sorry, I'll become
You're
on
not
mute.
special, Bev. You belong in some groups, some types of groups.
Well, like I say, I choose not to do that to people. People are individuals, as far as I'm
Oh, I'm a
concerned.
globe believer, right? You put me in that group.
Well, you've put yourself in that group, right?
You don't want
I
to
wouldn't
call
put
me
you
that?
in that group at all.
Would you put Rumpus
You're
in a
gonna say
group?
at least you're reasonable on that side, Don.
Sometimes it's insulting to force someone into a group they don't want to be a part of. But if you're general about it and you make them understand, because you've told me you think this, that means you're similar to these people and they're called this.
Right.
Like globe skeptic, me and Bev can share that role together. We're both globe skeptics. He's a much harder globe skeptic, and I'm quite a soft globe skeptic.
Through shape, or through all of the other things that we were talking about.
Skepticism about the general globe model, accepted globe model.
The shape of it, though, right?
Yeah, generally the shape is the main bit.
So you're skeptical about.
I think there might be more land. I think Antarctica might be a mystery. I think they haven't done a proper north-south thing and showed us. I don't think they've proved orbits fully.
Because it's just a straight line that returns back on itself. It's pretty hard to prove, isn't it?
I think if it's real, they could prove it. They've definitely got enough money.
I don't think you could prove a mathematical conception.
So what's this triangle axiom you've got on your live stream, Bev?
Oh, it's just a bit where we were on a. We went to that open debate server, and the sophistry that we're listening to when we go over there is unreal. So, yeah, that's the triangle axiom. That the guy that I'm making the video said it was disproved by Einstein, I think. Interesting, right?
Yeah. A bit weird of a claim.
Yeah. You'd be surprised at some of the things people have to say when they get into the geometric argument. It's a bit intellectual, isn't it, that?
Oh, where exactly did you say they were making this argument?
Open debates. So
Is that a Discord server?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, haven't heard of it.
Server. Well, try it if you want.
Yeah, does anyone have a invite link they could shove to me, send me in DMs or in chat or wherever?
Yeah, let me
wherever I can reach it.
Yeah, I don't think I can. I've not got you on my friends or whatever, so
Thank you.
Pure sophistry.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Conspiracy Cats is at Gems.
Yeah, he's had a lot of talks with Chemo recently.
That's interesting, isn't it? What do you think
No,
about?
Chemo's conversations are very boring.
Is he going with Ranty though?
What do you mean?
Cats is meant to be going with Ranty up Winter Hill to do that observation, isn't he?
Oh yeah, yeah. I have no clue about when or even if they're going through with that, but I have heard something about that. I mean, you can hop over and ask him.
I'm not in gems.
Ah, okay.
You'll, yeah, the abuse is a bit too much over there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's understandable.
And the doxing. It's the same as Ranty's server.
They've got some new bully in there too.
Yeah. Well, Foolish
He's
is
like-
out, isn't he? So
He's like
I mean,
Rizzler,
it's been pushed
but
out.
not. Is he?
Well, Foolish is in here. I mean, why would you imagine to see that?
Mm.
Druss would be over there. He's a long time proponent of that.
Yeah,
So,
Dress left because they don't mod chemo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
chemo is
does
just
bad modding.
Isn't
yeah.
that weird? Right? Why is chemo with gems so much? They're like little, you know, that's close relationship.
Yeah.
Well, chemo's there because he's allowed to be mod. I just don't know what kind of deal he's made with Gem to be able to stay a mod after
That's
all
what
the
I
bullshit
mean.
he does.
That's what I
'Cause
mean. He might
Gem's
be
fucked.
same team, right?
Gem's
Might be.
fucked without chemo. Like
Without
it's
chemo, yeah,
dead.
there's nothing there.
It's just an echo chamber of doom. Anyway,
Would he be
sorry.
same team? Because I mean, chemo doesn't really come and hang out.
Nah,
Anyway,
they're the same team for
he's a
sure.
bit like Brian Leakey, isn't he? Doesn't
Same team
ever
for sure.
Yeah,
They're-
doesn't mean
come
chemo's
anywhere.
a global, but they're the same team in we need to talk together and keep this going.
Yeah, YouTube type stuff. I mean, I think that's what Ranty's done, right? They're all YouTubers or pushing a narrative for the conversation to keep the things going.
Yep. Yep. Discernment's working.
Mm.
That's the Logos.
That's why this server's a bit good. Eh? It's better than all the others because people
Slowly not working. I
the
left.
ones
Justin
that
left,
can come and talk
left.
do come and talk,
I've
right?
left.
The other ones just stay in their own little servers.
Yeah.
I like the fact that we're trying to form a community where we can actually talk to each other rather
Here he
than
is.
rant like crazy idiots.
Yeah.
Love you, Dross.
That's better than in gems. I mean, I can't. Sometimes it just feels like dark, doesn't it? In there, you feel
Yeah.
there's a dark cloud descending, and I have to get out of that. I can't be dealing with conversations like that anymore. Heated arguments. I think that's old school, right? I think the I'd have to say the QE Nathan Oakley type approach as well. That's gone.
I totally agree. Yeah, that's all
Not
one
much of that
approach.
left.
We've
Yeah.
got to get rid of that.
Yeah. Hot energy, right? The kettle boils.
But I think it's why you're seeing a lot of people coming here, and even people that you wouldn't expect to behave in the way that they have been here are doing it. I mean, Essie Montreal yesterday was doing an awesome job trying to make sure a conversation flowed between two people. He didn't take part in it. He just wanted to, make sure that both sides got heard. And I thought, wow,
Saying SE should be doing that all along. SE's got the voice to be the perfect moderator.
Yeah, but we all get a bit wrapped up in the argument, I think, and that's one of the things here. If I start to feel like, I'll go and take a time out. I won't push it because I don't want to change the nature of the server. And the only thing I can do is be responsible for the crap that I do, and try and encourage everybody else to do the same. If you're feeling stressed about it, feeling annoyed, take a time out.
You're great.
If you can't handle it and you're really addicted, you can make yourself get a 30-minute timeout by saying a bad thing.
Yeah, but that's making someone else take an action. That's not being responsible for
Yeah.
yourself, and that's the important thing. And I think, you know, one of the things that, you know, I've been chatting with Gio about is that, you know, we should all try and help the conversation flow, regardless of, you know, what side you're on. And if you actually have a problem with someone, don't grief about it in chat or voice. Send it to a moderator and let them handle it. And I think that's a really, really good way to run a server, because there's so much meta going on in other servers that, you know, let's face it, nobody really cares what someone else's opinion of them is, and, you know, that's not really going to do anything apart from cause an argument. So I much prefer to stay on point. And, you know, if there's bad behavior happening, you let the mods deal with it, you know, but you let them know that it's going on. Like our little person that was in here yesterday and no longer is here. And believe me, he was given a lot of chances, you know, and ended up basically saying,
there's no need to talk about it,
yeah,
right?
yeah, good point. There you go. I'm falling in the trap, Bev. Thanks. You helped me there. Yeah, but it was just good action. That's what I mean.
I was listening to a video last night that I went over at Gems, and I was wondering whether to bring it over here. Bit of logic, bit of geometry, bit of parallel postulate, all of that sort of stuff, and have a discussion about it, because it didn't go too well over at Gems. But I mean, might change. Bit of time. It was early on, a year or so ago. So see how everybody's progressed.
If it's a year ago, forget about it.
You were there, Dawn.
Yeah.
I mean, why don't you try and bring it up, and we'll see how people have progressed.
The sigh.
Yeah. I've just got to make the missus a brew and all that.
Oh,
You're just talking about how you hate Gems and it's toxic and you left, and now you want to show us a video of Gems.
No, he's not. He's created.
No,
It was
I
his
didn't
own
say that, Todd.
presentation that he did on the parallel
okay.
postulates.
No, it was just a conversation that we had at Gems, and it would be
Fucking hell,
interesting
see.
to have that thing over again.
Don't bloody
I'm not gonna
argue
bring
with
the
me.
video up.
No, it's not. If you're talking to those lot and it's you, it's not interesting.
I think you misunderstood what he said.
Did
He
he?
thought it was a presentation. He said, no, it's just a conversation we had. That's what
And he
said.
wants to replay, not actually play the actual conversation, but restate the same argument and have the conversation here to see how that evolves and compare that to what happened at Gems.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Do you own a pair of brown corduroy pants, Dross?
No, God, no.
No.
No. No.
I bet you've got pants with pockets in them, don't you? All the way down, like
No.
more than 2 pockets.
No. I tend to wear. Actually, that's fair. A couple of pairs of my armored bike trousers have a second, have hand pockets and a lower pocket. But no, the stuff I walk around in the street, generally it's either jeans or trousers. And generally Kevlar jeans, if I'm honest. Most of the jeans I own are Kevlar jeans. Actually, the weird thing is there's not a huge amount of difference between buying a decent pair of Levi's and buying a decent pair of motorcycle jeans. So I just buy motorcycle jeans because then they're double purpose. Boxing clever, see?
Yeah, it makes sense.
There's a lot of green and brown in the 70s, wasn't there?
Yeah, and beige.
And weird.
Magnolia.
Crimson.
The kids have got a Halloween party coming up. Penny wanted to dress as a pizza, and Mum said no. Looked at me funny. I was like, nope. And she's going to be a ghost hopefully instead.
Mm.
I said the pizza means indulgence, and it's become a bad symbol. Something like that. I said.
What do they go out like crew? And
No, I think it's her brother, Amy's brother's kid's party, and he's born on Halloween, so they're doing
oh
bouncy castle and costumes.
yeah, cool. Yeah.
Oh, I want to fucking jump on a bouncy castle.
Yeah.
No face paint allowed on the bouncy castle though.
Smudge.
I wouldn't give a shit about face paint. I wouldn't do my face paint. I'm jumping the shit out of that castle.
No shoes either.
Fucking you
No,
guys.
no. With shoes on. Do you know why I wear shoes on? Because it's not my castle.
I'm watching American Horror Story, season 10, double feature, and I'm just halfway through, so it's got to the second part of the double feature, and the aliens have arrived, and I've just got to an animal cattle mutilation scene. It's great. These cows have been cut right in half perfectly down the middle from through their nose, right through to their bum or their tail, but there's no blood anywhere. And then a girl tries to touch one, and its eyes open and it moves, even though it's in two halves.
Good afternoon for Dawn.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
Yeah, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're fucked.
I love watching this demonic shit, occult shit.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, it kind of makes understanding a little bit better when we're fucking talking to you about certain shit.
Yeah. So generally, if I was a Christian in this new age, I'd be against watching anything occult. But because I'm an occultist, it's perfect for me that that's the new media that they're brainwashing people with.
You ever see Earthlings?
Earthlings.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
It's about the animal.
Okay.
It's about the meat industry and how they treat animals in like circuses, and, you know, for like shows and stuff like that.
Yep.
Anti-meat eating propaganda.
Yeah,
No,
it's
and
like
sorry,
it's like anti-meat eating. Yeah.
Yeah. I have watched it before. I did like half a day binge on these documentaries.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm ready to watch it again yet.
Yeah, it's tough stuff.
Yeah, I've got this old BBC. What's it called? Sorry.
Idea though that the animals are earthlings and we're maybe dropped here and seeded by aliens, and now we're eating the beings of Earth. Bit much.
Mm.
they are tasty.
Yeah, and they make you feel strong as well.
Understanding Space and Time, it's called. For anyone who cared.
Is it good?
It's very that those screenshots I was just sending. It's from that. I'm obsessed with the 70s and the BBC. I don't know why. Maybe I died in the 70s.
Oh, last night my girlfriend agreed with me on a conspiracy theory. So during our fake fuel shortage in the UK, the BBC have been sending people to petrol stations, and one of them was called Petra Filmacan. And then there was another one, which is another play on words about filling petrol up. And Amy checked it, and these are real. real news people. They've sent on that day for that thing. I said, yeah, BBC are lying cunts. They're trolls. They've been scamming people for over 100 quid every year. The whole of the British public. Our lives.
Not me.
Disgusting.
I've had a TV license for about 20 years.
My parents paid it
Me too.
when I was young, and when I moved out, I didn't pay it.
Well, that's because I don't watch live TV. That's why.
But do you agree with me? It's a scam.
No, I think if you're going to take a service, then you should pay for it.
Yeah, but when new services came out like Netflix, they should have updated their whole system.
Yeah, there's been a lot of argument going on about that, but it's also about public broadcast service, and that's part of it. It's just the fact I don't think.
But what about
the quality of and it's actually not so much the BBC. It's more the fact all the other channels that have adverts on it.
Yeah.
That pisses me off. I just can't stand adverts.
Oh, you don't. That's not what the BBC take the money for. That's not the other.
No, but they take the money to be able to produce broadcast.
But that's a scam, and they lie to us. Trust every time the news is on, they lie in black and white.
I don't think they lie every time that the news is on.
Definitely,
there's some stuff that's badly reported, but I think
it's every time.
To show something to be a lie, you need to show intent, and I think that's difficult.
Well, okay, let's talk about Petra Filmicant. It's obviously a troll about a petrol crisis, and they've sent her there and named her that at the bottom of the screen, live on the BBC News. That is more than bad reporting. That is trolling.
Just coincidence.
That's the Logos reminding us
that's
that
what you'd
people
expect,
lie,
isn't it?
Mm.
You only noticed it because there was a petrol. I mean, she might have been on for years and you'd never noticed it before.
Yeah. But they brought her back, right, for this report.
Can you send a link to her? Because I can't find any listing for her at all.
She doesn't ring a bell.
Certainly doesn't fill a can.
Yes. Why am I obsessed with the 70s?
Because it was quite a cool decade, really.
Shit, if I'm being honest, this all comes from Facebook, Gus, and I haven't fact-checked it. I'd have to go on Facebook and ask my girlfriend to look and all that. But this isn't just me. Lots of people are showing it on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have checked and said we've checked and that, yeah, that's the real.
Mm-hmm.
Subtle triangles in the background there of the BBC News logo.
Well, they've had that logo, the world logo, well, since I was a kid.
Yeah, front and center every time.
Because the Earth's globe.
Welcome to mass hypnosis.
Subtle mass hypnosis. You don't even notice it.
I used to like the Anglia TV starting music in the morning. Ba 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 ba. With the rotating silver night.
Yeah, that's so the news, isn't it?
No, that was the music they used to launch ITV East Anglia in the morning. Because ITV used to be regional.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Oh wow. You guys are love.
I don't watch TV.
It is. It's like toilet paper. Gotta show you guys this.
Okay, these are the names. That's Phil McCann.
There's no one called Petra the Who.
Doug the Spade.
And Sue Perronledded. Perronledded.
Tetra Pak.
Super unleaded, actually. Sue Perronledded.
Tetra Pak is a packaging company. I know them quite well. Most of your
No
milk comes
way.
in Tetra Pak.
Super unleaded. That's not a name, is it?
Well, that's
Not
what I'm
a
saying.
double
It's all
barrel.
fake news now that they made up for a fake person to troll us, meaning
So
we
what-
can never trust them ever again.
What's a second name?
Yeah, I think this is someone trolling you or you're trolling us, mate.
Per unleaded.
But there is a guy called Phil McCann, and he's been a BBC political reporter in Cheshire for BBC Northwest Tonight. And he's been there a very long time.
Yeah, they did have petrol shortages in Cheshire, can confirm.
Yeah, but obviously they thought this is the perfect time for Phil McCann to do another broadcast.
Yeah, he's a
Maybe
political.
that's just
did
a
you say?
coincidence.
No,
Is he a political
be.
reporter? And they sent him to a garage.
He's Cheshire's political reporter for Northwest Tonight.
And they sent him.
And
Go to the
before that,
garage,
he
Phil.
was a presenter at BBC Radio Stoke. And before that, he was just a general broadcast journalist, independent. Went to the University of Hull and Central Lancaster and Crystalton High School. And I've got way more LinkedIn connections than him. As an amateur.
My copy and paste doesn't work. I can't seem to copy and paste anything.
Is it a
Sue
roll?
Perronledded.
That sounds like it's trying too hard. but
That's
could be.
not a real name. Come on. Per unleaded. That's got to be made up. I'm sure if you were to look in the phone directory for the Per unleaded surname, I bet you wouldn't find so many.
Yeah, it's a bit like, when we used to put calls through to people as a joke, and, you'd say, I've got Joseph King on the line for you, but he likes the name Joe. Joe King.
It's like when Bart Simpson used to call that Mo dude.
Yeah.
At the okay.
Yeah, Charles Lyon was one of my favourite ones. Oh, a Mr. C. Lyon called for you. Or a Mr. George Raff. G. Raff. We used to play a game with when we were doing making up PowerPoint presentations to see if we could get sort of like vertical and diagonal words in the PowerPoint points that we're making.
Like a crossword puzzle.
Well, it was more like, you'd spell something silly down the side. Or you'd try and get specific words into a meeting. So one of our favourites was always defenestration. And I think this idea is really crap. We need to really chuck it away, throw it out a window, defenestrate this idea. Always used to get good points for that one.
This dude.
Shit, I don't have image perms. Can you give me image perms, Bev? I don't know what's happening.
I don't know how to. how to do that. What is that? Because you've not. Let's have a look. What?
If you DM it to me, Dawn, I can post it for you. I've got image perms.
Yeah.
As has Merle. We're special.
I lost my mods though.
Don't need them. Oh, hold on a second. On behalf of Dawn. Yeah, I say that is a total joke, and I would say that's someone that's taken that and then put that banner on.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't checked yet.
But it is funny.
Yeah, that
I don't
looks
know if
like
it's been
way.
debunked.
I mean, I know they use green screen, but that's definitely superimposed there, isn't it? There.
Oh.
That hair doesn't even look real.
Yeah,
That-
and
that's
there's
been put
actually
over
not
it,
even
hasn't
an
it?
image result for this. So not only am I going to say, yeah, that is definitely been faked by somebody, but I now have got reason to believe it. So
Yeah, I agree. The Phil McCann one must have been real, and then they've made this in that to add
Yeah.
to the troll.
Where is that hair?
You guys do realize that that is the Phil McCann one, just with hair superimposed onto it.
Okay, is it?
Yeah.
Of course, yeah, because you've got Stockport and Cheshire. Oh, nice spot.
The arm's been a little bit changed in angle, I think, as well. Yeah, it has.
No, it's actually the straight up. I'll post the Phil McCann one, and you'll see. Yeah, exactly. There we go. What's up was first on it.
Yeah, I'm watching a slightly different photo of the same scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah,
Fucking
there you
hell.
go.
Yeah, it's just way.
So I can be
Nice.
fake news. I wasn't ready to argue it's definitely real, but I did say it was at the beginning, didn't I? I did say it was real.
Unfortunately, McCann's quite a well-known name in the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
some not very fun reasons.
Indeed.
Although we all know the parents did it.
So, okay, my new conclusion is BBC are trolling a bit by letting Phil McCann do the report, and they know the joke, but it's not a big, complete, stupid agenda with Sue Perrin-leaded.
There's a little town about 10 miles from where I lived that's got a pub called Sally Pussy.
There's in Sweden we have two cities that are relatively close by. One is called Panty and the other is called Pussy. And that is no joke. Although the one that's called Pussy is more called like Pussy. So like there's an extra J in it, but it's still pronounced exactly like Pussy. So yeah, that's people have fun with naming things. And it is also like the more vulgar word. So it's not like it is literally like the more vulgar version. So like pussy, not any other word. And we all know Virginia is special as well.
Named after Queen Elizabeth I.
Yeah, because she was a virgin.
Allegedly.
Phil McCann seems legit, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
I love it that they stuck the hair over.
Yeah, it's a great meme.
It's good hair.
LinkedIn, it's a useful tool.
Look at that guy's spaceship.
Office desk in space.
Cygnus.
Poor old R. Kelly going to jail forever. What a shame.
Oh no, that's so sad.
I know. I'm sure he'll be popular.
Yeah. He'll have many prison husbands.
No, I just think he'll probably get knifed to death at some point in the relatively near future, unless they keep him totally isolated.
He'll have to be hiding in a closet.
Just think of the rep of, killing a famous person in prison. Ooh.
Yeah, it's like I'm the one who killed R. Kelly.
Ooh.
It's
Maybe he'll
worth
get
adding
aces and
another.
eights.
That's worth adding another lifetime jail sentence.
Well, that would be a nasty thing to do. Send him a 5-card poker hand with aces and eights in it.
I can now do super chats on my YouTube. They just sent me an email.
Nice. Well done.
I've always not liked because they take 33% on their YouTube, I think.
Cooperating with the man, Dawn. Careful, it's a slippery slope.
I wonder if they'll come round and say, you've been taking benefits and getting pennies from adverts on YouTube. We have to
No.
We have to
It's
take
not
you to
that.
jail.
It's now YouTube, has all your details, and they're going to be able to manipulate you because you started that slippery slope of being indoctrinated into their YouTube, PayPal, super chat family.
I'm helping them, the Jews. What is, I think I'll earn like 2p a video, and when it adds to 60 quid, I can put my bank details in. So do I have to make like 50 times 60? I don't know, 1,000
300.
videos? 300 videos? Fuck yeah, no.
No. Put another zero on 3,000.
Oh my God. I'm never
Was
going to
it
get any money
300?
back. It might take 10 years.
Was it 3,000?
You just got to make interesting content, get more viewers.
I mean, I did a DJ set and I got 30 views. I did a drone edit and I got 20 views. It's not very good.
Make a flat Earth video, they're always popular.
We're going to do podcasts. Conspiracy podcasts.
A bit of First Amendment auditing, that'll make you popular.
Yeah.
I could go out on the streets, couldn't I?
What do you think my chances would? I've just got a job, and then I got an email saying I can't start work unless I have my first jab. What do you think my chances would be getting a lawyer and filing for discrimination?
Not very good.
Not very good.
No, I don't think you would have a very good chance.
No, they'll say, you didn't even start there yet. They're worried of a minute, so they're allowed to be discriminatory on this basis.
Yeah, they fixed the laws, haven't they? At the minute, under them.
I mean, if you were sick with the flu, they would also tell you to not come in.
Get a doctor's letter and look for more jobs.
Yeah.
get a lawyer on side too, or just maybe
Because
a phone call with a letter.
if every employer, takes that stance, then some of us will never be allowed to work again.
That's a good thing. If maybe you should go get vaccinated.
It's a good. Well,
Nah,
good
that's
job,
not
Dawn's
gonna
a
happen.
YouTuber now. I mean,
Fuck off.
start building your YouTube career up, Dawn. It seems like your best bet.
Yeah,
That's
he's a gun.
the simplest solution is just go get vaccinated. Be a healthy, productive member of society.
That's
I'm a
how they
healthy,
get you.
productive member of society already.
That's how they get you, gummy bear, by pretending it's a simple solution.
I think we're getting close to grounds that not wanted to be talked about.
Are we streaming?
Yeah, can't be
Okay.
talking about that stuff.
Somebody said that it's not only live streaming to YouTube; it's Discord policy now as well. So,
Oh, fuck that.
risking. I know that's
Yeah.
It's going to be bad, isn't it? I mean, that's what they're going to do.
What exactly is the policy that you're not allowed to
Talk.
There's no policy. You guys are making it up. It's just Geo's rule
Yeah.
because he likes his YouTube stream to stay up.
What a wonderful world this is.
Mm-hmm. You should know now, Dawn. You're a YouTuber. You can't risk that super chat, can you? You're monetized.
Well, I'm going to cut out the really bad bits and still have conversations about anti-vax.
Go, Dawn.
And I just won't monetize that show, maybe. And then
All right.
we'll back up on
Sorry.
BitChute with all the juice.
I think you should have a look up on the YouTubes and clear that one up. It's not just whether you have the monetization on it; it's what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say anymore.
We'll read the rules, but also we'll test it. It will be trial and error.
Hey, Don, I'm back.
Hi.
You want to rumble or what?
Yeah, what do you believe?
I believe that the moon is a big, old, round rock, exact rock. I'll give you its granite and graphite. The whole moon's made of it, and cheese, part of it's cheese. And yeah, it's round like a circle.
Not like a sphere.
Does it have any three-dimensional depth to it, or is it a flat 2D
Who
thing?
the fuck do I know? Can I touch it?
Well, you're
I can
making the
only look
claim
at
that
it.
it's made of granite.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't make no claim. I'm just telling Don that he's wrong.
You tell me what you believe.
I
and then
don't believe.
You stopped at the word sphere. And you call
Yeah,
it a
'cause it's no
circle.
sphere.
What sort of solid granite discs have you ever seen?
I've seen lots of solid disc granite things.
Have you ever seen one float in the sky?
Yep.
For a short period of time, yeah.
What do you mean by
Yeah.
float?
Hang.
Hang, meaning from string.
Here in.
Or is this a cosmic string?
Appear in.
String theory.
Or
Getting all
string,
technical
cosmic
on you.
string theory.
You wanted to rumble, but now you're just joking with yourselves. But maybe you didn't want to
No,
rumble.
I'm being serious, Don.
You were confused about wanting to rumble.
Come now. Come now. Okay, I'm fucking with you.
How about you make an actual claim then?
Come on, it was a little too serious in here. I was trying to fucking liven you guys up a little.
That's fine, but let's have an interesting conversation now. Could you make an actual claim about anything, not necessarily the moon?
Ooh,
No?
that's a good one, isn't it?
How about being a productive member of society?
Yeah, have you been vaccinated?
Let's
No, I
stick to
wasn't
reasonable
meaning that.
claims, Mel.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're not going to
This
talk about
idea
that.
of society is deluded.
And being a productive member of it.
Society means living together under the rule of government. And that's a failed communist concept that we're trying to phase out.
Well, good luck with that.
When you say we were trying to, who do you mean by
Me and the other anarchist freedom fighters.
Yeah.
You're an anarchist?
that? Power to the
course.
people.
Well, I always
I'm an
thought
Why would
society
Anakin.
was
why would
just
anyone
a
not be
group
an
of people
anarchist?
living together and cooperating. So you can
Um,
have an anarchists, you can have a society of anarchism
No way.
through mutual agreement, the same way
No
as you
way.
have a democratic society,
No, we
a
got to get rid of this
totalitarian
word first. We're
society,
not
an
calling it
oligarchical
society anymore.
society.
We're calling it the parallel society tribe. No.
So-
The word society has failed.
But you're not using you're not using a definition that I would agree with.
Oh, that's semantics. Can't do that.
You know what I mean, though. The concept of being a productive member of this thing that you believe in. That's a failed concept.
Yeah.
No, I
And
just
you're
believe
all
in social
safe.
contract.
It's over.
You're all safe now. You're all safe, and you're gonna have a little island to live on in a
Wait,
bubble. You'll be like bubble boys.
Isn't Don? Aren't you an atheist?
No way. I was years ago when I was a Glober at the beginning.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, fuck. There's no way you can look around this place and not know that there's. I don't care what the fuck you call him, God, fucking whatever you want to call him,
Call
but
it God.
there's definitely something higher that fucking made all this shit.
Yeah, I believed for 3 years. No.
Yeah, there's definitely something out of your comprehension. Yeah, that's for real. I won't
And
disagree.
yours. And yours,
Yeah.
Gummy Bear.
Yeah. I'll give it to you this way. This is the way that I see God, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Okay. I see us as Spider-Man. Okay. We're Spider-Man. A conceptual creation by Stan Lee. Okay. Stan Lee would technically be God. Could Spider-Man ever meet Stan Lee?
Yes,
In fact,
Wrong.
I'd actually argue the fact that
because cameos.
Stanley. Sorry, go on, Gummy.
I was gonna say there's literally cameos of Stan Lee being in the same room as Spider-Man. So your
Yeah.
analogy doesn't quite say what you think it says.
Now, you
No,
could argue that
that's
Spider-Man
exactly
didn't
what
know
I
that
think
he
it
met
says.
Stan Lee, but actually Stan Lee has met Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Even
Was he-
though Spider-Man didn't know that he was Stan Lee because he was playing a character.
Were they productive members of
And
society?
can you actually know
Yeah, they were
God
actors.
then?
Well,
If God
I don't
reveals
believe
himself
in.
to you,
You can
I don't
believe
believe in
in
the.
him.
I don't believe in a singular Abrahamic God. So
Is
I don't
God a
care what
productive
fucking
member
kind
of
of God.
society?
no. He's not a part of
God-
society.
Mm.
What I'm trying to say that to people who say things like, "Oh well, why doesn't God just come? If God's so real, why doesn't He just come down and fucking fix everything?" I'm
Yeah, why
saying that
doesn't he?
because
He's
Stan Lee
omnipotent.
in this situation is God, and Spider-Man is the creation. Spider-Man could not actually technically ever meet Stan Lee. Why? Because Stan Lee is like God in our creation, not part of the creation. He is separate completely. He is
No, because he's in the
outside
movies. He's
this
got
creation.
cameos.
I can't agree on that. Sorry, Turner.
He's got
That's the way of
cameos.
it. That's the way of it.
But he's
Well,
got cameos, so
God
that's
can't
not
be
true.
part of the creation and make it.
Yes, what you're saying is not true because Stanley has cameos. Your analogy does
That's
not make
fine
sense.
and dandy. That could also be the way that God fucking materialized in his way here in Christ.
Yeah, Jesus Christ is God's
Okay,
cameo.
but can you actually see God's real, true form?
Can you see
No.
God in the sky?
Oh, I'll agree
Tonight.
his true form is separate to our reality, yeah.
'Cause he is separate from the
But
entire
he's not
fucking
all
thing.
separate. He lives in it. He is it.
well,
lives
again,
in
I
the
would
North
argue if you're taking a sort of a Christian view, then God doesn't really have a form.
Exactly. So how could you fucking meet him?
But
Well,
there are lots
apparently
of
he was made in
Christians-
his.
1 second, Gummy.
Weren't we?
There are a lot of Christians that say they know God and have met God and have talked to God. So again, you have to question that.
Weren't we made in God's image though? So isn't he supposed to look
Yeah.
similar to us?
Not in his image, in God's image.
This is mystical banter.
Elohim, plural.
Oh, this is awesome.
We are gods, basically. We're baby gods.
No, no,
we
we are
were
not
made
gods. We are
sexually by
nothing like that.
demigods who were created in a universe by God. So it's God all the way up and all the way down.
I do like the concept where the universe made sentient, trying to understand itself.
Yes. And
What,
all
so
we
it's
know,
still
all what
figuring
we
it out?
do know though is that God isn't currently walking this sphere Earth.
Buddha is.
Which spirit is that?
God in human form, Buddha.
The sphere Earth that we're living on right now.
And how do you know that?
Cartoons,
Oh,
mate.
many reasons.
I'm
I
here
grew
with
up
you.
watching
Everything-
cartoons.
Everything
with
from
you, Carl.
physics to experience to logic, just
And this
everything.
is all for
Cartoons
understand
too.
knowledge,
No,
assuming.
really? I
No,
usually don't draw
man,
conclusions from
actually telling you.
cartoons.
That's the only
Well, the
time
trouble
I've
you've
seen
got
it
is, you know, we have multiple examples of things like, you know, the different cycles of existence within Mesoamerican cultures, the yugas that comes from
Cycle,
Hinduism, and
circle,
multiple other
cycle.
ones, which is a cycle, a revolution of ages of Earth that we live in, and therefore that proves the Earth is a globe and must be moving.
Yep.
Okay. It doesn't prove that it's a
No, you
sphere.
can't disprove God walking on Earth.
Planet Earth, courtesy of invisible metaphysical forces that no one can quantify or demonstrate anywhere on Earth at any time ever.
Your standard, yes, but we can still.
Supernatural.
Tell us again how you guys found gravity waves. What was it? 4 point some million light years that way. The fuck does that prove
LIGO?
here?
LIGO.
Yeah.
No, we found the gravity waves.
Why are you
here.
looking 4 point some light years that way? Shouldn't you be looking
We're
here?
not. We're looking here. The sensor is here. It reached us here.
Okay, so what sent it out?
Very good question. There are lots of ideas about it, but what we did is
The
detect it.
Yeah.
It's a
What
bit like
exactly was sent out?
it's a bit like if I
No,
cover
hold
your
on.
head with a hood and I slap your face, you might think
Yeah.
that I slapped your face, but you don't know that I slapped your face. But what you do
No,
know
you
is
trust
that
me.
your
I would
face
know
was
because I
slapped.
would slap you right the fuck back.
No, because I would have had you gaffer taped to a chair.
Oh.
The way I heard that question, did you ask what did we send out?
Yeah, or what?
Because we're
sent
not sending anything to there. It's coming to us. That's what we're
Okay.
measuring.
What sent it out? If it's coming to you, what sent it?
Most
think it's
likely
cliff-
two gravitationally bound black
How did
holes
that
circling.
happen? Do you know?
They got captured by each other's gravity.
You don't.
They
You're
spiraled
just
together and
assuming.
Black
imploded
holes
into
No
one.
possible way for you to get out there and fucking do shit.
Yeah,
So
but
quit worrying
again,
about it.
Two black
We've
Stop
holes
seen
trying to
multiple
circling.
prove
effects.
Tell me that.
somebody
That's
else's
something beyond your
dream.
comprehension. I
You're
think you should
making
agree.
yourself
Yeah.
dumb.
Turn up. But there are lots of effects that we encounter and have encountered through the years that we can quantify and utilize, and we didn't understand the reason of why or what caused it. And we've done that for most of human history. But what we've been pretty good at is detecting stuff and then trying to backtrace what it is.
Right, but when you detect that, isn't that kind of like your analogy of someone pulling over the hood on your face and slapping you, and you don't know where it
Turn
came
up's
from?
face. Yeah, but that's the point. Is the slap is still real, the result is still felt. I mean, I always use fire as my simple example. You know, we used fire for hundreds of thousands of years, but it's only fairly recently we understand actually, you know, some of the principles behind how fire works.
Right, but you
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, tell him. He said, tell him. My bad.
But regardless, fire
Right.
still burns you. Fire still allows us to cook
Right,
food,
but then
allows us to smelt metal.
right, but you like. But I'm saying, like, all evidence suggests that you know what it is, but admittedly, because you still kind of got something over your head, you can't really know, right?
But that you can actually say that to anything that you want to be proposed as truth. There is always doubt within that, which is why we tend to sort of go to knowledge rather
But
than
do you
truth.
think?
Because knowledge always has that tentative point of, it could change.
So I would ask you: are you sure the Earth's a ball?
Yeah, I think I've good knowledge of that. There are things that I could say
Right.
philosophically.
Well, hold on. So don't you?
There are things.
Right.
There are things philosophically that you could bring up that I'd have to concede to. Hard solipsism being one of them.
Practical
But,
demonstration being another.
Hold on. Aside from solipsism, aren't you backtracking on your initial premise that you could say that? Because aren't you forced to kind of lend your, or like you have to trust a third party to verify that for yourself, right?
Well, again, that's what I call just going down the genetic fallacy. I mean, yeah, there are things that I take.
Well, no, there's no
trust to a
fallacy
certain.
involved. You have to entrust your beliefs on the grounds that somebody's telling you the truth and you believe them, right?
I'm not going to start another sentence. Have you ever taught me?
Pardon me? How about
Ross
this?
says you're over talking him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, forgive me.
Right, 3 times in a row, you get 3 strikes, and then I'll stop.
Well, it's because your logic doesn't make any sense, so I'm trying to make you have a, what I mean?
Well,
like
maybe if I got to finish, you'd understand what my logic is.
Well, maybe if you made one coherent point, then I would let you, right?
How generous of you, sir.
Carry on.
Have you guys met? Dross, this is Issa. Issa, this is Dross.
Hi, Issa.
What's up, brother? Forgive me. I was just coming in hot. I love the debate, and forgive me. I don't want to.
Right. I mean, if I don't say anything, then you don't know. And I'll always take critique back on the same point because I know I'm a shit at it sometimes.
Yo, likewise, sir.
So all I'm saying is that one of the things for me that I take into account, and it's quite a simple concept, and this is why I'll never say, oh, I'm 100% sure, because 100% sure is truth, and truth is a very difficult thing to get to, because there's always a little tiny bit of wiggle room. So I always define it as there's the bucket of shit that I know, which is quite small, and then there's the much larger bucket, the bucket of shit that I don't know. And what I recognize is anything in the bucket of shit that I don't know could possibly, however unlikely, affect stuff that I do know. It's called humility.
You're employing it well.
So that's why I always give a bit of wiggle room. But, if you wanted to say, what's my certainty on the Earth not being flat, I'd say it's 99.9999 recurring. It's almost certainty. But I'll always leave that bit of wiggle room just in case I could possibly be wrong.
I'm 99%.
The only other possibility
sure
is that there is something mystical going on that makes it seem exactly as if it's spherical, but it's actually not. But that's a very
1% could be flat. Then the 1% leaves it open. It could possibly be flat.
No, not 1%. 99.9999 recurring.
I believe Earth to globe 99%.
I mean, the exciting thing is, if we both had a cigarette lighter and some combustible materials and some wood, we could both make a fire. But if we wanted to demonstrate gravity with each other, how would we do that? Besides dropping something?
Yeah, measuring the acceleration. So for me, it's down to underlying foundational principles. So we build on principles.
Right.
So just think of a really simple one. If I kick a ball, it will travel a certain distance. I may not know what that distance is, but I'm putting my energy into that ball, and that ball will move. Now, if I made that ball out of a solid block of concrete for a giggle, And I think a different reaction is going to happen.
Right. I
Yeah,
like the example because you used two actual physical, tangible things that actually exist. Does gravity actually exist?
Well, again, you know, that's why I like the word effect. You know, we see the effects of what we label to be gravity, and I think again, you know, if we're going to be honest, you know, they've been crying about the Higgs boson, but to me, that's a really, really, really weak argument because they've only really done it once and they haven't repeated it, and that to me is very problematic to make any form of assertions on it. And I don't think it's scientists making those assertions. I think it's media that likes to run away and go, look what we found. It's all true. And that's where the bad language comes in.
If you guys are 99% sure, this is my last question. If you guys are 99% sure that it's a globe, is there at least 1% that gravity doesn't exist? And if that were true, would your globe be truly screwed?
No, it just means we got our understanding of gravity wrong. So you know, we know that there is something happening that is causing objects to accelerate.
Yeah.
That acceleration is on a measurable vector direction.
Right.
So something is causing it. Now we label that kind of thing gravity, and then we come up with ideas of what we think that is, or what the cause of it is, or an explanation of it. In fact, really, it's only Einstein that started doing, you know, what potentially could be causing it. But even that is still kind of like levels above what is actually causing it.
Also, I'm gonna just quickly say, when you said the Higgs boson hasn't been reproduced, it has though. Like,
well, if
the 2012 original measurements have been like built upon.
It's very tenuous from the last paper I read, but it wasn't probably well.
If I could prove that gravity doesn't exist, would that take the globe off the table?
Well, no, you'd have to show that the effect doesn't exist, and the effect is what we see, and the effect is what we're labeling.
Right. But if I could prove that it doesn't exist, where's your globe then?
But we do see things falling.
Gee, you just don't want to go there, guys, do you?
Yeah, they're just literally okay. It doesn't matter what you guys say. The globe doesn't ever get taken off the table, right?
No, it's not
something
that.
else just needs to be explained. If
Because
something's just not understood, but it's
what you're
absolutely
asking-
still a sphere.
What you're asking is like asking, if I prove that apples aren't real, then do you give up on apple trees? Well, we've
That's
seen
not
an
really-
apple. We've seen
not
an
really
apple. They're not
accurate at
real.
all.
You can't claim that they're not real.
No, because you could see apples. You can't see gravity.
We see gravity by things falling.
No, you don't. You
Yeah.
see things falling, period.
And that is what we label gravity.
No,
And
that's
the-
what
you
you
can
no,
say-
you call them things falling.
You can say that we don't see the cause of gravity, but we see gravity because that is what we label things falling.
No, you see objects falling.
And
You
that is
need a
what we label
cause for an
gravity.
effect. What's the cause for gravity?
That's exactly what I was just talking about, wasn't it?
Exactly. Shut up about it.
So we don't see the cause, but we still see gravity. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Because, I mean, I had to be honest with myself. You know, I was going through a big cognitive dissonance when this first started. It lasted 6 months for me, funnily enough. I went back and forth like a frantic hare trying to find that sphere thing in space, you know, to reaffirm my concept of reality and what I thought was real. And when I took gravity out of the equation, I was honest with myself, like, the heliocentric model falls apart without it. You realise that, right?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I just want to say, I'm going to go and cook in a second, but don't tell people to shut up. It's just rude, and it's unnecessary in the server.
I didn't.
You know, you want no, not you. Someone told people to shut up, and
I
that's
didn't
not
say shut
reasonable.
up to you. I said stop talking about gravity.
Well, again, that
If you
that's
don't
not-
know, don't talk about it. Right? I'm not telling you
Cool.
to shut up. Like, don't
Do you-
talk.
do you know?
Just saying, shut up about gravity.
So do you know the underlying principles of how fire works?
Gotta
No,
hang
I'm a
on to it.
Neanderthal.
Neanderthals used fire.
Yeah, sure do.
They didn't
Want
understand
to go
how it
back to
worked.
the
They still used
caveman
it. They
thing?
still talked about it.
Yeah.
Do you understand how radio waves are generated?
Do I understand how what is?
Radio waves are generated.
Not in particular, no.
No. Do you understand
Yeah,
the
I don't
principles of...
normally talk about stuff I don't know about, because how the fuck would I talk about it?
Oh, that's not true.
There we go. So that would be my rebuttal to your point.
What do you mean that's not true?
You often talk about things you have no idea about.
Like what?
Flat Earth.
I know lots of things about the Earth.
That's awesome.
I know lots of things about the Earth. That's when you rebuttal.
Tell me one thing about Flat Earth that you know.
About flat Earth?
Yeah.
Why'd you change the name all of a sudden?
Well, isn't that the shape you think it is?
I never said anything about flat Earth. I'm pretty sure I've just said the word Earth.
Do you think it's a globe?
I don't know what it is, dog.
Oh, you've
I
got
can't
no
see the
idea
whole
what it
fucking
is.
thing.
So I was right. That's my point.
Until I can see the whole thing, you're never getting an answer.
When you talk about Earth, you have no idea what you're talking about. That's my point that you just admitted
Well,
to.
one second, Don. If that's the case, why have you given yourself the label Earth is a stationary plane, Earth is a horizontal and level?
Because they're
and
roles in
geocentric?
order to fucking be able to talk.
You don't. Look at my roles. What roles have I got?
No, I don't want to look at your roles.
And you can have the role undecided. You can have no role. You can have all the other
You
roles,
guys are
but
just
you
fucking
chose to
nitpicking
have the
about
That's his
role.
stupid shit
horizontal
now.
level, of course,
Stay
Josh.
with
He
the
does have it,
topic,
yeah.
you fucking guys, man.
You've got
Who
the
gives a
role,
shit
bro.
about my roles?
You've got the role, so you've identified yourself.
Stay with Earth,
You can't
not
walk away
flat
now. You're
Earth.
wearing the t-shirt.
Earth. You know, reality, the stuff that we fucking walk on.
You're wearing
Talk
a
about
Flat
that.
Earth t-shirt, so obviously that's what I thought you were.
Well, I mean, yeah, just to bring it back for a second, like, because I had to consider that possibility, right? Like, if the Earth's not in space and gravity's not quite what we've been told, there's got to be another possibility at least, right? I mean, you guys can be that honest that you can at least acknowledge that there's another possibility besides
they couldn't possibly
heliocentrism,
do that.
Yeah,
can't
I
you?
give 1% chance it could be something else.
Right. 1%.
But
Yeah,
then
You have
I'm
that much
99%
faith in it.
sure it's a globe.
that thing would have to explain why it
I didn't-
appears as a globe to all known understandings of physics.
I just gave you
What the
1% because
fuck?
I thought, the 0.1 thing is a bit stingy. So I thought
Yeah.
one full percent is.
I mean, can't you at least give it 50-50?
No,
That'd be a lot.
Ah.
it's not like 50% of experiments show one over the like show one and then the other 50 show the other. 99.9 show it's a globe.
Wow.
Just room
Which
for
one?
doubt.
Must be fun being a zealot,
Yeah,
where you're so sure and
it is.
so concrete.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I wasn't directing that at you, mate, but they are the youngster in here, so sure of himself.
I am very sure that 99.9% of evidence or experiments show it's a globe. Yeah.
For example?
Just a few examples would be, let's see, Foucault, Cavendish, looking at the stars, like celestial navigation, looking at Polaris,
Looking at the
the
star.
horizon,
Just
measuring,
looking at the star.
measuring plumb,
Bruh.
So what the hell are you doing?
measuring with an auto
That's a new
level.
one.
I can keep going.
Not experiencing
Oh,
movement.
I get your conception about it. Thanks, Gummy.
different. Yeah, thank you, Merle, because yeah, measuring different levels of gravitation at different places.
Not experiencing movement.
Seeing two polar stars, Coriolis, Iotvus.
Noticing that's obvious
Um,
that the sun and moon and stars are really close.
Seeing no deviation in the angular size of the stars and sun and moon by moving. The fact that they don't move during the night.
How does seeing something move prove something else is moving?
Yeah, but that's a big question. Why don't you go figure that out?
Well, it's evidence.
Because it's bullshit.
It's evidence
Well,
one of the things is
it's a
moving.
problem. It's a
So
problem.
you're nearly at the proof, but you're not quite.
I mean, there's a problem in the logic as soon as you a priori assume what you try to prove, you know? Since for me, at least, looking at the stars would be an a priori demonstration of the Earth's rotation, you know? It's not that you prove the Earth's rotation by looking at the stars, it's just a priori assumption, you know?
Is proof by contradiction a real proof? Because I would say so.
I just have my personal problems with these approaches. Not again going to attack you, just thinking that.
But we don't care about personal problems. We care about actually valid logical problems.
Yeah, but you can have a valid criticism of some of this so-called proofs or demonstration of Earth's rotation. The same I can say for Foucault's pendulum, with the a priori assumption of a demonstration of the Earth rotation, whereas the Earth rotation has been accepted a priori. That's only what I wanted to say.
Can I say something? I'd like to say
There's
that the rotation.
nothing-
Hey, don't overtalk.
Go ahead.
I'd like to say the rotation of the Earth isn't super important on Earth's shape. If you get to the fact it's a globe, whether the sky and the ether's moving past you and you feel nothing, or whether you're rotating slowly through it and feeling nothing, that's the same deal. You still know you're on a globe in space with some rotation happening. That's just semantics at that point, which one you want to believe.
Yeah,
but if you're not in space for a start and you're on the ground and it's just the sky above you, it doesn't go all the way underneath, like the Earth's just sitting there in space magically.
Well, we do.
Meanwhile, orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, while the sun's hauling off 500,000 miles. I mean, how can you not?
It's rotating underneath. You know, when you see the stars come up from the horizon and go back down behind it, and it's the same set. That's a proof that they are going behind under Earth.
They're not, because
it looks like they are.
But it looks like they are, exactly. But
the fact that we can see.
If you let me finish there, if the horizon's like, let's say, 8 miles away, right, and you know that there's an ocean there or land, how the fuck's the sun going underneath the land if it's only 10 miles away?
Because the sun is clearly not 10 miles away.
Further away, yeah.
Yeah, but on the horizon, it looks like it's going down, right?
Yeah, that's called perspective and scale, like he said.
Yeah, like your eyeballs.
Not really your eyeballs.
Like looking out at two geoids, right?
Not really.
Not really? You're not looking at two geoids with a convergence point.
Not in the
with
sense
two hemispheres in your brain. You're not doing that. Are you a special human, are you? Different to all the rest of us. You don't experience movement, you know, relativity, Einstein, all that good shit. What a fucking little nerd.
So because someone understands something you don't, they're a nerd?
Oh, you understand it, do you, Gummy Bear? And I don't.
I understand it way better than you do. Yes, that is correct.
So you're a productive member of society.
It has nothing to do with being a productive member of society. It just means that I have a better understanding of this scientific context.
A cucked out, arrogant little nerd.
It just means that I know this concept better than you. It doesn't say anything about our...
Do you fuck? Do you fuck,
Why
you
didn't
little cunt?
explain it? You're so smart. Why didn't you explain it?
Doesn't say anything about whether we're productive in society or not. Just talking about this specific context or concept and our understanding of it.
That's all you got. Concepts, theoretical concepts.
It's fine if you want to say that that's all I have, but it's more your that's on you, and not
discussing
really.
about somebody's competence won't bring us forward. I think everybody has the possibility to like show his competence by talking. So let's not address each other. Let's talk about topics.
Well, it doesn't match. It doesn't match. That's the point.
Because it doesn't work in real life.
Exactly. It's obvious the sun's not hauling us 500,000 miles an hour, guys. That's
Can
just
you
obvious.
prove this? Can you show why this is obvious?
To anyone with a working brain, yeah.
If it's obvious, you should be able to easily show it. So could you show it?
Yeah, go have a look at it.
Here.
Go outside and have a look at it in the daytime.
I'm asking you to show it logically, not by pointing at it. Show
Try this.
logically. Show the logical steps you take to show that it's obviously not rotating.
I want you to go in your car and drive really fast in a slow zone. And then when the cop pulls you over and gives you a ticket, I want you to say, no, you just don't understand physics. You see, from your position, it looks like I was moving. But from my frame of reference, I wasn't. Therefore, fuck you. Take your ticket and shove it.
And then if he had any understanding, he'd say, yes, but the speed limit is about your speed relative to the road, and your speed relative to the road was over the speed limit. Doesn't matter how fast everything else was moving, it's relative to the road that matters.
So the road now has its own frame of reference.
Yes. Anything has its own frame of reference if you want to talk about it.
See, can I just jump? Oh, calm down. Sorry, Gummy. See, I get really triggered because the danger for me is if I believe that you understand it and I don't, then I give my power to you or whoever thinks they're in authority. Yeah. But what I do is I include myself in the equation. I trust myself. I trust my senses. And in the day when I look at that sun, it's obvious to me it's not hauling ass through the universe.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's fine. But then if you want to tell me the same thing, I want the logical reasoning behind it. Because when I look at the sun, that's not what I see. And so that's why I'd want the logical reasoning, not just looking at it. Because clearly we see different things, or at least interpret it as different things.
Do we observe the sun traversing the skies?
In a sense.
Do we observe the sun traversing the sky?
In a sense, yeah.
Okay. Do you try to imagine that you're rotating, and that's why the sun's moving through the sky?
That does make sense, yes.
Okay. Are the sun and moon the same angular size?
Usually, but not always.
Not always. Okay. Cheers.
I mean, that's why we have an annular solar eclipse. Because the moon isn't quite wide enough at that angle.
You observe boats sail over the horizon.
Yeah.
At the beach.
Or into.
Bloods. I'm asking Bloods.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Over.
Or into.
Into, yeah, okay. Weird word, but.
Things go into the horizon. Vanishing point, no?
Maybe we
rotate, rolling backwards.
Maybe we rotate and help the sun appear to traverse. You know?
Sorry, say that again.
Maybe we rotate and help the sun appear to traverse, you know?
Well, that's supposedly what happens, but does anyone ever feel
what
that?
What are you saying? Boats sink into the horizon, supposedly.
Vanishing point.
Sink into the vanishing point.
Sink? I didn't say that.
What did you say?
Vanishing point. There's a vanishing point.
I think you said sink. You did
no
say
vision. With your vision, there's a vanishing point. Do you know how vision works? Perspective.
Yes,
and things
the
like
vanishing points happen in the sky, but you don't see boats cut off halfway in the sky, do you?
Do you not?
You can look down a well, and there's a vanishing point at the bottom, but there's no bucket half obstructed down the well, is there? It just happens over the surface of the water. So don't tell me the word vanishing point ever again, please.
And it also doesn't appear like the sun is changing in angular size over the day. It's
Does it
just
not?
curious.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
See, again, you see it move, but you want a story about, well, why isn't it doing this? You see it move.
But you guys see the boat go behind the horizon, and you want to make up a story that it's disappearing into a land.
I don't do that. I say the horizon is flat. That's what I see. Now, you want my story why the boats are disappearing bottom up. I can't answer that. What I can prove is that the horizon that it's disappearing behind is flat.
That's fair enough. A Bloodsticker has a story. Some people have stories to fill in the gaps.
Yeah,
You know why the boats disappear bottom first?
Why?
Do you want
The
to know?
curvature, yeah.
No. Because that's what's
Could it have anything
closest.
to- Could
That's
it do
what's
a bit- have
closest.
anything to do with your position on the Earth, where you're looking at?
No, it's basically it's a real basic, simple, childlike answer. It's because that's what's closest to the water.
Huh.
Ah.
That's cool. So it gets swallowed by the water?
No, as it goes out into the distance and goes to the horizon, right, which is line of sight. That's as far as you can see out in front of you. And it goes into that compression band, right? Then it goes beyond that point. And if you had a P900, you could pull it back. But it goes beyond as far as you can see with your eyeball.
Can you always pull it back?
No.
Does there seem to be some sort of limit where it's no longer able to be pulled back?
Yeah, when it's out of view, you can't pull it back.
And what does it mean for it to be out of view? I thought that's just about you not be like you can pull it back if that's the reason why.
See, they want your story, Merle. They want the story so they can
I
pick
want
yours
his
apart.
logical answer to be logical.
No, Miles
No,
made
just
a story. Compression band. It goes bottom first because compression band is close to the water.
right, and you could go back and forth on that stuff all day. Just stick to what you could see, and the rest just like.
No, I think we need
What
to
are you gonna do? Just go back and forth?
We need to fill our gaps with stories. When I see the sun traverse, I have the story to understand why it's traversing and how. And when Mel sees a boat get obstructed bottom first, he has a story to understand why and how.
Well, the thing is with the globe, like the globe Earth, they have to add in refraction under all conditions. Therefore, you should be able to see forever on the globe with a powerful enough telescope and enough refraction. Rumpus said he did the math and he said you could see the back of your head. So why do things disappear at all?
No, hold on. That's with powerful enough refraction, not a powerful enough telescope.
And telescope, you have to get because the angular size would shrink too.
Well, yeah, and telescope, but the big part is refraction has to be big enough, and
so
on Earth it never becomes big enough.
Well, it becomes big enough to see up, over, and around a geometric curve. So you're looking. How can you see things blocked?
Because they're being blocked? What do you mean? How can you see things blocked?
So does
They're being
refraction allow you to see around like a physical block? Like if you've got
because refraction
there
can
you
curve
go.
around,
That's why you can see too far then. I think you see too far because there's no curve blocking your eyes. You think refraction.
Yeah,
And you never
but I wouldn't call it
quantify.
see too far, but yeah, I agree,
you see too far. Because if there was a physical geometric curve of the Earth, it would block your line of sight mathematically. There'd be math behind that. But there isn't with the globe. They just sprinkle in whatever they want, and that's cool. All right? I'm not going to sit there and say you can't believe what you want to believe. Just maybe bring some evidence.
What do you want evidence of?
Of this like curve. Where's this curve?
Well,
Like,
my evidence for the curve is all the obstruction ever seen that's strong, not just small nuance blurring on the bottom of a boat. Big things half gone at the hard horizon line. That's my evidence. You've already seen it.
I mean, like do you have like a showcase? Not
No,
that I want to pick apart. I'm just curious. What would be like the one big one? What's one like those windmills or something like that, or what do you got?
I guess a boat, a big tanker boat, or the sun.
Like the let's see if I can find the picture again.
Mountains are good if you ever want to see a mountain one. They're about.
I remember there being a really good picture of that one like freight ship, like really big freight ship over the
How about
horizon.
this, Don? What do you think? If you see this right here, I tagged you. Livestream one.
The sun on the left looks like a normal sunset. So that's obstruction evidence for me, which I would use for curvature evidence. The one on the right is just a blurred road.
It's a refractive road because of the heat onto the asphalt. It's a very known phenomena. This isn't quite the same picture I was thinking of, but that's pretty much the same thing.
How about this one here? You can see light over a curved surface over a flat surface.
Okay. How
you
much
see-
curve is in that surface? Because you need to have it to scale, because it is definitely not to scale.
So it's so curved it's flat now.
No, it's not so curved it's flat, but it is very slightly curved. So to you it might look flat.
All right,
So
I'll go with
curved,
that then.
It's pretty flat to your human scale, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go with that. I'm okay with that. That for me that works. It's so curved, it looks flat, or it's so flat, it looks flat.
It's so slightly curved that it appears flat to flat earthers. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good. That's a good place to leave that, or to
Well,
meet
well,
some
yeah,
sort of acceptance.
it appears flat without using any logic. Like if you just use your eyes and look, things do look flat. But if you start applying logic to what you see, like why is things dropping beyond the horizon and all of these things, then it no longer looks, in quotation mark, flat.
No, for me that logic makes it even stronger.
Okay.
Because I can see other curved things, and they appear curved, and other flat things, and they appear flat. I've never seen anything that appears flat, but was actually curved. Not one. So the logic for me reinforces.
You're not
what I
thinking
see.
big enough, Chris. You've got to think big.
Like it's so big. Yeah, it's really big.
Yeah. You know, think planet-sized instead of basketball-sized.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing too. Like one of the things the globalists did was they used like a very low angle camera on the basketball. It said, check this out. You can make anything look flat. And then say that's how you can prove it's curved by how flat it looks. It looks flat.
No, that seems nonsensical.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
It's
like,
more of
it's knee jerk.
It's more of
Go ahead.
it can still be curved even though it appears flat at this scale. So like with the basketball, if you zoom in far enough, you're at a scale where the curving is just not noticeable by the naked eye, but it can still be curving even though it does seem flat to someone at that scale. That's what I'd say, at least. I don't know what the other person you heard claimed, but that's what I would say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the scale, we're humans, right? And we're like just a small little ant, just an ant on that basketball. And then, but if you scale it up, I mean, even 100 miles, 200 miles, 1,000 miles. You've got quotations from people all the way going to the ISS height. It's still flat. The horizon's flat. So where would you only see the effect of the curve and only with the right type of refraction. It just can't be measured or observed itself. You can only see cause and effect.
Yeah, not easily.
Pretty much,
I
yeah.
agree.
Because the distance you'd have to go away to actually see it, like the curve itself with the naked eye, would be very far. While seeing the effect, all you have to do is look towards the horizon, or at least that's what we claim. Because the effect will kind of show itself in a more comprehensive manner to us humans at our scale.
And I would say that the logic would be even a flat surface would show the same effect. So you haven't eliminated anything by looking at an effect of a horizon. And then I would double down on that and say the Rayleigh criterion for the diffraction limit of the human eye is 1.22, almost exactly the same math they give you for the curve drop, 1.225. So that would add some sort of atmospheric lensing effect.
You've managed to create 1% of doubt for me. So that's why I gave you that I'm only 99% sure.
Yeah, I get you. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just letting you know where my lived experience and where I'm coming from. If I see something flat, I'm not going to deflect to outer space or government and try to trick myself into thinking there are 5 lights. I see 4 lights. You're not going to convince me of 5, no matter how hard you try. You can say, like, well, the 2 lights are really close to each other, or there's multiple light bulbs, and it makes it look like it, or this light bulb's burnt out. There are 5 because you can't see it. This light bulb's blocking that light bulb. There's another one behind it. I go, sure, but I'm still going to say 4 because I see 4.
And can I give you 99% of doubt, Dawn? Because you're a good friend of mine and I care about you.
Well, you think 1% chance it could be a globe?
No, I'll give you 99% doubt.
With my story, you're only 1% sure it's true. That's what I mean.
Well, you know what I mentioned to you about Aaron swearing on his own life, his daughter's life, and his wife's life. And I mean, I wonder sometimes, like, does someone think like that would sway someone? Like,
yeah,
I mean,
it's him saying, "I'm really sure, mate. I'm really sure."
Right, and I mean, it's funny because I mean, for me, the thing that really did it was I mean, it comes back to childhood logic, but it really, the whole crux of the whole thing is the gravity.
So hang on, you're 99% sure it's not a globe. The 1% it could be a globe.
Yeah. I'll be generous. I'll
The
give it
99 could be any other type of Earth.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say concave. I'd sort of
a sort of flat Earth. You're 99%.
Yeah,
Sure.
some kind of horizontalness, some kind of basin.
Wow, I thought you'd be a bit lower, like 80.
Really?
Not 99.
Well, I mean, I went looking for it. You know what I mean? I had to justify it to my adult brain. I put the work in. You know, I had Carl Sagan in my head too. I had to fight him.
Yeah.
You know, and it was hard. You know, I mean, Pete Shea talking about Einstein, like Sagan was like, you know, I saw him as like the mentor and all that, and believed in it. Had the poster on the wall and all that good stuff. But cut a long story short, like, if you just remove gravity from the equation, you can't justify it.
I could justify. Well, I don't know. Maybe in a minute I'll try and justify a non-gravity sphere Earth. But before that, I want to say you can't just get rid of gravity because it's a phenomenon we all experience, and I believe it in.
The thing you can do is talk about what is the true cause of it, like whether it's not actually mass attracting mass, but gravity is what we call things falling towards Earth. So you can, of course, propose a different explanation for it, but you can't say gravity, that like the effect that we see, isn't real, because of course we do see things falling. Of
No,
course, I
I'm
know
not.
that that's more of a semantical argument, whether you can,
Yeah.
well, you should call it gravity or not. But that's at least what I'm saying. It's you can't say things don't fall, but you can say the reason things
No.
fall isn't what you're saying. It's this.
I'm more saying more like a deconstructionalist. You know, so like if you don't put certain ingredients in, you can't get to an end result. So if you just take it out of the equation altogether, the water falls off.
Why would we take it out of the equation?
Well, just do it, like, and just hypothetically do it. So you just remove it,
But
right?
you understand my point that I can't take it away, because then in my belief, I would float away from Earth then.
Right. And this is the thing. So it's like you remove it, and then you're like all the variables, and you're like, oh, so the water would fall off. You basically just got a big rock in space hauling
Yes,
ass.
actually, I'll give you, if gravity's taken away, my whole universe doesn't exist. Nothing happens.
It's powerful, isn't it? I mean, that's the crux of the whole thing.
Yeah. It's based on a phenomenon.
Yeah,
The
definitely.
whole thing is based on something we all experience.
Yep. No, I agree with you. I just, just for me, it was like, gee, you remove that. It's like the Jenga or whatever, you know.
I've got a theoretical question then.
All right.
You imagine what your Earth and your universe would be like if your density and buoyancy, if the phenomenon of you sticking to the ground and stuff falling was disappeared.
Yeah.
Wouldn't all your Earth fall apart, or would it just stay at the bottom?
Yeah. See, I think it's
have you
at the
thought about
bottom.
it?
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. I have.
Would it disperse like in my model with no gravity?
No. Everything, because you don't need
so
it.
you can't get rid of the phenomenon then on yours, can you? Because everything still wants to stay at the bottom.
Well, heavy. It makes sense to me anyway.
So
that
you
heavy
can't get rid of you can't do the same thought experiment you just asked me to do. You can't
No,
do
not
it.
really. Not really, because I don't need
That's
it.
not fair.
Well, you need it. I don't.
No, you need it to get your Earth at the bottom. Right?
Well, the Earth is at the bottom. It's the G. The G is the Earth. It's the ground level.
You've decided the bottom. You've decided that's the bottom, and you've had to.
Well,
come up with a
say when you're in
story
an
why.
elevator. Well, this is the last thing I'll say. Like when you're in an elevator, you're going up in a building, 1, 2, when you want to get back down to the, street level, what is it? What button have you got to push?
Ground, but you've decided that's
right?
the bottom. You've just, and
Right.
know the ground's there down the bottom for some reason. It's like a higher power keeps the ground downwards, right? Everything stays oriented. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm asking you to theoretically, if that phenomenon of everything staying oriented disappeared, what would happen to your model?
Well, I guess because let's just jump on the globe for a sec. Like deGrasse says, like if the Earth stopped, for instance, everything's just gonna fucking fly. Like everything's just gonna fucking fly into the air. Everyone and everything is just gonna like.
You reckon that would happen on a flat Earth?
No.
Got rid of the down orientation.
No.
What you're saying is, in your flat Earth, you can't get rid of it. But then why would I? How would I in mine? You know what I'm saying? You're asking me to remove a fundamental part of my model, and I'm saying I can't really because there would be no model. And I'm asking you the same, and you're saying no, I can't really.
Well, okay. I'm sorry if I've held up things here. If I can just get that out, and then I'll go back on mute. Like to me, when I removed it, it fell apart. Heliocentrism fell apart. So I was like, well, what am I going to do now? And then it was like, well, if it's not that, then my brain had to even conceptualize not being in space for a start. That was difficult at first. And then you've seen the memes, like, of all the solar system in a stupid fucking frisbee in space, right? That's laughable.
Gravity's not really doesn't explain why we're in space.
No.
Gravity explains why things fall towards us, why stuff orbits.
Yeah. I mean, I just reckon we're in a basin, mate, on some kind of lateral.
Yeah, but you have gravity too.
rock.
That's my point. Yeah. I don't know what you want to call it. Orientation, I'm going to call it for now.
Yeah.
If you pulled that away, flat Earth would fall apart. Wouldn't it?
Not really. It's maybe I'm too simple-minded, fool for this, but to me, heavy stuff falls and light stuff
That's
doesn't.
gravity. That is gravity.
That's the original etymology for the word, yeah, because gravity used to be called weight.
No, well, I mean, that's the
Gravitas.
same thing I'm talking about, that you say holds my model together. So if it's holding my model together, it must be holding yours together.
Mm-hmm.
So we both need that.
Maybe without me realizing it.
Yeah.
You know?
I think that the
I just
difference is, I think that the difference between flat Earth gravity and glob gravity is that, like, we think that the phenomenon just pulls things down, whereas the glob says that it pulls things towards the center.
Yeah. But we both need it to make the thing we stand on be where it is.
Right.
Models. You need it. If we drop something, we automatically know it's below us on a flat Earth. Very similar. They both hold the model together. It's both fundamental.
I mean, I mean the other one besides the gravity's the central centripetal and centrifugal. I always get them mixed up for some reason.
Jerry's got it. Yeah. So, well, if I pulled apart the idea that gravity pulled to a center, that would change my universe.
Mm-hmm.
If I tried to agree with you that it just pulls down, that's the difference.
Yeah.
But I still think it's fundamental that it's putting our Earth below us. That way.
Yeah. I mean, trust me, there's things I can't explain. I don't know how the sky works. I'm not saying I know how Earth works either, but it just makes perfect sense to me that I can't find the force that could move this Earth. I mean, a tow truck couldn't move it, a bulldozer, anything we've got.
What about a sun? A sun that's much bigger and much heavier.
Yeah, if I thought that was real, for sure. But I just don't. I don't think it's 93 million miles away.
If it's a possibility that heavy things attract other things, like Earth is attracting you, and maybe it's not to a center, maybe it's to a weird point inside the weird shaped object or the disk or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe the sun can attract Earth somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe something bigger.
I reckon we'd know it wasn't around it. I just don't think that's happening, mate. I don't know why. I don't trust these cunts. Part of the reason why I don't want to have the jab. It's all linked, right?
These are just nerds.
Don't trust anything anymore.
NASA are cunts, but Jesuits are cunts, but normal astronomers and people that say I see obstruction and I've done a thought experiment about a ball in my head. These are not cunts. These are just nerds.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing about it is we all got involved. That was a conversation we could all get involved in. That's what I loved about it. It leveled the playing field, right? You didn't need Neil deGrasse and Lawrence Krauss and Michio Kaku and all the rest of them. We got involved. We became the observers. I love that.
I like to argue that I'm not trusting the bad people. I'm trusting the general information provided by everyone. Some of it's from bad people that agree with the good people. Some of it's from good people that agree with the bad people. But generally, I feel there's enough convince me.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
trusting
fair.
the herd's information collecting.
Yeah, I respect that about you too. You know, I mean, I don't know how I didn't grow up a conspiracy theorist by any stretch, and when I heard people saying things like question everything, I always thought that was a stretch too far, like really paranoid, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
And when I was younger,
it's a good way to live, to question everything. Some things
yeah,
only need to be questioned once subliminally, don't they?
I wasn't suspicious. There were a couple of things in question, like let's say JFK, that was in question. The moon landing, that was in question. But Earth, being planet Earth, nah. I trusted that implicitly, wholeheartedly, all the fucking way. You get me?
You know, Christianity lies, but they still point to a truth. That's kind of how I see it. Religions lie and make up loads of stories, but there's a general truth underneath that they're pointing to.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think where we are is the mystery. And if I'm really being balls honest, I think it's full of magic, full of power. And there's some burning desire in me to know what that is. Not so I can be like Gollum and get the ring and then fuck with all of you. So we can all come up and be a part of it, like inclusion. You know, that's always been the desire with this, like for us all to be part of our own story. And that's what pisses me off about this situation. Because I just think we've been mind fucked about the whole thing and reduced to little ants on a fucking ball.
It's true, mate. It's true.
Pisses me off.
Imagine if we weren't just ants on a ball, but we were ants on a ball. You know what I mean? You can turn everything good or bad.
Yeah, that's
depending on
right.
how you
That's how
say
you
it.
think about it. Yeah, that's right. No, I don't mean to diss it. I don't know.
You know, playing a violin, it's beautiful, and it's using nature's arts and golden ratios to enhance each other's lives with beautiful harmonies. Or it's a retard plucking strings with a piece of wood, rubbing strings together.
Yeah. Yeah. Some autistic idiot. You're right. Yeah. I mean, I've got to acknowledge it, and then I'll shut up. Like, you know, I probably am retarded. You know, there is an aspect to my brain, like I have probably smoked too much weed. You know, maybe I'm not a productive member of society anymore. But to be honest, I couldn't really give a fuck at this stage. I think this society thing and the earth and what it represents is a bit of a joke. I think what we do, you know, everyone's career and aspirations, I don't know.
Other stuff. We should talk about other stuff.
Yeah. I mean, we're not even here that long. I just feel the clock's ticking. That's why I get a bit urgent about this sometimes. And we're the last thing I'll say is we're all here alive together. And maybe we've been sent from another dimension to sort this out. And if we don't, I'll feel like I failed on my mission. And I potentially think I'm going to have to answer to something that's going to go, nah, mate, you didn't succeed. You failed. I'm worried about that.
You know
That's
the
why I want
story.
to fight.
I told you the story about a girl attacking Penny with stepdaughter. to tell her about self-defense. And we've heard more
Yeah.
details, and apparently the girl was taking the piss and Penny hit her.
Really?
Now I've had to text her and say, try not to do that. Don't strike people.
Yeah.
I've said words are the weapons. If you're assertive with the right words, you know what I mean, that's stronger than any punch.
Yeah. Which,
But extra details can make all the difference. Good point.
it's a delicate time. That how old is she?
11.
11. Oof. Her first fight.
Yeah.
Anyone figure out
Right.
how the eclipses were predicted yet?
Have you
Have we
figured out
done
how to
on a flat
read?
Earth?
Oh,
Can
this
you
guy.
read? Giggles. Can you read yet? Giggles, word by word. Let's go.
Anybody got an answer?
Yeah, right here,
Anybody got an
Giggles.
answer?
Read. Are you able to read? You need to be able to read first and then remember what you've read.
Okay,
Are you
tell me
ready
how
to do this?
eclipses are predicted
Yeah,
then.
are you ready to do this? Word by word.
Go ahead. Tell me.
Okay.
Tell me
Yeah,
how
it has
eclipses are
jack
predicted.
shit to do with the shape of the Earth. Okay,
Prove
just
it.
go back to the Earth. No, did you understand the words?
Your claim that you haven't supported.
Yeah, you haven't even understood the words yet, dude. Let's go word by word. Okay, say eclipses.
Yeah.
Okay,
How are they predicted?
where's Earth in that?
It's in the method to predict the
No,
next
it's
one in the
not.
ground path.
You're just
Yeah,
making
it is.
all shit up. Okay, now
Yeah, it
come
is.
back to Earth. Okay, you want to look at curve in rotation. What's
Yeah,
Earth? The
you need
description
both of
of the
those
Earth.
to predict
Okay,
the
no,
ground
you
truth
can't.
of
You
the
can't do it, dude. You have no idea what you're looking at to begin with.
Yeah, I do.
And even
Sure I
then,
do.
then
A
present
satellite
it.
looks at it all the time.
Present it, dude. We wait on.
Sure. I
Yeah.
talked about it yesterday.
Okay,
Just
go
get the
ahead,
student
present.
version of STK.
Oh,
Okay.
so you
Are
got
you gonna stop
nothing.
talking while I do it?
Yeah, you've got nothing then.
How about you stop talking so I can
Yeah, if you're
present?
gonna if you're gonna regurgitate some more nonsense you said yesterday, you got debunked with. Don't waste your time and your breath, dude. There's other things
Are you
in
triggered
life.
because I owned you yesterday?
There's other things in life to be bad at. You can pick something else to be bad at today. Like anything
I
in life.
certainly destroyed you yesterday.
Yeah, pick anything you want to be bad at. Even if that's true. If Giggles is true, he destroyed Quit yesterday. Why you back for another clown ride? You would be
I
able
want to
to
see if you
live
guys
the
figured
rest
it
of your
out yet.
life. You'd be
I
able
want to
to
see if
move
anybody
on.
has an answer yet. No one had
You
an answer
don't have the
yesterday.
answer. Even you aren't
Yeah, I do.
convinced by your own answer.
Heliocentric model is how it's predicted. That's the
Then
answer.
present when ready.
No.
Present what?
Whatever you got.
They
Let's see what
observe
you
the
got.
sky cycle.
Someday.
They observe
Someday
the
you
sky cycle, see an eclipse come, write it down, and then they see another one happen, they write it down, and then they measure the distance between those times, look on their calendar, and it happens again. Big whoop.
Can you prove this? Can you prove that's how it's
No,
predicted?
you can prove it by going and researching history.
Okay, I did,
He
and
has
they're
a problem
predicted
with
with a
words.
very accurate
No, you
model
didn't.
of
Giggles.
the heliocentric model.
Heliocentrism
Giggles,
is
you can't
needed
even
for everything.
read
You're
server
absurd.
rules.
You're retarded.
Giggles, you have a
Say
problem
again.
understanding server rules.
Brit, shut up! I'm not talking to you. I'm
Yeah,
muting you.
you are. I'm talking to
Okay,
you.
go
It's
ahead,
not
Don.
needed. It's not needed for eclipse predictions.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It
Can
never
you prove
was.
your stance? Because I can prove
Not what-
mine.
Some ancients used it, some didn't. They all predicted eclipses.
That's an interesting claim. Can you predict? Can you prove it?
No, I'm not here to prove stuff. I'm here to tell you the truth. You come with a
I'm
gotcha,
telling you the
and
truth,
I'm
though.
telling
You're
you,
wrong.
they've known it for 26,000 years.
How do you know this?
Half of them did not have a globe model or a heliocentric model.
How do you know this?
Hey,
Because I
Giggles.
research history.
Okay, so did I, and I predicted
No,
it
you
with the
didn't,
globe
Giggles.
model.
You didn't. Giggles, you're just being a goofy. You're just another day just coming here being goofy again. And trying to do this whole wrong thing like you're Donald Trump, they ain't gonna work either. Because he had
I have you
charisma
muted, Crit. I'm sorry.
and
I'm not listening to your
personality.
nonsense today.
Trump has charisma and
If
personality.
you have
Yeah,
to unmute it, I'm
Check.
going to mute you. You have to unmute them. It's not allowed. So it's
Yeah,
your
that's
choice.
complete bullshit.
What's
Look
your
at
choice?
Then you guys
Either
have to
unmute
moderate him.
or I'm going to mute you.
Because all he does is just talk over everybody and
I think you
spam.
have the
So
rules
you have to
say
do.
go speak with Gio. You either unmute him or I
Open the
mute you. Your choice.
Yeah, open the
How about
ticket,
you deal
Giggles.
with him so he can't
He
just
is
talk over
over.
everybody?
Yeah, he's
I'm
overspeaking.
not going to
That's the
say it
reason why
again,
he
Giggles.
feels like
Hold on,
muting.
everybody, please. Please, let me do this. I have to do this. Giggles, you have a choice. You either unmute him or I mute you. What's it going to be?
You
So
should
you're not going to
probably
enforce the
warn the
rules?
person breaking the rules.
I just got in and I just heard it. Now you have two choices. You either unmute him or I mute you, and I will take care of the situation if he gets out of hand. But you have to unmute him, bro. I don't make up the
You
rules.
just want.
Those are the rules of the server.
That is
You just have
fair.
to be dishonest to silence me, because you know I'm
No,
going to
but
destroy you.
you should be honest and unmute, and if he keeps interrupting you, then he will be taken care of. So that is fair what SC just said.
Please, Giggles, do it. I don't want to mute. I haven't muted anybody yet. Don't make me mute you first, please. Just unmute him.
You will hear the truth, Giggles, and you will understand words, and I will work you up the ladder. You just need to take the fingers out of your ears and be able to listen, and then understand, then apply. And you should be able to do these things because you've socked a count of flat earthers before. So you've already kind of quasi did this on your own. Now I'll do it with you for real this time. I will walk you up the ladder, up the pyramid. You just need to be able to at least remember things presented to you. Starting
Did you
with
hear what he
server
said,
rules.
Giggles? Did you hear what he said to you? Hello? Well,
So
I
like,
guess he muted himself. Okay, go. You guys could continue. Sorry about
is
that.
a self nerf. That's good. A self nerfing, because I think he still got me turned down. He won't comply because his whole shtick is to be like, "Oh, I'm being censored," as he's
All right,
censoring
can
other
you
people.
stop talking about it now? Then we move on.
Roger.
But you said then that you're able to work someone up, build up the ladder. What exactly is it you want to build up the ladder about?
Okay, see, I can explain flat Earth to you, but I can't understand it for you.
Yeah, and that's fair.
Does that make sense, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Or something or whatever for Tuesday's job. Okay, right. I want this safe situation here.
Not sure if that's a hot.
Thank you.
Yeah. Blood sticker, you're hot micing.
So can any of you back up your statements that they're predicted with just a
Yeah,
pattern?
I just did, Giggles. Where are you?
No, you just talked over me and you talk nonsense. Can you present something in chat?
Yeah, I just told you. I'll walk you up the ladder step by step. Since you
Okay,
were
give me the
able
proof,
to,
please.
since you were able to just ignore Dawn, let's do it.
That's not proof. I'm sorry. Try again.
Yeah, looking up at the sky doesn't tell you what the ground is. Can you repeat that back to me?
No, I don't care to, because it's a nonsense statement.
You can't. Since I'm saying you can't even remember what just was told you. Even something that's
That's not the
simple.
topic.
Okay, if
That's not the
looking,
topic.
yeah, here's a topic. Looking up is not looking down. Looking
No,
up is
I
looking
brought
up.
up eclipses.
Yeah,
I
I'm
brought
telling
up
you that's
eclipses.
looking up. Do you okay? Which direction do you have to look
Yeah.
to see the
The
eclipse?
shadow
Up or
is.
down?
Where's the shadow fall? Where does the
Okay,
shadow
which
from a solar
direct-
eclipse fall?
If
Okay,
we're going to do this as a proper debate, can we sort it out? Like, because it seems like you're talking about different things to each other. What's the proposition that we're going to go with?
I asked the question, and he just starts spiraling into nonsense. I said,
you asked,
"How are
that's not a
eclipses
debate,
predicted?"
is it? You asking questions.
So the big observation that we've seen, that we all know is a thing, is eclipses. And what Giggles is asking...
Yeah, was it Giggles and Crit, though?
Yeah. And so what Giggles was asking Crit is if he has a prediction for when the eclipses arrive based on a flat Earth model, because he's claiming that he has a prediction based on a globe Earth model.
Yeah, get that audio for me. Let me hear what that was said.
So it's a battle of models, then, is it? Is that what we're doing? Where whose
Was that
model can predict
was that a reasonable
the best?
summary of
I
what
made
you
no
want,
claims
Giggles?
to eclipses. Not one. I told him I would walk him up the ladder of understanding, and he wants to not listen or pay attention to anything being told to him, or
But that's
even
not
remember
what
it.
Everybody
not what
else
he
is
asked
having
to.
to deal with it at the minute. So can we
It-
get it sorted? Exactly what's happening here.
He
Right?
wasn't
I just
asked
asked
to
a
be
simple
walked up.
question.
Yeah, he wasn't asked to be walked up a ladder. He asked a question.
I asked, how are the eclipses predicted?
Okay, what did Don tell you? Let's see if you can remember. Let's test your
Who's Don?
comprehension.
Who's Don?
So you
I
don't
don't
even
see
know
a
who
Don
Don
here.
is. Don, you talked
No,
to
I don't know
Don
who Don
earlier
is.
today. Yes, you did. You talked to
Okay.
Don.
So
No,
you
I
didn't
didn't.
listen to Don when Don told you.
Who's Don?
But
Okay,
I've
right.
got my
Is
name
that
as Buddha
who
at the minute.
Don? Is that the new question now?
He does know me.
Oh, you're Dawn, D-A-W-N, not D-O-N.
Right. Okay. Now we've sorted that out. Did you listen to what Dawn said?
Yeah, and I asked him to back up his basis claim.
And then Crit's in it now.
Okay, what did Don tell you?
He said something about using a pattern to predict them.
Based on
I don't know. That's actually what I'm trying to find out from him.
history. He said his study of history. See, this
Yeah,
one,
he needs to back that up.
You
That's a
don't
claim.
even remember what people tell you.
Yeah,
This
I
one
just
thing-
did.
No, you did. I had to
So,
coax
can you
you
back it up?
all the way through it.
Let's
This
stick
is-
to the arguments. Let's
Yeah,
not
the
spiral into
argument.
nonsense.
This is
Crit.
my argument. The
I don't
point
care.
proper. You don't remember anything, Giggles. You have
Sure I do.
a goldfish brain. I can tell
Okay, can you
X.
remind him? Because I don't want to go through over this. You said, I said. This is a new place, new server. Start from the beginning. What is your contention? Go ahead.
I don't have a contention. I had a question that nobody
What
can
is your
answer.
question?
Why do I have to repeat it?
This
Look,
is like
don't
it's
do this,
gonna go
dude.
round and round.
Don't do this, please. What is your question?
You didn't hear it? I asked, how are the eclipses predicted?
Okay, now would you care to answer that, Crit?
Yeah, they're the same way they've always been predicted. Don gave you a very good answer. It's a post.
Can you back that up?
Oh, so now you're just going to interrupt and then pretend you didn't hear.
You paused. Can you back that up? Back up that claim? I'd like to see some proof of that.
Go look in the history book and
Okay.
start reading it. And
Okay.
when you figure it out, see, the best part too is like you're not really ready to even listen to remember. So if you go do
Just
this
present
stuff,
evidence. Just
if you
evidence,
go-
nothing else.
yeah, I just gave it to you.
Okay, but now you're moving on to something else.
And the best part too is this doesn't get you anywhere to near the topic.
But Crit,
Looking
saying read a history book isn't an answer to
Yeah,
like
it is.
it's not a very nice constructive answer because
Yeah,
it
it
doesn't
is.
say which book or where or what it's about or
You pick.
anything. You're just saying read a history book.
Yeah, you
That's
pick.
not a very constructive
Because
answer.
even once you get to the answer and you figure out that these things were predicted long before anyone suggested the Earth was curved or rotating, or even before anyone suggested heliocentric, these things were observed for thousands of years. Predicted.
And now we know why there's a pattern now.
You just saying
Yeah,
you
look
just-
into it.
You just
make it
saying
seem
read a
like
history
somehow-
book
Yeah,
says nothing.
Okay,
because
I'll explain it again. Now you just need to remember, okay? These observations were done thousands of years before anyone even suggested the Earth was curved or it was rotating or it was not the center of the universe. All these things were done way before.
So that's a
Thousands
good
of years
answer.
before.
What's your rebuttal to that?
Oh, okay. Well, my rebuttal is first, how do you know that? And so what? Is that how they're predicted today?
That's why I'm telling you, so what? Because it doesn't tell you anything about Earth. It only tells you about stuff in the
disagree.
sky. You would need.
I disagree.
You have to come back down to Earth. If in science,
Stick to the argument.
in science, you could
Stick to the
factor out
arguments. No ad homs, please. No ad hom. It's against the rules.
Oh, wait, you're interrupting, dude. You're interrupting the screech. Now, calm down. All I need you to do is just remember. That's it. I'll work with you about understanding later. Because once I get you to remember what I've said, then we'll go on to understand.
Okay, so you told him it's been done for thousands of years, and he said, so what? How is it done now? Where do we go from here?
It doesn't matter at the end of the day because it's still looking up, it's not looking down. Anything that happens in the sky doesn't change jack shit about what the ground is. Once you understand that, if you remember that, then we can go on to like how you understand this.
So can I ask then, if nothing that happens in the sky has any relation to what happens on the ground, why can we use things in the sky to figure out where we are on the ground? I.e. celestial navigation. Why does it work if it has no correlation whatsoever in your mind?
Yeah, see, look at now you're trying to jump topics. Stay on one topic.
No, I'm addressing
its full logical conclusion. Now you want to start talking about celestial navigation.
Because you've made a claim. You've made a claim that nothing in the
Chris,
sky.
let them a chance to respond, please.
Because you made the claim that what's in the sky does not relate to what's on the ground, and I made a counterexample to why that is not true. Because we can use the sky to know things about the ground. So that's my question: is if we can use celestial navigation, which is looking at the sky to figure out things on the ground, then why are you making the claim that they aren't related?
Because you didn't follow the whole thing I said. Does anything the sun and the moon doing change the physical shape of the earth? No, not at all. You could factor out the sky completely in earth curve, in earth rotation, or lack thereof, doesn't change one iota. In astronomy, they call this the rare earth hypothesis, meaning they completely factor earth out of all.
Turn it off.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Bev.
No, sorry, I was just telling my lad.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking to me. All right, so this is why in that field of study, they don't use Earth. The only way you could use astronomy to make a claim about Earth is you have to be from another planet. You have to be from Mars or from someplace else, then using that field of study to study the Earth from afar. You can't look out. If you look up the definition of astronomy, it says the study of everything beyond Earth's atmosphere. Not Earth. Earth curve and rotation is inside the atmosphere. And one could even argue today that the sun and the moon are maybe inside Earth's atmosphere too. They can say that the moon is. How much longer do they say, oh, by the way, the sun is in the atmosphere too? The only thing I will tell you about the sun and the moon is when I look up in the sky, they're about the same size. That's as far as I'm willing to go. I don't know what they are.
I looked at the history book, and eclipses are predicted with the heliocentric model.
Well, you need to do it again because you are not remembering or understanding any of the information presented to you.
Nope. I just posted a link that proves it.
And
yeah, you need
everything
to do it
everything that you just brought up now doesn't explain anything about the sky not relating to Earth. It just means that the Earth exists without the sky, which doesn't negate anything of what we're talking about.
Okay, here, let me try again. I got something here that we'll go word by word. What you're talking about, right? You're talking about using astronomy, right here. What is the study of astronomy? Word by word. The study or astronomy is a study of everything in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere. Okay?
Yeah.
So is curve and rotation of Earth inside or beyond Earth's atmosphere?
We're observing things that are beyond, yes.
Okay, so can you make a claim if you're observing something beyond what the scope of that is? See, this is what you're doing is called astrology. You're trying to look up at the sky and divine the nature of creation, like somehow the sun, moon, and stars are speaking to you and telling you things. That is pseudoscience.
No,
if
hold
you
on.
follow science, okay, astronomy, you're not observing where you're standing on. It's beyond the atmosphere. It's in this sort of vacuum of space. You would to make a claim about Earth, you'd have to be from someplace else. You'd have to use astronomy from Mars, from the moon, or something like that. Do you
Okay.
follow that at
Now,
all? At
yes,
all?
I
Okay.
follow what you've claimed, but what I would say is, even though we are looking at things beyond Earth's atmosphere, they still clearly have the way we see them has a clear relation to where we are on Earth, which is why celestial navigation works. And so there is a connection that appears when you look at the sky connected with what you are standing on. There is a connection there. Just because astronomy is the study of things beyond doesn't mean that that study is completely independent of Earth. We
Yeah, they
do
actually call it
see a
the rare.
connective nature of these observations.
Yeah, they actually call it the rare Earth hypothesis. That Earth is so unique and so different than everything else observed that they completely factor it out because in their model they have to say Earth is not unique. It's just a grain of sand, like on all the beaches. There's so many Earths out there, but they can't find one, so they say Earth doesn't exist in the model. They completely take it out.
So I'm not talking about looking at other planets and saying, oh, that must be what's happening on ours. I'm talking about looking at things in the sky and how they appear to us from different locations on Earth is clearly related to where we are on Earth. And
Well, write a
those
paper.
observations relate to where we are on Earth, and therefore they can be used to figure out what we are standing on.
Yeah, go write a paper because I can walk into a planetarium and see the sky produced on the dome ceiling. I can picture in my mind just removing the ceiling and looking at the sky. Boom, that's all I need.
Okay. But try and picture having two celestial poles with that dome ceiling. You cannot.
See, look at now you say if globe, picture flat Earth. This is where you went pseudoscience from the beginning.
I didn't say any such thing. I said, try imagining two celestial poles on that ceiling.
Yeah, so if you're in the globe with a celestial pole, imagine. See, I'm not going into the world of imagine. This is like the really is level.
You
can
just
walk
said that
in-
you can.
Listen,
you-
I'm telling. Okay, just remember. I just need you to remember what I said. Okay,
Yes,
that's it.
the sentence
remember.
before, what you said is you can imagine removing the ceiling and
Yep.
seeing the stars above you.
Yep.
And I said, imagine trying to see two celestial poles.
Yeah, and I'm
So
not
you
even talking about that.
But
So
you talked
follow
about
along.
imagining, so
Yeah,
I also
follow-
talked about imagining. But now
Okay,
you're
so
saying you don't
follow
want to
along.
imagine.
No, because follow along, right? I can go into a planetarium, look up at the dome ceiling, and see the stars rotating on a flat surface.
No.
Do you see that? Yes or no? Have you been to a planetarium ever in your life? Once?
Yes, you can
Okay,
see.
Is that
Yes.
is that floor curved or is that floor flat?
That would be a flat floor, most likely.
Okay, is it rotating or is it stationary?
The floor would be stationary.
Okay, there you go then.
Okay.
Now
all that says is that you can see some stars inside a planetarium, but what we see in real life is two celestial poles, which is why I brought up the argument. Try to imagine two celestial poles in that in that dome ceiling.
Okay, so what is a celestial pole? Go ahead.
It is a point on which the stars appear to rotate around over a period of time.
So imaginary, right?
No, it's
No.
more of a macroscopic phenomenon. It doesn't exist within itself, but it is the effect that appears over time when other bodies are doing something.
So back at just looking at the sky. So if you imagine a pole and imagine what they're doing in the sky, and you just imagine all this stuff, how did you get the ground to curve and rotate? See here, here's a Wikipedia link. It's good that a lot of this stuff is being protected now because globalists kept going into Wikipedia and changing the words. So right here's from Wikipedia. It's protected now. So the north and south celestial poles are two imaginary points. They don't exist in real life, dude. These aren't real world things that you can a real location that you can measure and determine anything. This is all this is another version of you using astronomy, but actually astrology, and trying to divine the nature of creation by what you see in the sky. It's pseudoscience, dude.
Now, every time I bring up something, you're saying no imagining allowed. But when you're bringing something up about looking at that dome ceiling with the stars, I am supposed to imagine how that relates to Earth. So why
No,
are you being
you missed
so?
it. You missed it.
No,
Let me say it again.
I
Let's see
didn't
if you
miss
can
anything.
remember. Let's see if you can remember next time. I can walk into a planetarium, which is virtually walking into a model, a flat Earth model, an interactive, like almost like artwork. Like if you go to the art museum, you can walk in. Sometimes they'll have these installation pieces of artwork. Like there's one nearby where I live called the Spoon Bridge in Cherry. It's a very famous thing in Minneapolis. So you can walk into virtually a piece of artwork that you can partake in and physically touch and interact with. That's what this planetarium is. It's taking the ideas of astronomy and letting you walk in and physically view as if you were any place on Earth. Now,
what is the logical? What is the logical conclusion that you make from this? Is that this is what we would see on Earth? This is a replication of what we see on Earth,
or it can be used as such.
And that is an imagining. You imagine that this is a representation.
No, it's a
of Earth.
physical. It's actually a physical demonstration.
Yes, but the fact that the fact that you're claiming that this is what Earth is an imagining.
No,
You're
because then
imagining that this is a representation of Earth.
I can cross-reference, and I can see the ground is flat. It measures flat. It's observably flat. So therefore, it matches. There's a cross-reference going on here.
And what I'm asking then is, why doesn't it match the fact that we have two celestial poles in reality?
You don't. It's imaginary. These celestial poles don't exist in reality. They
And
are
yet we
imaginary.
can see them.
Yeah, imaginary points in the
They're
sky.
imaginary, but we can see them.
Yeah, because they're not real. They're fake.
But we can see them.
There's some other effect going on here that can be reproduced at some some way.
Planet Earth. And you're clearly not able to reproduce it in this planetarium. So maybe it's not a correct model after all.
Yeah, you can reproduce it in this planetarium. I think they've seen.
How can you do this? Do you have any source of this being replicated in a planetarium? Because I've never seen it.
Well, go back to a planetarium then.
I have been in a planetarium, and I've never seen
There's
them
one right here.
representing two celestial poles inside a planetarium. That's not a planetarium.
Just like this.
That's not a planetarium. Those are pictures of the sky with drawings on top.
Okay, so do you understand it though? Can you remember what I posted here?
Yes, but
Okay.
what you're claiming is that this is happening within planetariums.
I don't give a care.
Not whether it's happening in. Yes, you just did.
Okay, so you're saying they could not project this onto a sky, onto a dome ceiling. They couldn't do it. It's not possible. It's not possible for them to project this image onto a dome ceiling. I just showed you on a dome. In this image, they could do whatever they want. It's just a projector. The computer screen right now that you're looking at, just curve it and put it on top of your head and look up.
So is the sky a projection in real life?
You don't need to. See, look at you're not remembering anything.
I am listening word by word, and I'm asking questions based on exactly what you've said. If you keep saying this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I'm addressing your exact point.
Remember, why should I talk to you?
I am remembering and questioning you on the exact point you made the sentence before I spoke, and then you claim I'm not remembering.
Yeah.
What is your deal?
Why would you talk about projections?
Because you just said that you can project them in any way with a projector.
Yeah,
you just said so.
Yo, you're right. Yo, check this out, if I may. is that I would stand with you on the notion that both projections are pseudoscientific. Is that what your point?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Is that your point? I'm just saying, is that the point being made? Like, because I would agree with that. Like,
Yeah, because you can't get anything by looking at the sky. There's nothing in the sky that will tell you about the ground unless you go into astrology.
Well, no, but both projections, like of a flat model planetarium and a globe Earth model planetarium, are both reasonable for the same reasons to some extent. But it's about what you choose. You think it is, right? Or am I missing something? Forgive me, I dropped out for a second.
No, you got it. Yeah, it's all about what he wants to imagine and what he wants to pretend he's seeing. In his mind, he sees a ball in space spinning. And there's no way I'm going to get him to even think about where humanity came from. I can't even get him to remember.
Can
the
you
process.
not talk about me as if I'm not here, please?
Yeah, forgive me, bro. Who's speaking that you're talking to, Crete? I didn't forgive me.
I'm the one. I'm the one who's speaking, Gummy Bear. But
Gummy Bear, right on, man. No, I thought you were making that point earlier when you were saying to the flat Earth. Let's say you're saying like, hey, this is a projection, and same, the same. Like just because you can correlate certain things doesn't mean it's true, and it's the same argument we make against the globe, right?
yeah, and that's fair. But the response I get is that I'm not listening,
right, and
that I'm
won't
not
have
imagining, and all of these things, which makes me not want to converse because he's not addressing me. He's addressing some weird version of me in his head.
Well, you know what? That's to play to his humor in a certain sense, is because we hear so often these arguments that are made. Let's say, like people will say that I don't know. Those arguments are levied on both sides, and I think sometimes people categorize it instead of seeing the individual in it. But sometimes I look at it like, but I would think that would meet, because I wouldn't want you guys to stop talking. It's an interesting talk. Carry on. Forgive me. I don't want to get in the way of it either.
No, it's fine. You're very reasonable, which is fine, and you're always allowed to join in the conversation. It's just when he's saying that I'm not listening while I'm asking him a question on the exact thing he just asked me, then like where do I go from here? Because I am asking him something based on the exact thing he just said to me.
Yeah, this is where you go from here, okay? My base axiom for the very beginning, looking up is not looking down. You would need to, okay? That's a base axiom. Any other kind of keyword or things you try to pull out of that, all will tie back to this. The sky tells you absolutely nothing about the ground. And the logic is easy because you can flip it and the ground tells you nothing about the sky. So it's true both ways. Both ways that statement's true.
Yeah.
You have to go into complete batshit nothery pseudoscience to say the sky can tell you what the ground is, but suddenly the ground cannot tell you what the sky is. It would have to be a transactional understanding.
Yes, and my challenge to the truth value of that is that we use the stars to navigate. Therefore, there is a relationship between looking at the sky and what we stand on.
Yep.
Whether that's a spherical relationship or whatever you want to call it, which isn't really what we're talking about, we know that there is a relationship because celestial navigation works to find your place on the ground.
Yeah, and that can be reproduced at any size, shape, distance. This stuff it's just something that works out as if, same thing in your house. Like if you look up at the ceiling, you can like say, okay, yeah, sure, this room has this type of ceiling. I know where I'm at, I know what room I'm in. It's much better just to look horizontally and see where you are.
Yeah, I can agree that it's often better, but that's not the same as saying that you can get no information from the sky, which is what it seems like you're trying to say.
No, I'm saying you could factor the sky out completely. Just block it out.
You can, but you can still get information from the sky, which is why I'm saying,
okay,
why do we block it out when there is information to be had?
I'm almost there, okay? you could block out. Cause okay, how about this? You block it out because it's leading you down the wrong path. It's leading you down the
No.
wrong path so badly that you are now denying the vast majority of human history.
But by what
No,
metric are you deciding that it's leading me down the wrong path? Like, how can you
Because
tell me truthfully that it's leading me down the wrong path?
Because you can't even figure out the base beginning of humanity.
That's
Your
a
idea.
totally different question and a total red herring to the topic we're talking about right now.
Okay, I'll explain it. Ready? So basically, like, we're cavemen. I walk out of the cave, and you walk out of the cave. You see the sun for like the first time. I see the sun, and you tell me that is a giant ball of fire, gas, burning in space 93 million miles away. And I tell you, ugh. You see which one? That doesn't make sense, does it? You can't even, your first beginning, it doesn't
Okay.
hold up. Okay, you're not able to go back. Like, if I were to say hypothetically, imagine this one, if you will. I pick you up and transport you to like a flat planet out there, because they tell you anything's possible. Here's Asgard. I take Gummy Bear and drop you on Asgard. And you're trying to tell me you would be able to use the sun, moon, stars, and figure out Asgard is curved? You wouldn't.
No, but I could, if it now, you've said it is flat, and I could verify that by looking at the stars.
No, you can't.
But
If you're
no,
looking
I
at
can.
stars, you're looking the wrong way. You have to look down, not up.
But you haven't
up,
said,
need to look down.
you seem at least to agree that there is some information you can get from looking at the stars. So why do you then, in another breath, deny that it's impossible to figure anything out by looking at the stars? Because like 1 second you're saying you like, yes, there is some things you can get, like when you look at the ceiling, you can say some things about the floor. And then now you're saying that it is impossible to look at the stars and figure out the shape of Asgard.
Yeah, if you want to go with that, the first person who ever suggested that the Earth was curved and rotating, or in a heliocentric model, was Copernicus. Copernicus's hypothesis was God made it. God made it this way, and it could not be denied. He made perfect orbiting spheres, just to show you that perfect spheres do not exist in nature, and then to show you that the only way this could have been done. So sure, is that where, are you denying even, I mean, are you atheist?
I'm agnostic.
Okay, well sure, let's go with that axiom, right? I'm agnostic towards the heliocentric model. I don't know for sure. I haven't seen any proof, and I would say from a lived experience, there's no way of knowing. You just will never know. It's so big. If you accept the globe, I can accept it's so big, and it moves so slow, it appears to be flat and stationary. And I can also accept that my senses aren't able to detect a curve in rotation. So I'm just agnostic, just like you are. You've rejected some 3,000 gods or gods. I've done the same logic, and I've rejected some 3,000 models, namely, starting with the 16 that Copernicus presented, none of which does that work for you?
Not quite.
Almost.
I mean, I give you credence for the fact that you say that you don't know, or like you can't say 100%. But at the same time, the fact that, like, I don't even know how to respond. Like,
well, see, it's not trying to get you to respond. Just
no, that's fine.
If I jump in your worldview, I try to empathize with how you think, and I use the agnostic idea of you can't know. Then I'm able to explain flat Earth in a way that you can remember and understand because I'm using your epistemology.
I'm not agnostic about the shape of the Earth. That's the difference, though.
Yeah, but you can be agnostic about everything. It doesn't have to be about gods or gods.
Well, yeah,
You
of
can be
course,
yeah.
but the thing
So
is, God is a metaphysical thing, while the shape of Earth is a physical thing. That's why I'd have different stances on God versus Earth.
okay, well, sure, but then when you're talking about something that is beyond perception, it becomes metaphysical again. Because your
But
perception,
yeah, so it's beyond our base conception or base like senses, but we have tools because they enhance our perception.
which is why I'm
And
talking about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, yeah, I was just gonna say, and using, I can agree that the reason why people like cavemen didn't even consider, or why it wasn't even considered for things to be a globe, was around for a long time, because to our senses it looks very stationary and flat, and this doesn't make any sense for it to be a spherical nature. But at the same time, I'd say that once we have tools to measure these things, and once we have methods like the celestial navigation to figure out where we are, it just doesn't make sense anymore to say that it's a flat Earth, because it just doesn't make sense with the observations we're making with these enhanced tools.
Yeah, I would still say it still makes sense. It would be nonsense. The senses, right? So people have lost track of what sense means. Sense for the Middle Ages meant the five senses. You would tell somebody something like, "Yep, that makes sense. I can see it, I can hear it, I can smell it, I can feel it, I can taste it." Now it's somehow flipped that senses have nothing to do with the senses at all. It has something to do with your mindscape. And then there's lots of people who have said that Voltaire. See, if you look at Voltaire said common sense, he's talking about the five senses, is not so common anymore. Because he was talking about a switch where people stopped using their senses and just started following whatever someone told them, even if it went against their own lived experience. And then you've got I'm trying to think of another quote. There's another quote that is almost in line with Voltaire too. So I'm saying if you can't go back to base axiom and redo, at some point you say no, flat Earth is no longer sense, but you still can make sense of it, but it's nonsense because stars. That to me is like multiple layers of inception to get down to a point where you're denying your own observations. The first step in science.
Well, to me, even if I were to just ignore everything anyone has ever said to me, and I attempt to figure everything out on my own with my own knowledge and senses and just my own observations, I'm very sure that I'd come to the same conclusion of a spherical Earth. And I mean, you might deny or not deny, but you might not agree to that. But that is what I believe.
So without the sky, you'd still get there.
Yeah, but they're telling you it's not spherical. It's like pear-shaped, or now it's like
Well, it's slightly oblate, but that's by 0.3%. Like it's not. It is very, very spherical. It's just got a slight oblateness to it. It's not like it's just a question of how much oblateness, how much pear-shaped it is, and the answer is very, very slightly off spherical.
But that begs the question then, that why is everything else a perfect sphere but Earth? If you accept the heliocentric model, you look out there, they tell you everything. I've heard the quote from Tyson. Everything is a perfect sphere. It's more perfect than the most perfect cue ball ever manufactured for a pool table.
Yeah,
That's true about Earth as well.
Not
Well, he said Earth is pear-shaped. It's a pear.
So Earth is claimed to also be better than any cue ball, and on top of that, no one is claiming that all planets, all other planets, are perfectly spherical. They all have their spherical axis, and they all have their deviations from perfect sphere.
Well, I've heard Tyson say quite the opposite.
Okay, well then,
and he's like a science
either
communicator.
well, from what I've heard him say, I feel like either one of us have heard quotes the other hasn't, or one of us is or not even but just interpreting his words differently than the other.
See, I've used this, what he says too, because he wrote a book about how the Earth is pear-shaped. And in this book, he said Mount Chimborazo is actually higher in elevation by miles than Mount Everest.
Yeah,
And then
but
if
that's
you
only
look
due
at the,
to elevation.
but if you look at the pole, right? They talk about gas pressure gradient. Your delta X is proof of gravity. Well, if that's a problem, because if you astrophysically measure the height of the mountains and you see Mount Chimborazo is miles, miles higher, that would mean it should have a gas pressure gradient lower than Mount Everest. But when you compare the gas pressure gradients, it's almost like a direct relationship to sea level, back to how you see the Earth.
What?
You see the Earth as level. And then you can cross-reference this by, if you dig down into the ground, the gas pressure gradient just stays at the 14 point something, 14.8 or whatever. It doesn't keep, like if you go below sea level, you're not adding gas pressure gradient. And then if
How
you
do
were
you
to okay, go ahead, Leslie.
now? How do you know that if you go below sea level, the atmospheric pressure won't increase?
Yeah, there's places on Earth that are below sea level.
Okay.
And it does change, it does vary a little bit, but if they do the average, it averages out to the same. So then for me, that's what I guess I would get at here, is that all observed reality, all sense, it all goes back to a flat Earth. And this can't be denied. So I would need somebody, not to say the burden of proof is on you or anything, because I accept the burden of proof. I can't prove a globe. I can prove flat Earth. I would say that someone would have to explain to me flat Earth inside a globe, better than just saying, well, it's so big, duh.
What you just claimed there isn't, it's not true that proves a flat Earth. Like like
which one?
The pressure differential. First, the fact that you said that it doesn't increase when you go down. Well, that's a claim that I'd want you to substantiate in some way, because that's not quite how I've understood it to be. And then second of all, this pressure differential of the different mountains and stuff, it's exactly what is predicted on a globe Earth. I don't see how that proves a flat Earth in any way.
Oh, no, it's quite the opposite. Because the pole, they tell you the pole of gravity, if sphere, is from the center of the Earth, of the perf. That would tell you that it's not the case, because you've got a point on Earth, Mount Chimborazo. Is Lemon trying to talk? I see Lemon's microphone lit up.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
Oh, no, I'm good.
You there, Lemon?
Yeah.
Were you trying to say something?
Oh, no. I was just saying that it looks like the pressure in the water increases as you go down. I guess they just translated that to the medium of the air, saying that the pressure has to increase as you go down in the air as well.
Oh, yeah, without ever testing it. Because if you go into caves that go deep, they stay the same gas pressure gradient.
They measured it on a plane and up a mountain on a balloon.
And this one thing too, that if you ask globalists to say, is gravity a constant or an average, many times they'll tell you it's a constant. It's a gravitational constant. It's like, no, it's an average. Look it up. Don't trust me. Look it up. It's an average.
Some of these theories aren't quite consistent or don't quite make sense. But I think that gravity, whatever it is probably from space itself. The source of the force is probably the ether, the substance of space itself. If I had to, go with some sort of way to explain what's going on, some sort of theory. But I don't know. That would go with buoyancy and density. Only the medium for buoyancy and density in the first place would be the background medium of the ether, determining what goes up or down or floats.
Very insulting memes, SE. Should be ashamed.
Do you really find them insulting?
On the same level that Gambino finds me calling him stupid insulting. Yeah, on that same level.
Yeah, but memes are allowed. As long as they're not
that's what I'm saying.
overtly disrespectful.
If you
as far
follow
as
the
I know,
rule,
memes are allowed
if you
on
follow
this
the
server.
rule, if you follow the rules on Mod Me, because a snowflake glober is pretending to be offended, I can pretend to be offended that your memes are insulting me.
Oh, so you're pretending? Okay, right. But we can clearly distinguish between a conversation when somebody's insulting and a meme, can we not?
You can say there's a difference, but I'm arguing memes. Your memes are more insulting even than me calling Gambino stupid as banter.
I don't know, bro.
Because
You
your
really
memes,
think
your
so?
memes, your memes are constant, infinite, and always dig at me and my paradigm and my model. Some of the things that I might believe. So
Are
they're
you triggered? Are you
always
triggered, Don?
insulting. Yeah, I'm as
Don.
triggered as Gambino
Don's
was.
triggered everybody. Look out.
I'm as triggered as Gambino was when I called him stupid and he called the mod on me.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't hear. What up, Don? How you doing, brother?
I'm great, man.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I agree that memes can be powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, and all I did was call him stupid as banter. And he pretended,
Yeah,
you know,
but
he pulled you in as a mod. Oh my God, Dawn's breaking a rule, and you came to his aid. And that I think that's silly modding. Silly modding.
bro, I have to enforce the rules. We're not
not if
allowed
it's
to call people names.
Sorry, not if it's a
Why don't you
snowflake.
just take it at face value? And I would do the same for you, I promise.
If it's a snowflake glober pretending to be offended, you shouldn't go straight to it as if it's serious. You should think it over and then think, oh no, that's just banter. He's being a twat.
Well, perhaps I overreacted, and I'll learn from that experience. But don't take it so serious, bro.
That's great.
Or just don't call them people names. I mean, it's like don't think to their level, because their whole idea is to try to burn it all down and make it seem like it's just a shit show.
But Crit, what should I say to someone if they tell me that all astronomy relies on knowing Earth's shape? If I have to tell them that's a stupid thing to say somehow, how do I say it without insulting them? Like,
I'll agree with you, but you could say ridiculous or something, right?
Okay.
Just link them what I did, like right here.
does.
This what is astronomy from astronomy.org. Astronomy is a study of everything in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere. He has to deny all science to claim he's studying Earth with astronomy.
Can I ask Crit one thing? Because you said earlier that digging down you wouldn't have an increase in pressure.
Yeah.
And I looked up, and the world's lowest lying city, or capital city actually, is Baku. And that's got a PSI of 14.9. So why does that have a higher PSI than 14.7? Well, my answer would be because it's 28 meters below sea level.
Yeah.
Which
Also
doesn't
check
quite
out
concur.
cave, like a lot of caves. Caves go even deeper, and you have to start going back to assisted oxygen at some point in some of these
I
caves.
get away with saying you are ridiculous without them breaking the rules. I can't say stupid because to me they're just two words that mean similar things.
Well, so, I mean, I get your point about caves, but that doesn't really disprove anything about the fact that this city has a higher atmospheric pressure than 14.7.
Yeah, there's probably got some, an average there too. It goes up and down depending on the weather, and there might be some sort of maybe it's got some sort of bowl effect, like it's inside a valley. There could be lots of things going on there, but I know what it's not. It's not a pole from the center of the Earth. Because I can see that being directly debunked on Mount Chimborazo in Mount Everest.
Okay, first of all, Indians gave us this country for Thanksgiving. Okay, it's no backseats. They can't be Indian. Uncanny.
Yeah,
See,
that's
that'd be
just,
interesting too.
that's just incorrect though, because if you go to, for example, the Dead Sea, there's actually a lot of like aerobatics that happen in there because the air pressure is so high because the air is thicker down there because of the fact that it's below sea level.
And you could cross-reference with weight too. Like your body mass would have to like change, or your whatever. There's a downward force pulling gas. It would
There
be
is.
like a multiple staged. Like, because not all the gas is being pulled, but the physical object would get exponentially heavier.
No, but definitely the physical, like the gas, as you get closer to the center of the Earth, as you get closer to sea level or beyond sea level, yes, the gas like compresses into a higher pressure. So
Until
yeah,
you look at Mount Chimborazo and Mount Everest.
No,
then
Mount
you're
Everest,
back to
same
sea
thing.
level.
Same thing on Mount Everest. Same thing on mountains.
Yes, that the bench line is back to sea level, not the
isn't.
center of the Earth.
So we've been told the truth about where we live, right?
No.
Right.
the
And you have to
lying about it.
censor and edit yourself. And if you don't, you'll get your YouTube channel shut down. What kind of world is this again?
And in any event, what you were saying, Kurt, is just like plain incorrect.
No, it's actually directly referencing Neil deGrasse Tyson. So you're going to have to go up against
Let's just
all
pretend
science.
I'm
to
not
say
here.
You're right. And a world-renowned science communicator is wrong.
Your conclusion is incorrect because that's not Neil deGrasse's conclusion.
Yeah, so what? I got different
Yeah,
conclusions. I'm
exactly.
using the same
And-
data points because different
Yeah.
conclusion.
And what we're saying is your conclusion is incorrect.
Yeah, because
Not that what he stated is incorrect
I get
necessarily.
it, because you've got a sort of ends justify the means sort of scorched earth tactic, like tribalism. You'll sit there and see something, but because your tribe is telling you otherwise, you're gonna comply because you're afraid of
Yeah.
getting ostracized or
That's
shunned.
not true in any sense. But if that's what you want to project onto us,
everything-
then okay.
Well, everything checks out because of maths and astrophysics. But if you question anything about it, you get ostracized. That's it. That's totally normal in this world, right? Crickets.
Yeah, because it's
Lovely.
a silly conversation to be having.
Is it? In
Yes.
your opinion, nerd. How old are you, Gummy Bear?
23.
Yeah, well, maybe when you're 45, this will be a concern.
Okay. Maybe when I'm
And
45,
when you're
I'll
talking
have
to
an engineering job.
23-year-olds, you might not take them too seriously and with a pinch of salt.
That's
Because
all
your
fine.
concerns are like your future and your dreams and your aspirations might
If
not even
those-
be there when you're 45, boy.
If those are your concerns, why are you in a Flat Earth Discord?
I can be
Why
wherever
even?
I want.
Yeah, but you're complaining about me being here and
I'm
how I won't
complaining,
be
am
here
I?
when I'm 45.
I'm not
and yet you're
complaining, mate.
here. Then what
I'm
are
not
you doing?
complaining.
This engineer thing kind of. I'm just curious, right?
I'm just giving you an alternative perspective that you live in a world filled with censorship
That actually was
where
that
you
was
have
an
to
ultimate
edit
burn.
yourself. And you guys think that that's not a red flag. You just carry on like that's just normal.
Bro, he gave you an ultimate
That
burn.
tells me everything I need to know about people like you.
Can I ask you a
Because you'll
question?
believe anything you're told. Basically.
Well,
And
you know,
you'll
it's,
toe the line. and do what you're told. That's the problem.
Can I ask a question of Gummy Bear, let's say?
Yeah.
All right. Like, how many genders are there?
How many genders?
Yep.
There's no defined number.
And what gives you reason to think that?
Because gender is a societal expression and it is not defined objectively in any way. It is decided upon by society, and so if society decided to change how it views it, then it could change at any
Dummy.
point.
Here,
Okay,
listen to the
one more
question.
question. Let me. Hey, hold on.
Well, he's
So
getting, I
you would
think he's
agree?
getting- Oh, sorry.
Hold
sorry.
on.
Yeah.
Would you agree that there's only men and women?
If we like don't look into the medical anomalies, then yes.
You're getting like gender
That
and
would be
sexuality.
that would be sex.
Yeah, sex, not gender.
Yeah.
So there's only two sexes, though.
Like I said, if you don't care about medical anomalies or syndromes that blur the line, then yes, you only have a male and female
Fair
sex.
enough. Fair enough. So can only women give birth?
And only women give birth. Depends. Are you using women in the gender sense or women
Not a
in
trick
the
question,
sex
mate.
sense?
It's not a trick question. Do men have wombs?
Well, usually when I talk about sex, I use male and female. So are we talking sex or gender right
Issa,
now?
see what we're dealing with this new generation?
Right. Okay. No. And I just want to point out to you, Gummy Bear. Do you see how complicated you're making this?
No, I don't see that it's that complicated. It's just that when we're talking about specifics, it's good to be specific.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let you know for the rest of us, right? For the rest of us here in the real world, you sound retarded.
Okay. I
Because you're
mean,
overcomplicating a very simple discussion. And this is the issue, actually. This is the core of the issue that those of us who define ourselves as alternative cosmologists are up against. We're up against your narcissistic need to complicate a very simple issue, right?
Me boomer, me no like complicated things. Yeah, I get it.
and I do want to say that when you say that us other people, it does appear that a majority of people are more generous in the way they let people define themselves. Doesn't
Right,
seem
but
like
that's not
your
right.
kind of
But here
person is the
we
majority.
are having a scientific conversation where definitions are meaningful, right?
Yeah.
Right. So how come you're complicating these simple definitions?
Because there's two different kinds of vocabularies to talk from. It is the sex vocabulary and the gender vocabulary.
What
And
does
when you
gender?
use
What does gender mean? What does gender mean? I'm actually going to look it up as you tell me because I'm curious.
Okay, so the best the way I can describe it from the top of my head is it's the expression of how do I even say this? It is the
All right, here I got the
I'm blind.
definition. It says either
go
of
ahead.
the two sexes, male and female.
That is a weird definition. What are you getting that from?
It's from the dictionary, Oxford Languages definition. It's from Google. Either of the two sexes, male and female, especially when considered with reference to social or cultural differences, rather than biological ones, which is, I guess, where your point comes in. Because you're talking about a complicated issue where most things are really just simply defined by the biological, impulses, right? Nature versus nurture and shit, right?
Partly, yeah.
Right. So my thing is that if you're talking about like gender in the, or let's say male and female, would you agree that only women or females can have children?
Can I also ask for you to read the full definition rather than the first two sentences?
Well, I think I conceded your point, right? There's a societal influence in regards to the term gender, right?
Yeah, but I also the last sentence is very important to what I'm saying in that definition because I open up the same definition and
Carry
there's a
on.
lot.
What does it say?
It says that the term is also used more broadly to denote a range of identities that do not correspond to the established ideas of male and female.
Fair enough. That's why I was conceding to your point about in regards to gender. Okay, so like let's say, and this is an interesting, or I'm just following my own little chain of thought here. So I use the term gravity, as just meaning weight.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable to you?
In a colloquial sense, yeah, definitely.
Right on. Good to hear. And that's cool. That's all I have. That's all I have.
Yeah, the only contention I would say is if you're talking about like the nature of gravity or having like a very, very deep conversation about it, then doing so would be counterproductive because
So only women can have children then.
Well, only biological women can have children. Yes.
Why the pause?
Because when you say only women can have children, it's not like I said,
When it
it's a
comes to
question
gravity,
of
you don't pause. But when it comes to can women only have children, you pause. I wonder why.
Well, because not all women can have children.
yeah. Because one,
So
there
is that
are
really the reason for the pause, or are you
yes,
thinking
because
can I put a womb in a man and can
because
men have babies?
gravity is a very one defined thing, while gender and societal impacts on it are very multifaceted.
Hold on. How is gravity one defined thing, bro?
So I don't mean one defined as in like the cause of gravity, but when we're talking about gravity, it is a very narrow field. It's not very varied or varies from place to place or person to person.
Whoa. The term gravity just means weight historically. It has nothing to do with gravitation.
Yeah.
So gravity just means weight. It doesn't have anything implication to gravitation. You would have to refer specifically to gravitation, right?
I think that's just semantics.
Yeah.
Isn't it all?
Like colloquially, I agree with you.
Isa,
But
swish.
colloquially, I'd agree with you, but in a conversation about these things, we
So
don't
why do
use
you
them the same
pause?
way as
Why do you
colloquially.
pause when I say women? When I ask you if only women can have children.
Because, like I said, okay, it's two things. One is what I just said, which is that the gravity is a simpler, not as varied thing. And the other is that I'm in Flat Earth Discords most of the time talking about things like gravity. I do not as much talk about things like gender and sex and these things. So it is simply because I'm more rehearsed on and more deep understanding of gravity rather than.
Fair enough. My thing is that I find that most people who are willing to accept this like gray area about a very distinct area, which would be male and female, whether you define it as gender, and it's historically always been gender as men and women, female, boys and girls. And so when we start to muddy these waters, you know what I mean? It's like that's where you can start to mislead people. Like for instance, if you were looking at like let's say the Hubble, whatever, like, the interferometry and this, that, the other thing, like, are you familiar with Hubble's quote? How he said, like, we must avoid the horror of a fixed position. And when he said that, it makes me think that they could muddy the waters of these subjects so much that they could get people down to believe and confuse everything. So much so that we don't even know what the difference between men and women are anymore.
We do.
Well, we do about
Some of
the
us do, yeah.
differences. We do know about the differences.
Well, I
and
would say
we know.
What's that?
And we seem to know that by studying people more and having social studies and all of these things, that just saying men and women can't encompass the range of emotions and identities that people express.
Right, but why do you face the horror of a fixed position of either being a man or a woman?
Well, you have the sex, which is a biological thing, and then you have gender, which is a societal thing about expression. There are two different like
Right, so you would agree that
levels.
no matter how much a man dresses up as a woman, it's still a man. Even if he had his thing cut off, even if he went so far as to whatever, to label them as a woman would be misuse of language. Is that right?
To label a biologically born male as a biological female, yes, that would be incorrect.
Right.
So are you studying engineering Gummy?
Yes.
So if
I'm
your
on my.
professor,
I was just
if
gonna
your
say I'm
professor was
on my 3rd year of studying engineering. Yes.
okay, so if your professor was standing there in a dress, playing with dolls, but teaching you engineering, how would you be with that?
Well, if they were playing with dolls while teaching engineering, I'd be very upset that they're not paying attention to what they're teaching. But if they do so during the break time, then that would be up to them. I wouldn't be bothered by it in any sense, as long as they're a good professor during teaching hours, and as long as they're a respectable person, then that doesn't affect me in any way.
Right.
Essentially,
Nice.
to each their
Yeah,
own.
I
Yeah.
think most of us can accept those societal things and those kinds of things relatively easily. The problem is that seems to be that it's getting, where when you can't critique something, there's got to be something. Would you agree with that? Like, if you can't
Oh yeah.
critique something, then it would lead you to believe that there must be, some kind of mystery and some kind of something going on.
Yeah. I
And
believe that you should always be able to constructively criticize things, but there are very many instances where like trans people aren't being constructively criticized, but rather just essentially harassed.
so you
Is what
agree?
I would call it.
Well, there's that too, but same could be said for flat earthers, right?
In some sense, yeah. Not quite to the same level as trans people, but in some sense, yeah.
So you would agree that that's wrong?
What exactly? To treat people badly?
Yeah, marginalize people and push
Yeah.
them to the side of society and mock them
Yes.
and
I
shun them.
think that is bad, yes.
Fair enough. We're fucking right on, man. I stand right next to you, brother. Good shit.
I think any time that we can't apply humor to a subject, I get a bit concerned.
Yes, I agree with that.
Because again, I think, this, someone posted, oh, well, women can have babies. Well, no, not all women can have babies. In fact, it's a fairly big proportion that can't.
Yeah, and then
Right,
if
but
you
when
then
we're talking,
if you then like try and tell a woman who can't have babies that she's not a woman because she can't have babies, well, that would be completely insensitive.
that's not what we're talking about, though. What I'm
No,
saying,
but that's
right?
that's
What
how
we're
it
talking
might be
about is the idea
interpreted
that
by
between
some.
the species, right? Like, if you're going to break it down in the scientific lingo, like as far as men and women are concerned, there's only two sexes. There's only two roles in regards to their survival. And anything that goes against that is almost like an anomaly and almost an absurdity, right?
I wouldn't even go as far as say there's two roles anymore because of how society's progressed. You don't have two roles. We have millions of roles. We have everything from service people to construction to production of material or like production of luxury goods. We have like personal servants. We have owners,
So
investors.
do you think, how about
Lucky
this?
you.
Do you think it's okay that women are now going to be eligible for the draft?
As long as they meet the same physical requirements, I don't believe that they should have any lesser requirements to be drafted, which would unfortunately lead to lesser percentage of women participating. But it is a demanding job.
So would you accept the idea that men are? So do you accept or do you reject the axiom, let's say, that men are supposed to protect their women?
Yes. I think
Yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah.
that is. Sorry, I just want to jump in quickly because I
Yeah, go ahead.
like this particular topic. I mean, again, we can look at history, and there are lots of cultures around the world throughout history that women were active in the political side, active in the martial side. So Celtic society was a good example of that. Scythian society was a good example of that, and that's where there was much more participation. One of our greatest kind of heroes that we talk about in the UK is Boudica or Boadicea. And she was a woman wronged who then went and fought and was quite successful a bit until everybody got slaughtered. But
Right,
that's
but
not
she
the
had an
point.
army. Did she not have an army of men
And women?
Are you sure?
Yeah, it was part of Celtic society. Women were very active. The same way in Celtic society, you could be married, and then after a year, if the woman didn't like the guy, she could tell him to bugger off and go marry someone else. And that happened every year.
Weren't they flat earthers?
they didn't have a concept of the shape of the Earth, really.
They didn't have a concept of the shape
No.
of the Earth. It's a baby
I think this is something
just
that
saying, right? You're
seriously,
referencing a society that was flat earthers, and I'm just curious.
what,
You know,
no, I mean, again, you want to claim
I'm
that the
glad you
Celts were flat
celebrate
earthers.
the tradition of a flat Earth culture.
Again, it's not a flat Earth culture. This is people who've had a very limited experience in geography that they had access to. And to say that they thought the entire Earth was flat and that's something that they knew is hyperbole. It's the same way, you know, when we challenge someone to demonstrate the flat Earth, they argue against the globe. They don't demonstrate their point. It's very rare that that happens.
Right. Okay. So let's say, to go with your concept, then, wouldn't you say it's outdated to have women be able to be drafted?
No, I think that there is, if it's a choice. So, you know, we can look at the Israeli army. And the Israeli army has incorporated women in it for, well, since the 1950s.
So again, you reject the notion that men should protect their women.
I think that we should protect each other. And whilst I can say, yeah, you know, I'm generally going to be stronger than most women, probably a fair majority of them, there are also other skills. To shoot somebody, to be able to run with a certain weight of equipment over a distance, there are an awful lot of women who are better than that than me.
Fair enough. I'm digressing and getting off the topic. And
I mean, and I say, let's say, you know, do you think that you could keep up with a woman who jogs 5 miles every day? Quite a few do.
If you were in a service,
I'll be fucking thrown up after a mile and a half. Sorry, Mark.
I was just going to say, if you were in a service station, Dross, and there was a woman with a gun and she was pointing it at you, would you knock her out?
No, I'd be shit scared because it's a woman and she's holding a gun, and that gun could probably kill me before I get to her.
Yeah, but if you could protect yourself, and part of the way of protecting yourself was knocking her the fuck out, would you do that?
Yeah, of course I would. There's nothing specifically wrong in that, because again, if someone attacked me with a knife, whether they're male or female, I'm going to try and defend myself. They're the one taking the action, not me. Would I go out of the way and slap somebody around because I'm annoyed with them? You know, I'm much more likely to do that to a man and very unlikely to do that to a woman.
Yeah, of course. That's where the old-fashioned values kick in.
Yeah, and I'm a product of my culture.
Yeah,
and you know,
I hear you.
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to do a gotcha. I've asked myself that question,
I wasn't expecting you to.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing, right? It's like, do my manners kick in, or does my survival become precedent?
But I think, you know, this concept that we have, which is kind of relatively modern-ish, you know, about, you know, the roles that we have in society, an awful lot of that just comes from, you know, men having more power than women, and generally a fairly misogynistic kind of culture, where women were viewed more as property than actual personality.
Yeah,
and I think we'd all agree that's wrong.
Yeah, and I have no problem with someone saying that they want to be the one to protect their wife and all of this. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, but I wouldn't want them to say that like that's how every family should live, that all men should be protecting their women and their women should always be the one who's protected. To
I'm just talking
put
about the
that on
idea that
everyone,
they're trying
it
to
just doesn't seem
draft.
fair.
I'm just talking about the idea that they're trying to draft women.
Yeah.
And I think it's a little bit like stupid, personally. I just think it's
You don't have draft in the US, do you?
What's that? Well,
You
no,
don't
they
have a
voted.
draft.
This is the thing, is they've been voting towards that direction. It's kind of interesting. So it's oh shit, Captain Bullshit in the building. What up, brother? Yeah, I think that you know, I'm just saying, like, there's a tradition, you know what I mean? And either that tradition, you know, there's a tradition of what a man and what a woman is. And I think when we start losing sight of what reality is, like, it's like there's a great old saying, like I used to bring it up all the time, like, the farther man's feet are from the earth, the closer he is to his own destruction, kind of a thing. And the farther we've gone astray from these simple roles and simple nature, we've like gone into absurd postmodern retardation, you know, intellectually. And I think like part of that is this idea that you live on the Walt Disney ball in a flat universe, because you guys agree that you live in a flat universe, right?
Not really.
No, I wouldn't agree with that either.
Well, that's the mainstream scientific point. Like that's what Neil deGrasse
Not
Tyson
quite.
did. Are you sure?
There's a bit more nuance to it than just say it's a flat
What's the
universe.
nuance? Is the universe not considered to be flat?
It is most probably flat, but it is not decided. It is still possible and up for debate whether it is open or closed. And on top of that, to say that space, to say that the universe is flat is different than to say that space is flat as well, because that's two different concepts, at
So
least
if
in
I
our
say
model.
the Earth is flat, that's different than saying like the Earth is flat, kind of.
Well, no, it's like the saying ground is flat versus Earth is flat.
Right. So ground has topography, but Earth in total is flat. You could accept that premise then.
Well, yeah, in your paradigm, I would accept that premise. I wouldn't, of course, agree with it, but I accept the premise in your paradigm. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, fair enough. I just think, I'm sure maybe you must be familiar with the idea that the Earth goes on, like, you know, because do you accept that space is infinite?
Yeah. As far well, that's the whole question about being flat or open or closed.
Right.
That's literally the whole question.
And that's the thing, is the Earth not potentially infinite?
Well, to my understanding of physics and the experiences and the experiments we do have, it isn't possible. But in your paradigm, yeah, it's possible.
Well, what would be your evidence from your paradigm then?
Well, it would be everything from like things in the sky, like orbits or position of stars, to experiments on the ground, like relating to like Coriolis, like Foucault's pendulum, or Yatvis effect, or like
So what
all of
evidence?
these things.
What evidence, let's say, for Coriolis do you have?
The evidence for Coriolis. We've got, well, Foucault's pendulum would be one. We've got the wind pattern, or the big tornado patterns. We've got long range ballistic trajectories. We've got the weight differences throughout the Earth or throughout the globe, like comparing the equator to North Pole or everywhere in between. And I'd say those are the main ones. I can't think of any more off the top of my head, but
Like, does is the weather patterns, are they affected by the rotation of the Earth?
yeah, mainly you would see it in the large scale, like tornadoes. But yeah, they definitely are.
So if I go like on the north side of the equator and I flush the toilet, does it go one way? And then if I go on the south, does it go the other way?
No, a toilet is too small and too, like, the water's being pushed in and too fast that Coriolis just won't make an effect. That'll all just depend on the construction of the toilet and where the input of the water is.
Yeah, I've heard
That was another.
I've heard
That was another.
Carry on, bud.
Yeah. However, if you would have a large body of water that was left to sit still for a longer time, then you pull the plug, then you would see a specific rotation on each hemisphere based on Coriolis.
Issa's like Larry Bird right now. Like he's just on the court. He's just like moseying up. Like they just dish it out. So he's just like hitting 3-pointers from downtown. Good shit.
Merle over here. Merle's my Scottie Pippen, fucking coming in and elbowing. Right on, brother. Yeah, I mean, I think those observations don't necessarily explain phenomena, or those, or forgive me, those explanations don't. The explanation of the Coriolis effect doesn't necessarily explain those phenomena well enough.
Is there any? Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just gonna ask: is there anything that you can point out that Coriolis doesn't seem to explain?
Well, like, you ever looked at like the wind patterns? Forgive me if I can't think of the. There's the Null School map. There's a Null School map, and there's a globe model of the wind patterns. And if you look at it on a globe model, it looks completely chaotic and crazy. And then when you look at it on the Null School map, which is actually just an azimuthal equidistant projection, it looks much more like a natural, like it would be easier to accept some kind of movement on the Null School map than it would be on a globe. Pardon me, because the globe just looks a little silly. It's like going a bunch of different directions. But when you look at it on the Null School map, it looks completely reasonable. That would be one of my one of my things that I would bring up from my perspective is that, when the projection changes, it seems to be more logical, let's say, regarding wind patterns. So, like, now the effect of that, because fuck if I know, right? I don't know what's spinning. But my thing is that it looks like, let's say, the sun, the moon, and the stars are all going across the sky, and I don't think I'm spinning. I don't feel like I'm spinning. Therefore, it would lead me to believe that these things that are happening above me, like the wind races by my face. I'm not, like, in my head, like, flying into the wind because the earth is spinning. It's just this wind because of the pressure or whatever maybe that's being caused to blow against my face and going past me, So, like, it's not because I'm rotating and that the wind is dealing with that effect, because that seems silly to me, because I don't sense that I'm moving at all. So there's no reason for me to think that I'm spinning in the first place.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Empirically.
I know what you mean, and of course I agree that to ourselves we don't feel anything to be wrong. The big question arises when some things happen, like the precession of the focal pendulum, and when we try to explain that, the one thing that seems to make sense, at least to me, and there might be things that I don't know of yet that also make sense, but to me, the thing that does make sense to explain this is Coriolis.
Right, but that focal pendulum is started by somebody, is that not right?
Well, yeah.
Right, so, and it'll die out eventually, right?
Well, no, because you'd use usually an electromagnetic motor to make sure that it gets pushed in the same direction
Right, but it's
continuously,
not. So
adding
it's
no
not really.
precession.
So it wouldn't necessarily be. It can't really be considered a natural phenomena.
It could, because you could start it and let it fade out, and then see the precession over a shorter time, and then extrapolate it over the longer time. But like using a motor that pushes only in the parallel direction is also quite useful, because it doesn't interfere with the precession, but it keeps the pendulum going so that it's a more visible effect.
Right, but in nowhere in nature does this present itself.
I mean, it depends what you mean by nature, but yeah, it's not a naturally occurring thing. We don't just go out in nature and see something doing this kind of precession. We have to construct something that's in a more controlled environment. Yeah.
Okay, so what else would be evidence of Coriolis again? That is, let's say, exclusively natural.
Well, so the wind patterns was one of them.
Okay.
I know you did say about the projection and how it looks to make a lot more sense on a projection or the null school, but
yeah. What else do you have?
Then we've got long range ballistic trajectories.
And what about them?
So to all I've heard about them, and of course I'm not trained, like I'm not a trained expert in any of this, but from everything I've heard and looked up and seen, if you want to do long range ballistics, you do need to take Coriolis into account if you want to hit your target.
Huh. I don't know. I mean, I've heard otherwise also, but I myself I'm not trained in the whole thing too, but I'm familiar with a drop. You know what I mean? How things would drop.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
But I don't know, and you know what they call wind, you know, like the wind or you know something like that, like windage. But I don't think I've ever heard anyone refer to calculating the spin of the Earth. However, you know, but you know, okay. So what else do we have?
Yeah. Let's see, what else was there? I mean, we do have like tools such as the geocompass that do utilize the spin of the Earth to orient itself to true north.
And that's due to Coriolis. Explain that to me real quick.
Yeah. Like essentially it orients itself along the spin because of the or no, sorry, not geocompass, gyrocompass. So the gyro will, because of the weight and how it's or how it's built, it will organize itself to spin along, like what's the word, like parallel with the spin of the Earth due to Coriolis, and therefore it lines up with north. So it's a compass that uses the Earth spin to determine north. And it determines true north, not magnetic north, because it's not a magnetic compass. It's a gyro compass. So it only uses the gyroscopic spin and Coriolis by extension then to determine true north.
What else you got? Well, again, hold on. Actually, real quick.
Yeah.
I just let's go back into our initial premise. Okay, so
yeah.
But of course, the gyroscope is a man-made thing. It's not a quote-unquote natural phenomena. So far, we have the wind patterns. What else do we have?
Well, I would want to say that even though it's not a naturally occurring thing, once it's created, it exists within nature and reality, and therefore it can be used to make observations.
Right, but it doesn't necessitate the Earth spinning.
Well, the gyrocompass does, because if the Earth doesn't spin, then what is it using to line up the true north? Because it is showing true north. That is something you cannot deny.
I mean, I just think I think again, it's a it's a man-made tool. I think there's too many things at play, like electromagnetism, maybe, or something like that. Like that comes to mind. But to jump to the assertion that I'm spinning, because that aligns to.
Well, isn't the fact that it's a man-made tool make it even more understand or even more compelling? Because the fact is that when it's designed and it's made, it's not made to listen to any sort of electromagnetic or the magnetic field or anything at all. It simply uses a gyroscope, and what happens to that on the surface of Earth, which is explainable using Coriolis, but there's nothing in it that is actually made out of anything ferromagnetic or anything like that.
Right, but I can find true north using a map in a couple books. I'm just saying, like, to me,
Well,
like,
yeah.
like if it's set to, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like there still could be, well, I guess more what I'm interested in is the idea that it's a natural phenomenon. Like, what is the impulse to imply one to think that they're spinning and that these would be the answers to, let's say, your Foucault pendulum or your gyroscope, even though those are man-made potentially, they're not natural. I just find, like, so what else do we have? Gyroscope, pendulum, wind patterns. What else?
Time-lapse photography.
That would be all I can think of right now. Can't think of anything else.
So because some institution sets up a pendulum and another institution makes a gyroscope, you accept that you're spinning on Earth.
That's part of it, yeah.
What else is it? The
Well,
wind pattern?
well, the spin or Coriolis is of course due to spin, and there are other effects that happen due to spin that
Like
would
what?
make sense. Or not necessarily that happen due to spin, but it would make sense if that is the explanation for them. So one example would be like the sky. Like why does everything seem to move at 15 degrees per hour, like the sun and the stars? Why do they do this? Well, it would make sense if that's because Earth spins at that speed.
Or that's the speed that the sky and the celestial bodies, luminaries, if you will, move.
Yeah, and like I said, that this thing alone, like looking at the speed they move alone, isn't like, oh, that means it's spinning, but rather, if I think it's spinning, this is what would happen. Yeah, we would see the sky moving at 15 degrees per hour if the Earth was spinning. So it's more of the consequences of Earth spin seem to be playing out in reality, like the sky moving.
Yeah,
Or appearing to
like
be
inserting an assumption or a bias to a preformed conclusion that you've already concluded in your logical processes.
More like making an assumption, seeing how that should play out in reality, and then seeing that plays out in reality, being evidence towards the assumption being correct.
Right.
It is not a conclusive evidence that it is impossible for something else to be happening, but it is definitely compelling to the fact that this is what should happen, and it also is what is happening.
Yeah, it's like there's motion. It has to be the Earth. Just has to be.
No, again, it doesn't have to be. It's just it makes sense. What we see is because of this, because that is exactly what we'd expect.
The last thing I'll say is, meanwhile, ask everybody on Earth if they experience motion or movement of any kind, way, shape, or form. What do you think most people would say?
Probably not.
Don't you think that's a bit strange?
I wouldn't expect them to feel it, though. That's the thing.
Okay.
In our model, it's not expected to feel it.
Let me check it like this though. Let's say like this though, if you were on a merry-go-round or even something a little bigger, and you started moving, you'd probably feel it, right?
Yeah, if I'm going from stationary to starting to move.
Check it out. So what logically tells you that if you were spinning, you wouldn't feel it?
Because we're not going from stationary to starting to move. We're always moving along with it.
So if you think you were born on a merry-go-round, you wouldn't be able to detect motion?
I wouldn't.
I mean, but I'm just saying.
No,
See how that sounds
that's not.
Let me
what
come
I'm
in and
saying.
help. Let me come in and help the Globe team. If
No,
I
I
was
was-
born on an Earth-sized merry-go-round and it was only going 15 degrees per hour, I don't think I'd feel it if I was born on that and it was the size of Earth.
Right. But I'm saying, but here's the thing: is like that sounds ridiculous anyway. But like the idea is like the idea that you.
How is it ridiculous that you are born into moving nature? Come on.
Well, I think I'm saying
ridiculous.
I'm saying it's ridiculous to immediately presuppose that you're spinning and you just for some reason you can't feel it, even though every other microcosm of spinning implies that at some point you're going to put it together that you are spinning because you can feel it. And so to immediately jump to the conclusion that the stars are moving at 15 degrees per hour and I must be spinning seems illogical and
What about
irrational.
if we
right?
put ants on the inside of a barrel and the inside was covered in honey?
I'm not an ant. I don't know.
We slowly started moving the barrel really, really slowly.
I got a flea circus, bro.
The ants are just going to crawl on that spinning wall and loving the honey. They're not going to think, oh my God, we're spinning. You know what I mean? They're going to be just eating the honey on the walls of the barrel as it's rotating.
Distracted.
They're going to be
just
fine.
used to it. They're just used to being dizzy
Well, dude,
Right.
I'm not an ant, so I wouldn't know. But my thing is that, like, from what it looks like, there's no logical jump for me to think that because the stars are moving at 15 degrees per hour, that I myself would be spinning. When it looks like when a bird flies by me, I'm not like, wow, I must be moving across the face of the earth as fast as that bird is. You know, like I'm not gonna put like the bird and say, well, the bird must be stationary.
This
and
is
I'm
No,
this is a
can I, Don? Can I?
misunderstanding on purpose of the model.
No, it's just, well, I mean, the premise is stupid though, because
I
like the
also
idea is that
I want to
if you're
make a quick.
spinning, there would have to be a logical deduction that you would feel it, right?
Can I make a
Yes.
quick just correlate or analogy back to the merry-go-round? Is that and especially what you saw with the bird, or what you the example with the bird is, if you're on a merry-go-round and you see one person moving, well, then you probably come to the conclusion that that's just the one person moving. You're not moving. But if everything seems to be moving in unison around you, the background, the people, everything, well, then you'd probably come to the conclusion that you're the one moving because everything else is moving in unison around you.
Well, then what's the precession of the stars?
Well, because the same way that everything will be moving, some people can also be moving at the same time. So as a whole, the whole background and all the
Notice
people will be
It
moving.
sounds like
But on
you're
top
like
of
a
that, there
mental
will be slight
gymnast.
movement between the people as well.
Notice there was no pause then. Just straight in there, like a rat up a drain pipe.
It's almost like it's a logical conclusion that doesn't need a lot of thought.
Yeah, almost
You're-
logical. Like it's almost like it's pseudoscience. You know what I mean? Like this
Yeah.
is my thing, dude. Is that like, you know,
How
the
is this? How is explaining a scenario about a merry-go-round pseudoscience?
in regards to the shape of the Earth, to say why I wouldn't feel it, it sounds ridiculous.
In our model, it's always been that way, and it's a consistent motion that is slow in the scale, and it's a slow movement through nothing.
It's not slow though.
It's got.
It is.
It is slow to us.
It's
slow.
15 degrees per hour. It's a full revolution every day, 24 hours.
It's
Okay, so
Imagine-
what I'm saying is, where's your evidence? Again, so we've got a pendulum.
It's fast to you, but it's not fast in space. It's slow.
I've been on a motorbike at 100 kilometers an hour. Trust me, if you don't hang on, it's fast.
Yeah,
That's 100 kilometers an hour.
That's because of the wind.
If you listen to me, our model explains it in a different scale.
Yeah.
It's 1,000 miles per hour, slowly through nothing.
It's
So
not through nothing though. You're always in the atmosphere.
No, the atmosphere moves through nothing. The edge of the Earth is moving through nothing with
it doesn't.
atmosphere on it. Yeah,
No, it
space is
doesn't.
nothing.
The
In our
Earth's
model,
always in the atmosphere.
space is nothing in our model, and the Earth, with its atmosphere as one system, rotates slowly through it. So in our
that
model,
shows that
you're not supposed
the
to
Earth's
feel
got
it.
to be in the atmosphere. It's got to be.
The atmosphere is part of Earth.
Yeah.
And the Earth's rotating in the atmosphere.
And the atmosphere's moving with it.
And we get tornadoes and wind and heat changes.
No, it's
but
not.
Overall, it rotates with Earth.
Like a big tornado.
Where do you think the weather comes from if there's no Earth movement? Where do you think tornadoes and wind and the temperature changes all come from?
Pressure.
Pressure and temperature fluctuations.
And how do you get pressure fluctuations without movement?
Heat.
How do you get a pressure without a container, Don?
So you want the sun to be moving, but you're going to ignore Earth moving. Blame it all on the sun.
On the if you look at the weather, like the weather people, and they're pointing at, you know, what the weather's going to be today or tomorrow, what do they say? They say high and low pressure systems.
Yeah, but why do you think there's so much dynamics in the high and low pressure systems?
I don't know.
Movement might be a good cause for that, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
No, it is one good cause because, you know, making a system dynamic, moving
What
it,
about the movement of the
makes it
sun
dynamic.
creating heat and stuff like that?
Imagine how stagnant shit would be without any movement. Can you imagine?
Well, that's
the
right.
sun is moving across the sky, creating the differentials in heat and moving everything accordingly, right? It sounds
That's
awesome.
perfect. That's perfect, Dawn.
You've
Because
jumped and assumed
exactly.
the sky's moving now. You're guilty.
No,
as
but
guilty as me.
you said the word. and that's been one of the core things of flat Earth: stagnation. That's it. A static world.
We know
Everything
if,
would die.
if
Everything
we leave
would
a
die.
puddle at the
Slime.
bottom of our garden, a pond, and we don't treat it,
right.
and we don't look after it, it goes disgusting, doesn't it?
Slime.
But if you change the stuff, and there's nice rain, there's nice sun, and there's nice wind, and
Tides.
it becomes nice.
Right. It flushes itself.
Dynamics in a system is good. Movement is
Yeah.
good.
We agree with this.
What's a great way to get movement in a system is move it.
Yeah.
That's right. And the evidence that something is moving is that we have the sun, the moon, and the stars moving across the sky and throughout the year, changing along the the ecliptic, and it's gorgeous, And that's why, like, any kind of notion of being a stagnate, like, Earth that's spinning through space, like some particle being flushed down the toilet, like, seems, unhealthy and silly.
You've got to have some type of explanation, the wider picture. You don't have to, but it's nice to fill in the gaps of your knowledge with possible ideas.
Well, I mean, the closest, a lot of us have seen is Ptolemy. I mean, he's like a true champion in the arena, if you will.
If you're already on a piece of planet and there's like a mystery above you called the sky, and everything's moving, there's wind and the sky's moving, but then you're like, no, it definitely can't be us moving. Like, that to me just seems like that's not real questioning. Then you've come up against a wall of denial.
Well, it's not a wall of denial. The only other thing, like for me personally, I can equate it to is my own experience of being a human being, standing in this, whatever you want to call it, and
because you can't understand a universe cosmology by only going by your own experiences, can you? You have to stretch and imagine. And
no, it's more a trust issue. Do I put my trust in authority and science, or do I trust myself sitting in a park, feeling the wind almost go completely still and birds hush, and feel with every sense I have in me stillness?
I don't think that's enough to determine if Earth's spinning or not. Just
stillness is enough for me.
Feeling isn't enough.
Yeah, do you think gyroscopes are enough, Don?
Feeling's good for God, but it's not good for time.
Are gyroscopes good enough for you, Don?
I don't really know how they work, to be honest.
Well, is the pendulum, the Foucault's pendulum, good enough?
No, I don't use any of these things. I don't myself.
So you just think you're spinning on your own, like
I
you
use
thought it yourself?
two celestial poles, the rotation of the sky, the moon being a sphere, and the sky moving, and then our weather. All of this builds a picture of a rotating Earth inside.
Have you ever got your drone?
No. Walt Disney built a picture of Earth, and you accepted it. Carry on, bro.
Well,
Have
I
you
see
ever
it
got
bit
your
like
drone?
Disney, a little bit like it.
Have you ever got your drone and just had it on hover for a while?
Yeah.
What happens?
I believe it moves with me and Earth because it has
So if you had it,
has a relationship
if you
to the
had
ground.
it straight above you, like Polaris, and just had it hovering, and you're just standing there underneath it with your remote.
Yeah, it would turn to nighttime, and I believe that's me, the Earth, and the drone rotating.
Wow, that's a magic trick.
Well, it's not. It's not, because when you're part of the system and you're in the atmosphere, you get dragged along with the big thing that you're near.
And you don't have to adjust your remote like even a bit, do you?
I do for the wind, but not for rotation of Earth. No.
Okay.
But then I've never hovered for 24 hours.
It doesn't have to be 24. What about 5 minutes?
Why would you expect it to fly away or do anything in 5 minutes?
Would you expect it to
Because
stay
you're
hovering?
hauling us through the universe?
You'd expect it
Coriolis,
to
right?
stay hovering.
But no, Coriolis doesn't have anything to do with this. No.
Yeah, you're not moving through
Hold on, wait a
rotating
minute.
rivers.
If the Earth's spinning, right?
Yeah, but Coriolis is about moving throughout this inertial reference
Hold on.
frame.
So if I shoot a, you're saying through ballistics, I can determine whether or not I'm spent. I got to take it into account, right?
Yes, because that's a
So that
moving
implies,
object.
right, and that happens over like 1 second, right?
A bit more than 1 second.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So if he's flying a drone, why wouldn't he expect to see some kind of effect?
Because he's not traveling distances, he's staying in place. Coriolis is a thing that happens when you move from one position of rotation to another that's not the identical kind of rotation. It's moving through different inertial planes. So if it's staying at one spot, why would it experience Coriolis?
They're not saying Coriolis. They're saying the drone should stay in its place in the air and I should rotate away from it underneath. That's what they think.
Yeah.
It's totally wrong
Yeah.
thinking.
But the air is also moving.
That's your Coriolis effect,
You've
man.
misunderstood the
That's what
model.
was supposed to happen.
You can't debunk something you don't understand. It's impossible.
The air is also moving.
How are we misunderstanding
No,
it?
what I understand is that nobody fucking uses Coriolis when they shoot anything. You fucking
In 4 years, I'll do my
That's what
time
I
in flat
know.
Earth. In 4 years, it's
Yeah.
impossible to be in flat Earth for 4 years and not have
Yeah.
heard the atmosphere rotates with Earth as part of the system.
Yeah, but
So
that's
you've obviously
bollocks.
heard it, and now
Merlin.
you're pretending that you misunderstand it still.
Merlin,
I don't misunderstand it.
Merlin, you gotta pay attention to the words
No, you
he
don't.
used
That's
it
what I mean.
when you ask him the question though. He said, "I believe the Earth spins with me." When you first ask him the question,
I believe, yeah.
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah,
a belief.
because we're more humble than you are. Yeah, that is true.
Yes.
All right.
I
Well,
think,
as long as it's a belief and it's not, you know,
yeah.
it's not something you can actually.
My point is, the model explains that's how it is. So you trying to say,
Yeah.
how would
I
it
mean,
work? It's
there's
like
a model to
you're
explain how
ignoring
Superman
some of
flies,
the
though.
learning that you've had.
There's a
Is there a
model to
model?
explain how
Is
Superman
there?
flies, though. I mean,
Can you explain this model to me?
A globe model, I'm saying. It explains the atmosphere rotating with
what
Earth.
model?
Yeah, what's the model that explains how Superman flies?
Oh my God.
There's
You
the.
just totally
Let me
ignore
go
me.
search it. I can go search it.
Yeah, please don't.
There's fit. Then why are you asking about it?
I mean,
Please do.
if we get in a time machine, then I'll shut up. I promise. But if we get in a time machine and go back to where it started, one of the early arguments was this, like about planes, say, going with the spin, and how do you know if you're going with the spin or against it, and wouldn't you get there quick? I mean, that was where it all started. These were some of the raging debates.
The
early
argument
on.
is, I already gave it, that the big
Yeah.
Earth pulls the atmosphere along with it, and the atmosphere becomes part of its system, part of the
Yeah.
rotation.
And can I just assure you that I completely understand the argument and the logical processes behind it and the explanations, and I don't hold anything against you for sticking with it.
But you
Just
asked me,
to me,
you were asking me what would happen with your drone, but you already know my answer.
yeah. Just because I like hearing you say it, 'cause it's funny to me.
Right? That's where I'm
fair
at
enough.
with it. It's like, what's funny to me is like, honestly, when you guys talk about like your definitions and reasons and explanations, like it sounds like so retarded to those of us who have thought it through and come out the other side with a different conclusion.
Yeah.
And
That-
the fact that you find
Let me raise you with, so do your flat Earth explanations to us.
and
They
and
sound
also
absolutely retarded.
and also the fact that you find it retarded is to us ridiculous and shows how Dunning-Kruger you are in that you believe it's retarded because you don't understand it.
Well, like here's my thing. Take for instance, like Coriolis. Like here's the thing: is that I have empirical, an empirical position in regards to, let's say, whether or not I look up on the Earth or from the Earth and I see the sun, moon, and the stars going across the sky. I feel as though I'm not spinning. Therefore, it tells me intuitively that the sun, the moon, and the stars are going across. And that's my position. You have to talk for about fucking 3 hours to try to explain any one position. And in order for fucking the common hold on. And in order for your model to exist, right, you have to rely upon this premise of dark matter, which makes up 97% of the reality that you think that exists, which sounds to me like you live in a fairy tale. Do you know what I mean? So regardless of your opinion, you know what I mean? It's like I mean, it's just
Come on.
I wish there was
Hi,
some way to
sir.
relay
I'll
the
give
idea
you.
that, you know,
I'll give you that.
and again, how about this? And you're entitled to your belief, and as long as I'm entitled to my belief from you, I will sit here and debate and fucking protect and fucking love you till the
Of course you
fucking
are.
whatever.
But
So
you're saying, you know, I'll give you. Our experts don't understand dark matter, and that's a big hole in the cosmology. But your experts don't understand the South.
I don't have an
And
expert.
that
That's
is
the
a
difference
huge
between
hole
us.
in your
I've
cosmology.
accepted full responsibility for my cosmological position.
Okay, me too. You don't try and hang all the dark matter on me because I don't care about that. I just believe.
Well,
in
that's a big part of your model because you got to
Well,
say
no.
that it makes
no.
sense, right?
That's a part of the far cosmological model, not about the shape
That's
of
the
the Earth
reason you have
or
gravity,
local.
dude.
No, it's not. It is
Okay,
very much
show me
not.
where. Hold on, no. Show me a common paper, like a paper that says the dark matter doesn't have anything to do with gravity in your model.
It has to do with gravity, but it doesn't have to do with why we have gravity here on Earth.
Now
No,
he
but
has to
gravity
do with
keeps
gravity,
everything.
but he
No.
doesn't have
You
to
said
do.
that it's a matter of like out deep space, fucking whatever. I'm saying that it's the reason you have gravity, right, on Earth, right?
No, it is not the
No,
reason we
show
have
me a
gravity on
paper.
Earth.
What's your
No.
source?
Show me a paper that it is. You're making the
I'll
positive
show you a
claim.
paper in 5 seconds. Hold on.
Yes, please do.
Dark matter is not the cause of gravity. What are you saying?
It is influenced by gravity, and it has to do with the gravity holding together a galaxy. It is not what the reason we have gravity here. That is totally ridiculously wrong.
Let's see. This is like one article. This is like the first article. It's trying to explain away dark matter. And then what else is there? If we have, let's see. Let's see. So yeah, dark matter. Energy make up 97%. Let's see. This is let's see here. Yeah, but so theoretically, right? Gravity is completely
No. So what this is saying is that if we take away the concept of dark matter, then gravity would on the cosmological scale have to work differently than what we currently believe it to.
right.
It
So
says
dark
nothing
matter
about gravity.
Because
says nothing about gravity on our own planet.
Right, dark matter is integral to your notion of gravity.
No.
No.
It is only to the cosmological scale gravity. It is saying that either dark matter is a thing, or if it's not a thing, if we take away the concept of dark matter, then gravity has to work differently on the cosmological scale than we currently believe it to.
Yeah, my point
It
is
has
that you have to
nothing
have
to do
dark
with our
matter to
local
understand
scale.
the concept of gravity.
No, it
Am
doesn't.
I? Forgive me. Is somebody else? Where am I wrong here?
In the fact that you're trying to apply what happens to the cosmological scale gravity to what happens on Earth and gravity.
Okay, that gravity is all the same thing. It's not different gravity happening. It's all space-time bending that you claim. And if you don't have the dark matter or dark energy or whatever it is, then your gravity doesn't work.
Now, what is the scale that matter bends space?
Did you hear anything I just said?
I did. This is why I'm
Repeat
doing
it.
a follow-up on it. The scale at which gravity influences thing is the thing in question.
You
and
can't
so
even read a
currently,
headline and get the fucking.
you
picture,
can't
dude.
even listen to more than one sentence before
you're
you
making no
interrupt
sense.
me.
The thing is, unless we're on a galactic scale, like talking about, dark matter and things like that, or talking about moving at the speed of light, or talking about quantum mechanics. We don't
We
have
don't
to
need to
talk
think about
about
this,
that.
eh? I knew he was gonna say that shit.
Well, we don't. That's a fact.
Oh my god.
It works just fine here on Earth. You talk.
You people are so predictable, man.
Does it? What
Holy
about when we get down to the quantum scale? Does Newtonian physics still work fine at the quantum level?
I don't understand quantum mechanics.
Right.
Well, no, but
We don't need
didn't
to talk
Einstein,
about that either, do we, Left Lane?
didn't
we really
Einstein break the wand? Right? Einstein broke the wand of Newton. So the point is, they moved into Einstein's theory of everything, and that's what dark matter came to be, right? Because dark matter is essentially just a mathematical necessity of his equation. So the point is that my thing is that, like, back to the point at hand, is that I have empirical evidence, right? That if I look out and I see the sun, moon, and stars go across the sky, that's what it looks like. And I don't think I'm spinning. If I hold something up, the term gravity just implies that this has weight and it's in a different medium. Okay. What you have is a bunch of arguments and a circus of nonsensical positions that you take, and it's laughable that you take them seriously. I mean, seriously, dude, my point even being in reference to the article was the idea that you can't have your theory of gravity or gravity must work drastically different without the notion of dark matter and dark energy. That was the
Only on
point
the
of giving you the
cosmological
article.
scale.
This is why I'm
Only
giving
on
you
the
the article. So you
cosmological
have
scale.
reference to the fact that the scientists that you put your trust in have said that there has to be dark matter in order for all
Only
this.
on the cosmological scale. How many times do I have
What
to
is
say
there a
this for you to
different kind of
realize it?
gravity on a Is there different
It
gravity?
has to
out
do
in
with the
space?
It's still
scaling.
space-time bending. It's still space-time
It
bending. It's
has
all the
to do with
it's
the
all the same.
scaling of how much space is bending at one particular instance.
Okay, so are you telling me
it's
that
all the
dark
same.
matter has nothing to do in the common position of whatever gravity? You're saying that dark matter has nothing to do with that. Is that what you're saying?
I would challenge you to find a citation that says Newtonian physics doesn't work on Earth.
Well, that's not the argument at hand, is it? Because the
It
argument
is.
at hand, you think that in the common position, in modern day position, right? Like, because remember, Einstein broke Newton's wand. The idea is that in the common position, are you guys taking the position that dark matter has no effect on Earth?
Yes, dark matter has no effect on Earth.
Okay, let me just inform you. That's a radical new position. Okay, because the actual theory, the thing you think you're arguing for, accepts that dark matter inundates everything. In fact, they have underground receptors where they're trying to receive dark matter.
Right?
Right. But again, you don't understand what you're talking about. So the point is that the thing is that dark matter is integral, and it makes up dark matter and dark energy make up the 97% of your world in your imagination.
Hold on. Dark energy is different than dark matter.
Right. It only makes up 26% because the other 70 whatever percent is made up by dark matter.
What's the
so
difference?
dark matter is 9 is
dark
like
matter,
70 whatever. Dark energy is like 26.
Dark
and you don't know what the
matter
fuck you're
is
talking
not
about.
on Earth. Dark matter is not on Earth. The thing we call dark energy would be everywhere, permeates all of space. So if you say dark matter is on Earth, you are incorrect.
Right? That's your
Left
argument.
Lane,
for
I
gravity,
found your
right?
site. Hold on, guy. Left Lane, I found your stuff. It's about how Newtonian mechanics breaks down at the quantum scale, which is on Earth.
I already omitted the quantum scale. If you're not talking,
so you were
about
wrong. So Newtonian mechanics does break down on Earth, since the quantum scale is on Earth.
Didn't you hear? If you're not talking about the Earth side of things, we don't need to talk about them.
Why?
Well, that's what Leflin said. I don't know why.
Leflin doesn't know jack shit.
I know he doesn't know jack shit.
Yeah, well, whatever.
No, the point is we have empirical evidence regarding our station in existence. You guys
don't have empirical evidence about any of this that you're claiming.
Okay, so if I ask 90%, like how many people in the world think and feel like they're spinning?
That's completely irrelevant. How many in the
No, it's
world?
called empirical.
How many in the world?
Means?
Let me finish
Hold
my
on.
statement. How many in the world can feel magnetic field of Earth? 0. Does that mean the magnetic field of Earth doesn't exist? No, it's a non sequitur. Stop using this argument. It's silly
You can
and
totally
stupid and retarded if you want to use that
magnets,
term like you
hold
used
on.
to be used.
You can feel the effects of magnets. Let's say if you were to walk into a magnetic field, right?
No, you cannot.
You can't affect. You don't think you would feel
But your
affect?
hair doesn't rise when you put like a balloon close with
That
you
is
with
static
the.
electricity, not magnetism.
Yeah,
Okay, good point.
different thing.
Okay, so okay, but here's the thing: is that and like I look up at the star, right? But the thing is, I have evidence for magnetism because I can use magnets. The point is, I don't have any evidence that I'm spinning. Or that
Yes, because the
gravity, or that
so-called
gravity
pendulum
has dark.
works.
Hold on, or that dark matter exists, and neither do you. And if you're going to argue on behalf that you do, or that you think that that's a logical model, to someone like myself, you sound like you need medication or
Hold
something.
on a second. Hey, hold on a second. I got another citation saying that humans can detect. Some humans can detect a magnetic field from Caltech.
Usually that is because they have an implant that is
Caltech.
susceptible.
It's from Caltech. You're
Okay,
fucking wrong.
tell me
Read
what
the
about
rest
it?
of it.
Can you
Yeah,
link
read
it?
the rest.
What about it?
Give
How
us
are
an
they
article that
detecting it?
says someone can feel the Earth spinning. Who
I
can feel the
posted
Earth
it in
spinning?
the.
I want to see an article.
You can
posted it in the
detect.
chat.
You can detect electricity through the fucking like of the
Hold
woods
on.
when
Okay,
you walk
this
in
is
there.
claiming that they are unconsciously
Yeah,
detecting
you
it, so they
detect
would still
fields of
know.
electricity
No,
and fields of magnetism through the fucking woods when you walk through it. If you don't think so, you're ignorant.
Well, regardless of that, we have magnets to prove to us that there's magnetic fields.
yeah.
Okay,
And we
we
have
don't have any.
so-called pendulum
How about this? How
proving
about
to
this?
us that Earth
You don't
spins.
have any evidence, right?
No,
We
you
have
don't.
magnets, we
that
have gyro
shows that
compasses,
you're
we
spinning.
have
That does not
so-called
prove Earth
pendulum,
spins, you
we have
fucking idiot.
satellites, we have a shit ton of things.
No. Cool story, Santa Claus. We got Santa Claus too. And he does the jig.
You make
And he
claims
dances.
and then you don't have
And
to back
Santa
them
Claus
up.
comes
So
to your
why
house.
do I have the
Hold
claims
on.
that I have to back up?
Hold on one
Why are
second.
you applying a
You just
different
made a claim
standard?
that dark matter didn't have anything to do with gravity.
It doesn't have anything to do with gravity on Earth, which is the claim you were making.
Oh man, you guys.
Well, see, that's just evidence that you don't know anything about what you're talking about. You know what I mean?
We're just using
If
your own
you
model
think- if you think
to
dark
show you how you have
sorry,
to hold on.
dark matter. No, because he's just made a claim about what I said. If you claim that dark matter has something to do with gravity on Earth, then you are retarded.
No. Nobody. No. He's using that dark matter to show you how you guys gotta switch.
No, he's saying it affects gravity on Earth. Are you not listening to the exact words he's saying?
But it has to do
You're
with
not
that. You are the
listening
one.
whatsoever to the
Listen.
conversation.
The people who come up with this story, they say it does have to do with everything. Okay, you
Not
are
the
the
gravity
one
on Earth.
that
No, that is incorrect. Please state me anywhere, any source,
is
anyone that says that
moron.
it has to do
Is
with
the
gravity on
is,
Earth.
is the Earth
Anything.
part of the universe?
Tell me
Answer
if
the question.
any
Answer the question.
Earth is in the universe. Yes,
All right,
but
so
we're
it is
not
part of the
talking
universe,
about.
right?
When we talk about Earth, we're not talking about cosmological scale. When we're
Holy
talking about
shit.
gravity on Earth, we're not talking about the cosmological scale of gravity, which is what dark matter is
At this
talking about.
point,
How
what
are
can I
you
say?
this obtuse, ignorant, all at the
Well,
same
oh,
time,
I'm
and
the
not
ignorant one.
recognizing anything of what you're
The only
saying?
ignorant one is you right
All right,
now,
here
bud.
we
That's
go.
really what's
Here
going
we go.
on
I
right
got
now.
another.
Even though you can't put it together, the only one that's not freaking putting it together is you.
All right,
bud.
you're clearly not Googling this, the guy that's on my side, so I did, and I got it. Let me just take this over for a second.
Oh, get it, man. Get it.
Dark matter does not interact directly with radiation, but it does affect the CMB by its gravitational potential. Okay? Do you know where the CMB is?
Like microwave
All around
background
us.
radiation. Yes, it would be
CMB is
everywhere.
all around us.
Yes, correct.
And Jeremy, just so you know, Issa was like one of the OGs out there, like totally since the start.
No, I'm just saying he's not Googling it,
No,
so
no,
I'm helping him.
I'm just letting you know, like this is who you.
Now,
Yeah,
how
no,
much?
No, I like this
How
guy.
much?
This guy's good.
Tell
Whoever this
me
guy is
how.
good. What's his name?
Issa Mahowski.
Isam?
Issa.
Yo, Issa.
ISA.
Yeah, man. Thanks,
Issa.
bro.
Yeah,
Jeremy,
I like
big
what
up.
you're doing here. I like.
How does the cosmic microwave background radiation do anything to Earth? And how is is dark matter changing what it does to Earth? Please tell me this. The fact that it's measurable from Earth is totally different than the fact that it doesn't affect Earth.
Because without it, gravity wouldn't work
And
like it does.
especially gravity on Earth. No, it has
Because
nothing to do with gravity working
Second
how
part
it
of the
does.
second part of the citation. Here we go. Second part of the citation. You have the first one where the dark matter affects the CMB. Here's this citation. Dark matter does not interact with radiation, but it does affect the CMB. Hold on, I posted the wrong thing. Here it is, right here. CMB represents heat left over from the Big Bang. You can't see the CMB with radiation, but it is everywhere in the universe. So dark matter affects the CMB. The CMB is
Yes.
everywhere in the universe.
But the CMB does not affect gravity on Earth, which is the topic of conversation.
Bro, dark matter. Listen, are you putting two and two together? Let me just put
Yes,
this
that
together
you
for
don't know clearly what we're talking about. The
Dark matter does affect the
The
CMB.
conversation is about whether dark matter affects gravity on Earth.
Okay, and I'm gonna
No.
put two and two together for you since you can't. Dark matter does affect the CMB by its gravitational potential. Okay,
Is
the
CMB gravity on Earth?
Let me
No.
finish. Let me finish. Okay, I know this is devastating for you, but dark matter does not interact directly with radiation, but it does affect the CMB. Where is the CMB? The CMB represents the heat left over from the Big Bang. You can't see the CMB, but it is everywhere in the universe. Okay.
Where's
good?
that revelationary?
Where is everywhere in
point?
the universe?
On Earth, is the CMB gravity on Earth? No, that's why it's
It's
not affecting
everywhere in the
gravity
universe.
on Earth.
He's not
How are
capable
you
of
this
putting two and two
obtuse?
together, Jeremy. That's the
Holy
problem.
fuck!
You are
in the
actually
universe.
stupid, bro.
Where is the logical leap from CMB to gravity on Earth? Tell me.
Where is everywhere in the universe? Is that right next to you, 2 feet
Yes,
away?
CMB is on Earth. Where is the leap
Okay.
from going from CMB to gravity on Earth?
So the
CMB is here.
every.
Yes, I am not denying that. CMB is here. How is the leap from CMB to
is
gravity?
The CMB is everywhere in universe. Dark matter does
And
not
how
interact
is the
directly
leap
with
from
radiation, but it
CMB
does
to
affect.
gravity on Earth?
Dark matter does not interact directly with radiation, but it does affect the CMB by its gravitational potential. Where's the
You're
CMB?
giving
Everywhere.
me A means B, B is everywhere, and now you're
You
claiming
lost, bro.
C.
You lost.
You're completely illogical. How do you
Why?
leap from
Dark
CMB
matter is a part
affecting
of
gravity
the
on Earth?
dark
How
matter
many
is
times do I have
part
to
of the
ask
theory
you,
of gravity,
how does the
bro.
CMB affect gravity on Earth?
Calm it down, Rocky.
He's going crazy.
Calm down.
Calm down, bro.
Everybody
Tripping,
needs to
he
calm
lost.
down.
Because you're
He's
not
cognitive
listening to
dissonance.
my
His
question.
brain is going
Where
crazy right now.
everyone in the room is chill, except Gummy Bear.
That's called cognitive dissonance. Your brain is telling
You
you
guys
that
are
it's
talking around the question.
You
You guys
just
aren't
interrupted
addressing the
him
brain is
again.
question.
telling you that what Jeremy's saying is logical, and you're fighting it. That's why
No,
you're
my
getting
brain
angry.
is telling me that when people don't address the conversation, but rather talk around you, it is frustrating, which makes you angry, which makes you
your
talk louder.
brain-
That is all this is telling me.
Your
And
brain
if you
is
don't
telling
see
you
that, then you are
everyone.
clearly the one in cognitive dissonance.
You're triggered as fuck with a
Okay,
capital
I
T, Gummy Bear.
muted him 1 second. Everybody can do a better job, including him. He seems to be the trigger point, but everybody else is egging that on a little bit. Gummy Bear, your brain is telling you to overtalk everyone when everyone else talks for some reason. So be aware of that and get control.
It's because he's losing, Rocky. I don't know if you were listening or not, but he's
Yeah,
wondering
yeah, he
how dark matter affects
I
the
understand.
And it doesn't.
But even saying that triggers people, so
Jeremy,
you know,
it doesn't. You haven't made the logical leap yet. You're just claiming it does without making the logical leap. What you've said is A means B, as in dark matter affects C and B, and then all of a sudden you're saying C, gravity on Earth is affected. This is inconclusive. It is non sequitur.
Okay, let me see if you can follow along.
All right, go ahead, Jeremy.
Hold on, let me see if you can follow along, bro. Dark matter affects the CMB. Okay?
Yeah.
We agree?
Yes.
Dark matter affects the CMB. The CMB is everywhere. Okay?
Yes.
Where's that? That's right next to you on Earth.
Yes.
Okay. Does dark matter affect you affect anything on Earth?
Yes. But the question is,
Boom.
does it affect gravity on Earth?
Boom.
Holy shit.
The question, oh my God, have you not listened to the
You're
original
welcome,
question we
everybody.
was
You're
talking
welcome. Well
about?
done, guys.
The
We
real
were talking
question
about
is what
the
is gravity or what is dark?
gravitational effect on Earth,
Yes,
not the
what is
CMB's
gravity?
effect on Earth, the
What is dark
gravitational
matter?
effect on Earth.
Yeah, what is dark matter and gravity are the real questions, and if you don't
You're
know those
talking
together,
around the actual question, which
Okay, we
was,
haven't learned anything from
was
the
it,
last time I interrupted, so
Well,
what's the
Rakia,
problem here?
well, he's not
just
answering the
hang on,
It
question.
Gummy Bear.
doesn't matter
Hang
what
on.
he's doing. It matters
Rick-
even while I'm talking, you're
Okay, well then
interrupting.
mute me then. Mute
Yeah,
me then. It's
Rakia,
fine.
Rakia, just
No
for
more
clarity.
conversation.
Hang on, Rakia, just for clarity, this has been going for 2 hours. Just know that 2 hours. Okay.
Okay, well, none of that matters. It can go on for
Of
2
course it
days.
does. Of course
No,
it does.
it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Well, you may
Because
think
it's
it
been
does.
a deep. Well, it does, and everybody else here that's been participating in this has been totally engaged in it. So don't just rock in and try to shut it down.
Merle, just calm. Everything
Okay,
is
chill
love.
out
What
on
up,
telling me
Rakia?
what
Big
to
up,
do.
brother. How you doing,
It
man?
doesn't matter.
I'll tell you
can
what
be
to do
civil.
any day of the week. Suck me.
Okay, if you can't
I
be
love you,
civil
bro.
for 2 days, that's
I
your
muted
problem.
him. I
Yeah,
muted
okay,
him.
thank you.
Issa, nice work, bro. That was good.
Dude, you fucking came in like, did I have to
I'm
bow?
sorry. I felt like I had to just jump in and take
No,
over.
dude,
Sorry,
you
bro.
picked up right where I couldn't get to. So can't thank you enough, dude. Every time I hear you come in, you slay, motherfucker. So it's fuck yeah.
And I wasn't just talking to Gummy Bear. You know, everyone was kind of clipping and cutting and being excited. We all need to control that.
Oh
When
yeah, I
you're-
started it off, dude. I was a bit of a
Especially
dick.
when you're winning, right? Let them enjoy the loss. You know, people handle it in different ways.
Well, dude, I was going on. We went on. We let him rattle on. I let him explain a whole bunch of. He had plenty of time. He got what was coming to him. That's all.
I get it, but let the audience hear that the other person won or lost and how they handle it. You know, we can do a better job as winners and as
No, he
losers.
sounded like he was like a robot that had something short circuit right there. You know what I mean? It was like, but now it doesn't actually affect any. Like he couldn't, But hey, I don't know, man. God bless the USA, dude.
Well, he asked to be muted, so obviously he's smart enough to realize that he was out of control a little bit. Hopefully, he can come back and have another 2 hours of civil combo. So, have a good day.
Thank you, brother. Good to see you too, by the way. Fuck yeah, this server, by the way.
Yeah.
Big up everybody here.
Yeah,
How's
yeah.
all this-
That's how
how's all this
we
gonna
get
bust
there.
the-
What's up?
What's that?
What'd you say?
What's
I know.
that?
I was like, whenever, whenever people used to go crazy like that or whatever, I'd always write a song about them. You know what I mean? Gummy Bear.
Yeah.
And let them rally on about it. Right behind it. And just fucking.
But that was so Larry Bird. That was so veteran. I could see that coming a mile off.
It's just like.
I
That was
mean,
nice.
Jeremy, I don't know how he wasn't able to see the connection. It's
like, you
doesn't
guys
make
are
Because there
stupid.
is no connection. You still haven't shown the logical leap.
He's
Yeah,
back.
I don't see a connection either.
Yeah, you haven't made the logical connection from the CMB to gravity on Earth. You still haven't made that logical connection. How do you not see this?
How are
if
you
it's
still talking
everywhere
after you've
and
been
the Earth
knocked
is
out?
part of that everywhere, what do you mean there's no connection?
Because it doesn't have anything to do with the gravity on Earth. Yes,
If
it
it
is
affects
here.
everyththing,
How
affect
about this?
everything. You know what those two words mean? Affect everything. And the Earth is part of that everything. Then
Does
it
it
has to do with it.
does it
Holy
say
cow,
does it
man!
say that it affects everything or that it's everywhere? Which one of those
Jeremy?
two is it saying?
Is the Earth part of that everywhere?
It actually says it's everywhere because 97% of the universe is made up of either dark matter makes up 76 or something, and dark energy makes up like 20, whatever the fucking thing is, 24, 27. I think it's 27 or 26% dark matter or dark energy. So it does affect the gravity. It is everywhere. And they have even bases down below underground trying to capture it because there's no fucking evidence for it. And
I
the
will
point is that,
summarize.
and my point was, and my point is strictly this, Gummy Bear. My thing is this: is that I can say to you, and I know you won't accept my definition of empirical, apparently, but I have empirical evidence that I look out every day, and I'll say it again: sun, moon, and the stars moving across the sky. I don't feel like I'm spinning. You know, water is level, like, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that, that I can, you know, that tells me that, wait a minute, maybe the earth is flat and stationary and the sun, moon, and the stars are going across the sky because that's what it fucking looks like. Or I have to go into argue a half an hour into why Einsteinian physics, you know, beats fucking Newtonian because of the fact that dark matter is everywhere, even though we have no fucking proof of it. So I empirical position because that seems logical, whereas some people choose an authoritative position based on what they were taught and told to think. That's the difference for me, right?
Now, I would say that it is not empirical, it is a subjective evidence because you're talking about what you see, what you feel. That is the definition of subjective.
Well, do you see or feel anything differently?
No.
So
Or,
therefore,
well, I
it would
see
make it
differently. I don't feel differently. Yeah.
right. Okay, so you see it in the stars, the sun, moon, the sky going across there, and you don't feel like you're spinning, right?
Yes, I do not feel any spin. Yes.
Okay,
Right.
so that's your subjective experience. My thing is that
Yep.
I choose to respect my subjective experience and accept it.
Now, can I give a summary of the problem? that
Why is
we-
there a
that- that
problem?
I got-
A problem
that-
for
that
you,
I
right?
got-
A
that
summary
I
of
got
your problem
upset
that you have,
about.
right?
I was in the middle of talking that I got upset about. Can I summarize this problem, or do you guys want to move on from that?
No, go on, you're fine. Go on.
Okay. So my problem is, okay, you're saying A, dark matter affects the CMB. B,
No, affects everywhere.
dark matter, no, sorry. CMB is everywhere. Now, we've concluded, and I agree so far, that CMB is affected by dark matter, and the CMB is everywhere.
And what
Now,
about the CMB?
Yeah, hold on.
Can I add on one thing?
Go
Is
ahead.
that what about if the CMB is affected by dark matter because dark matter is everywhere?
Dark matter isn't everywhere. That's not true.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Where do you can you give me something?
Is dark matter under your feet? Is it between
That's your model.
you and the
Yes,
No,
yes.
no,
In your
no.
model, yes, I believe it is. That's in your
No,
model.
that's incorrect. In our model, dark matter is not everywhere.
Am
It
I
is-
wrong here, anybody?
Yeah,
Forgive me.
it is. Dark matter is only on the outer ends of universes, and it is what keeps universes together. Not universes, sorry,
Okay,
galaxies.
but it's
That's the
affecting.
word I meant.
But dark matter is
Holy
affecting.
moly.
But dark matter is affecting us everywhere, right? We know that
Hold
because I
on,
just
that's
read
a
that.
revelation to me. Hold on. This isn't fucking dark matter is fucking everywhere. It makes up 97 and forgive me, dark matter and dark energy are everywhere in the universe.
So what I'm finding kind of strange is that the people that do not subscribe to gravity whatsoever are taking a positive stance on gravity.
No,
it's
they're saying
can-
if it exists on Earth, then if this
Wow.
is affecting everything on Earth, gravity would be affected.
Okay. And what it also is Issa is a trout fisherman at a trout farm, throwing his line in and catching a trout, and the trout is Gummy Bear, and Issa's reeling him in, chucking him back in the water, and reeling him back in again. Because Issa knows exactly what the argument is. He's been through it many times.
Let me have a
He
go.
knows exactly what's happening. And Gummy Bear is falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. And it's easy. And we're enjoying watching him get caught. It's
Have a go.
fun.
I'll be a shark. And
I
when
really
Issa
want
tries
to
reel
find
me in,
out
I'll bite him.
any source that says that dark matter is
I just put it
everywhere.
in the chat. Actually, I just put it in the chat, bud. There you
Okay,
go.
I want to see if this says that dark matter is everywhere. Because either I have a complete misunderstanding of dark matter, or you are mistaken.
From what I'm reading, it's 70% dark energy, 25% dark matter, and 5% matter. So it's not everywhere.
Yeah, that's the big claim that he's making, is that it's everywhere.
But it's fucking 97% of the universe, right?
95%.
Let me ask you.
Okay, so
If
95%
let
of
me
the
ask you,
universe.
if you have a container like a
No,
glass
I'm
of,
just checking.
hold on,
95% of the
hold on.
universe is dark matter. Cool. At least we're all good on that. I just want to make sure that you know what I mean. So you all agree.
If we have a glass of water and then we put an egg on it, and then you say, 80% of that volume is water, the other 20 is the egg. Are you saying that the egg is not affected by the water? Is not in the water? It is part of the water. It's part of the volume. It is being affected by it. I don't know how you guys don't see the logical fucking conclusion of that thing.
Is my site good enough?
Mind-boggling.
Is my site good enough? So we all agree dark matter is everywhere. It makes up 95%.
No, that's not what it says.
What does it say?
It says that dark matter makes up about 27%.
And dark energy, right?
Dark energy and dark matter are different. This
Oh,
source
now you're gonna hold
also
on. Now you're gonna
explains
split
that to
hairs.
you.
Hold on. You didn't even know about this a fucking half hour ago.
Yes, I did. I told you half an hour ago that dark energy and dark matter are different concepts.
You said it's on the outer perimeter of the fucking galaxies and doesn't
Yes,
affect
that's
anything.
where dark matter is.
So
that's where
No, we've
most
just
dark
learned that
matter
it,
is.
but we've just
Gummy
learned
bear-
that it affects the CMB, and the CMB is all around us. So
Yeah, which
Gummy
means
bear-
that the CMB is everywhere, not dark matter.
Gummy bear, you're on the hook again.
Because you guys aren't even listening to the argument.
No, you're making it. It's just too easy, bro. Relax.
So, the original question was.
Go on, have a go. He's done.
Was the original. Let me
I'm gonna
finish.
ki- I'm
The
gonna kill the whole
original
thing.
question was: does dark matter affect the way gravity works on Earth? The answer to me, and that I've
is yes.
presented,
The answer is yes.
no.
Well,
no.
my
Now-
citations prove different.
Hold on.
The
I
answer
said
is
no.
no.
Now, the thing that you've presented is that dark matter affects CMB, and CMB is everywhere. What I'm then asking is, how do you make the logical leap from CMB to the way gravity works on Earth? How do you make this leap of logic?
I know you tell us.
The answer is it doesn't. CMB
don't.
does not affect the way gravity works on Earth. It just doesn't. Yes, we get CMB on Earth, but that is not the same as saying that CMB affects gravity on Earth. And this is what you guys have been claiming over and over, which is what got me so upset earlier. So please tell me, where is that leap of logic that takes you from CMB affecting gravity on Earth?
Because
I
it's
really wanna get-
if it's
yeah.
everywhere and that the Earth is part of that everywhere, then it has to be affected by it.
Hold on. Here's a new citation. New citation, since this guy didn't want to admit dark matter affected gravity. According to cosmologists, prevailing theory, dark matter pervades pretty much every galaxy, providing the extra gravity that keeps stars from swirling out into space. So dark matter affects gravity.
It affects the gravity of the galaxies, not of Earth.
You're still in the galaxy,
The Earth
Jeremy.
part of the galaxy, moron. Is the Earth part of the
Yes.
galaxy?
It holds galaxies together,
Is
not
the Earth
planets
part of the
together.
galaxy? Answer the fucking question. Straight
It
answer,
doesn't
bro.
hold
Hang
planets
on.
together. It
I
holds
gotta
galaxies
address
together.
this. Please hold on. We can't
Wow.
do that. Come in hot, call people morons. It's not
Oh
acceptable
my
here.
God.
Well, oh my goodness, you can go somewhere else. Please don't do that. Your argument's strong enough without that.
Yeah, it holds galaxies together. It doesn't hold planets together. On a galaxy, on a planetary scale, no, it doesn't affect gravity like that. But it holds holds galaxies together.
The
So
gravitational
where's this
effect.
CMB? Akuma, where's the CMB? Is that all around us everywhere?
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you know dark matter affects the CMB?
Yeah, I already know that.
So is dark matter affecting gravity everywhere?
Chess.
Boom.
Between galaxies, yes. On Earth, no.
Question.
dark matter affect the CMB?
Yes.
Question.
Okay, dark
Does
matter,
the
and where and the
CMB
CMBs all around us, right?
Yes.
Everywhere.
Yes.
So dark matter affects everywhere,
It affects the CMB everywhere.
which is the CMBs everywhere.
Yeah, it affects the CMB everywhere. It doesn't affect Earth
So dark
CMB.
matter's having an effect. So dark matter's having an effect on everywhere.
Nope. On CMB everywhere.
So it only affects. So it's specific. It only affects the CMB and not other things. Why would that happen?
It also holds galaxies together. They call it the glue.
Why would dark matter affect it? Why would dark matter affect only the CMB and not everything? Everything else, it's specific. It's just picking stuff that it wants to affect.
Hang on a
No, they
second,
give
guys.
dark matter certain properties.
Hang on a second, guys. Now, you've got another problem. What's CMB?
Cosmic background radiation. It
Yeah,
is
they're 3 words.
radiation, which is electromagnetic waves.
Right.
Electromagnetic radiation that is coming from the sky. And when
I'm
we
gonna
take
pause again.
measurements,
Straight-
when we take measurements of
straight
it,
in. Straight in's 23 years old. Straight in. Just back away from the
Yes,
mic for a second.
because it is a very simple concept
Dude,
if
you're in
you
a
understand it.
room full of adults, okay?
Throw cosmic microwave background out because that's just CGI based on a Big Bang Theory. And we're going to throw out dark matter and dark energy because all that is a gap in knowledge past our understanding of gravity.
Yeah.
And
They're
flat earthers don't
busting.
know anything about it. So why are they trying to debunk it?
There
It's
you
not that
go.
flat. It's not that
Merle,
flat
if
earthers
you
don't-
want the adults to talk,
one
how
does.
about the elderly go sit in the corner because they're
Actually,
not going to
flat
affect the
Hey,
future of the world.
listen.
You're not
Bend
going to be
over
living
while I
in the future of the world. How about we let
Lis-
the future
listen.
generation talk?
Hey, listen. Bend over while I spank you. Now,
How about you go sit with the other elderly and we'll talk
Okay,
about
that's
the
enough.
future?
I muted Merle. He's obviously
thank
just
you.
doing that on purpose. So let's move on.
Yeah, my thing is this: so gummy bears. Do you want to go to live on Mars?
No, not really.
That's cool.
I
Can any flat earther demonstrate the cosmic microwave background?
anyone that can take
Can any
measurements
globe
of the
demonstrate
radiation
the
yeah,
cosmic
can.
microwave background?
Yes.
Go on then. Were you going to show us that?
Well,
show
I'm
us
not
the
sure if
yellow
I
and blue
can.
picture?
If I can to your level of
You won't be able
demonstrating
to.
it.
Actually, don't try. All you've got is a picture and a belief in
Yeah,
redshift.
I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean by demonstrate? Do you need me to like live
Show that
stream
it's a real
taking a
thing
measurement?
happening in our universe.
I cannot live stream me taking a measurement.
No, you
No,
can't.
I cannot
Flat
do
earthers
that.
can't. So why are we discussing it?
Because there are people that can and have taken measurements of it.
But also, I agree that if it's everywhere, it does affect Earth's gravity, but not enough for a discussion to be warranted.
So then I will ask, Earth's
That was
magnetic
perfect, Owen.
Earth's magnetic field, does it go through everywhere on Earth? The answer is of course
I'm on your
yes.
side, Gummy Bear. I just not.
No,
So
yeah.
Earth's magnetic
I'm
field
not
that
as religious
you mean
as
Earth's magnetic field that we can. You mean Earth's magnetic field that some humans can sense?
Yes,
That one?
fine. That one. So does that magnetic field affect plastic?
No.
No. Well, but
No,
it's
there's no
everywhere on
material
Earth.
that's not. There's
But
no
it's
material that's not
everywhere.
affected by. There's no material that's not affected by a magnetic field.
So why don't we have
The
plastic
answer is yes.
compasses?
Show me,
Yes.
finding me a material that's not affected by a magnetic field.
Why does your compass go off when you go to a certain area? Why does it go wrong? Why does it give you the wrong reading if it doesn't affect your compass at all?
There are other magnetic effects that can take that can influence your
Other
compass.
other
Now,
magnetic effects. What's a magnetic effect other than a magnetic effect? What are you talking about?
can we not switch the topic when I've asked the question? We can move on to that after.
You said kinestatics and effects of magnetism or the static field, the magnetic fields of Earth. Can they affect these things? That was your question. And the answer is yes. To every one of them.
So does magnetism affect everything on Earth then?
Yes. In some way, shape, or form, yes.
Okay. And you believe it, does it affect relative density? Does it affect mass? Does it affect inertia? Does it affect acceleration? Does it affect, is there anything that it doesn't affect, or is it an effect on everything on Earth?
It can be an effect on acceleration, like if you move magnets, right? It can be an effect on a lot of different things. I'm sure you could think of the examples.
I'm
But the
guessing it
question
affects
is,
everything since there's nothing that's not affected by a magnetic field. I'm guessing it's affecting everything.
okay, so you don't think there is anything that's not affected by Earth's magnetic field?
No, it's
Can you show me?
probably just like how dark matter affects the CMB field, and the CMB field's everywhere.
Okay, okay,
Probably just
okay.
like that.
If that's the kind of thing you think, that's how you think, then okay, then.
I mean, is there any material that is not affected by a magnetic field?
Lewis, that's all your side, by the way.
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
Your team has gone down the rabbit hole with that one, dude.
Yeah, Elon Musk has Nikola Tesla probably turning in his grave right now.
I don't know about that, but he's over advertising and shit. Fuck away with it. Nobody criticizes him for doing it because he stutters and he's awkward and has Asperger's.
Yo, on a side note, real quick, and we'll come back to it maybe, is you see he broke up with the girl and the girl's got some pickup with her reading Karl Marx. Yeah. So funny. But yeah, I thought it was funny. I watched something about how the trucks, like the Tesla trucks, can never work because the battery alone takes up like half the fucking weight.
Oh, the semi?
Right. So it'll
Yeah,
never
yeah.
it can never operate. Like they'll never be able to do it. Like the battery.
Yeah, the battery technology isn't there to make that work.
Right. Like you could bring like a bag of ice. You know what I mean? Because it would exceed the weight fucking limits. Yeah, it's crazy how electric everything is becoming.
Well, I mean, like when he first rolled out that truck, like they just put it up on stage and he's like, look, this thing is amazing and it's competitive with what other trucks do today. And we're going to have this ready to go next year. And that was like 4 years ago. And we don't see any Tesla trucks.
Yeah, have you seen that meme? It's like a Tesla, like, you know, charging station set up. There's a bunch of different and it's all like like halfway covered in water. And it's like that, and it says, and he thought smoking a cigarette pumping gas was dangerous.
That's funny. Yeah, they had to keep in mind about flooding. Yeah, man.
So funny.
The Cybertruck is ugly. I don't like it, but that's sort of a small nitpick. There's so many other things that he has done, like the Tesla taxi, underground taxi service that he's got set up in Las Vegas. It's basically a nonstop shuttle for a specific events center in Las Vegas. And
right. Does it work?
Yeah, it works. It does what it's supposed to, but like this thing is being touted as a test run for something that could and should be installed under every city to help people get around the city. And like it's being advertised like something that's going to revolutionize travel in a city. And it's not any better than a subway. It's kind of like the cost to build it is comparable to a subway, and it's not any better than a subway, but it's being touted as revolutionary. I mean, if they can fit it in with existing transportation systems, then it will increase the capacity, but it's not going to replace the transportation systems. And it's this type of exaggeration of stuff that really annoys me, because other
Can't you use your own car though?
No, you can't use your own car. I mean, maybe eventually you could, but that wouldn't make it any better. Now it's just an additional roadway to drive on.
I didn't know. I honestly, I'm just walking in. I didn't know if you're talking about the boring hole or the.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, but I remember Elon Musk when he was talking about that. The one thing that he said was appealing was using it like a road, like with regular cars. But he was talking about how like there's a lot more space, down below that's not being used. Whereas you can't really stack roads on top of each other, but you could like make tunnels. Like you can make a whole bunch of different arrays of tunnels. But you know how he does just kind of make shit up though. So
Yeah, it's dreams of a madman, in my opinion. Although he's like the richest American in the Western world, or the richest person in the Western world. So I can't. that's got to count for something. But his whole Mars stuff, we're not going to Mars. That's not going to happen.
Do you think he was maybe put in place?
If he gets people to Mars, that is so stupid. It's like, why? Why would we want to go to Mars? What's the purpose of that? Why? Who wants to live on Mars?
I think that he just has an ideal of people moving off the Earth, like even just getting the ball rolling. Like, even though you're right, that'll be like Jamestown sort of thing, where the first community there, or the first people there. I mean, probably gonna be worth it. They're gonna die, or they're gonna be pointless, being there. But I think he just wants to get the ball rolling.
Oh man,
You guys think that's bad? Wait until you realize it's not a globe.
Uh-huh. It's still kind of mind-blowing that some of you people have the perspective that you do. I can't even imagine believing some of the things that you believe. I don't know how I would have to change what I believe to get there. That's what I mean by it. I can imagine, I can hear some of the things you believe and then think to myself, okay, what if this was true? How would I behave? How would that impact what I do when I interact with the world? I can do that, but I can't imagine how I would get there. How I would get to the point where I believe that. Because I've heard all your arguments and they're not compelling to me.
Well, the same could be said for your, some of the positions that you take, though.
Yeah.
For us,
That's
like
true.
for
Yeah,
me,
yeah.
it's like
Yeah,
like it's like that's the other side of that too. Is that, and this is why I've always thought it almost so tragically comical that essentially both sides, are arguing from the same kind of self-righteous pulpit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, that's why I always thought it was so ripe for the, for so much, so much buffoonery and so much good shit also too. But it's definitely like I think, like, if at this stage in the game for me, like, if it's like I don't know, I've just always been like, I thought about the idea of, like, Winston in 1984.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the idea that, like, you're on the table and they're like, like, can you see the curve? It's like, I can't fucking justify, seeing the curve, but like, having to tell you at the end of it, like, I see the curve, and then they blow your brains out, because, like, honestly, like, there's no way for me to rationalize, any kind of, like, the idea that there's an infinite fucking plane that goes on forever makes more fucking sense to me. Just to give you some context.
Yeah, no, I get it, man.
Like, it's that funny to me. And it's funny to me that it's such a big deal. In a way. Like, people that are really, like, up in arms about it.
Well, I mean, no, it's because all the implications of the belief,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Right, but those, all those discoveries that one accepts are accepted on the grounds and made by the men who questioned modern science. So it's like, that's why I say, like, to me, it's like to condemn, certain elements of the questioning. Like, for instance, if I'm moving or if the sun and the moon and the stars are moving, like, neither one of us can make, like, it's a recognized fact that really neither one of us has any conclusive proof empirically what's going on for sure. And I look at it like, if we can come to that agreement alone, I'm completely at peace with my argument. Because my whole point is like, hey, look, neither one of us can really stake this claim without, let's say, relying on some kind of authority figure. Like, I would have to go to some religious scripture, and you would have to go cite, granted, and you're going to think it's laughable because it sounds laughable, but you're going to cite a source like NASA or someone in that, whatever. Of course, you're going to give more credibility, right? Because
Well, yeah,
right, and I and well played. Like, I get it. I get it how ridiculous it sounds to me. It's still the thing to me that I would rather be laughable to
yeah, I get
someone who wouldn't like. It's that fucking.
I think science is kind of getting ahead of itself. I think like when you hear about dark matter and dark energy and like when you have to start bringing in complicating factors to make the current theory fit, I think maybe we should just take a step back and say, okay, look, we're not totally sure what's going on here. All right, so but this is,
Right,
maybe
that's how.
there's like they can still entertain the idea of dark matter and dark energy, but they always talk about it like it's a for sure thing. Like, oh, we discovered this. And it's like, no, you didn't. That's
Right, brother.
You didn't.
Right, and that's what makes it so. I mean, it makes me think. It makes me think back to the days of Pythagoras. Like, Pythagoras, one of the smartest men, fucking, was hunted and killed by his town. Like, it's like you almost like I mean, I don't know. Like, but it's like foreseeing that for calling things as they are.
I don't know the story of Pythagoras.
Yeah, well, I mean, Pythagoras, he's actually the one who came up with the idea of the sphere because of the notion that the sphere was the most perfect thing, and that's why I mean, some people propose that's why we've chosen the sphere as the shape of the earth, is because Pythagoras suggested it was the most beloved shape of the gods.
Well, maybe it is, and that's why.
And no, and I'm not arguing.
Yeah.
I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, and fair enough. And especially, dude, if I was in Pythagoras' time and I thought I lived in a society that was so close-minded to the idea that we maybe were a ball, I maybe would have been a ball earther, because I'd be like, hey, look, no, do you not see? You know what I mean? Like, I may have made those, in defense of this idea, this objectionable idea that actually has some potential validity, because you're right. What if we were spinning slow enough where we wouldn't feel it? Could we know? I mean, what a fascinating idea in itself. You know what I mean? I don't want to take away the magic of either idea. You know what I mean? Because they are both mysterious and whatever. I just have come to my conclusions over my life. And I'm willing to speak, and I've been willing to talk about it. So I think the distinction is that I'm not liable to any oaths.
To any oaths, huh?
That's right. Any oaths other than to God, other than to alone.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, why would I, even to the extent of, I don't know. I just, why would I fear any man when God created him too?
No, I mean,
but
it's interesting, like, because I agree with the statement of the general idea that there's no reason to fear another man but I don't say because God made us. I say because I am also a man.
And that's right. And and that's like, where I mean, how petty to argue about, but you're really made by God. Well, you're like, well, I'm actually just a man. And like, but it's like me arguing religious scripture on you. You know what I mean? Like, and like, and coming down on you for having a, and that's the thing is that, when we start to, like, I always thought the idea of realism, the idea that form dictates function. And so I always felt like, when you're on the heights of like, somebody's on like some fucking having some crazy trip and whatever it may be, it's like you're experiencing the heights of what it is to be a man. But what when you say that, you start to say like, oh, well, I'm now God or something like that. Like now you blaspheme the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the thing, like, even the Christ, man, he was the Son of Man. Christ came to the court as the Son of Man. And what I find most interesting with that story, just to get scriptural real quick, because it's interesting, is that the people were given Barabbas and they released Barabbas. Well, Barabbas in Hebrew means son of the Father. So was Jesus released? Or you know what I mean? Or was Jesus just his collateral, the name? And Barabbas, the son of the Father, who had a priority interest over the name Jesus, let it be crucified. What's it to him?
I mean, I guess that's an interesting.
Yeah, I know it's on another whole nother fucking tangent, man. But I find it interesting, and I like to have interesting conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Here's
dude.
something
I mean,
interesting
Lewis.
for you, dude.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Turns out Pythagoras, man, was a legend in his time. I think you were thinking of Archimedes. Archimedes was killed by soldiers because he made war weapons and stuff like that, and that city got sacked. He got fucking killed by soldiers. Pythagoras.
I think Pythagoras was killed by his own people, man. I've read as much. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Pythagoras was the one who created the idea of the sphere. But he's also, you're right. There's also like Hermes Trismegistus, and it starts to get into a religious kind of thing about who he was. But that's
Well, I
gonna
think
happen.
actually,
What's that?
I've talked to Freemasons about this, but I think Pythagoras, he had a secret cult. They fucking made people. They had to have a vow of silence for 5 years before they could even join his cult. And so it was like a secret school or whatever. And I've said this to Freemasons before. I said I think that Pythagorean secret schools or whatever, basically those, because they were doing geometry and shit. That was the secrets they were keeping, like, these geometric secrets and all this kind of stuff. And I was saying to the Freemasons that I thought that that's basically what morphed, that the Freemasons morphed from those secret geometry, secret groups or whatever. And they said, yeah, they thought the same thing basically, because they really have the same exact secrets, and they both secret societies are based around geometry and shit like that. So I thought that
yeah, man, that's why the square and compass is so
yeah,
prevalent.
right.
And like, and that's why, even like, it's the concept of the mystery school, man. And that's why the cosmology of the mystery school is flat earth. And the idea is that, like, only a slave would think that they're fucking spinning on a ball and the sun's going to explode and all the other dramatic shit that they got to keep you busy with. So you get the fuck out of their way. It's like if I was making a mystery school and there was a bunch of people that I wanted to shut the fuck up, but they wanted to join my school, and I made them want to join my school, then I make them take a vow of silence for 5 years. It's like, I look at it like it's all fucking games, man. It's all political control over people and how far people will go to you. It's like, you read about, like, even like the ancient fucking Islamic warriors, man. Like, and it's hell, man. These guys would have, they would, like the story of hashish and how they would try to get people to convince them that, somebody was a spiritual being. They get them on high and try to trip them out and fucking trick them into thinking that, they were part of this special army and they were empowered by God and shit. And like, but, there was tricks. There was like, you know what I mean? And they had, I don't know. It's so interesting and so in depth because it's so layered, little much. Forgive me.
No, it's all right.
I'm eating a taco, man. I don't want to talk and eat taco at the same time. But I got like 4 tacos. But like I said that. I was gonna say something about the flat Earth. Oh yeah, what you
Yeah.
said about depth. You know, somebody asked me an interesting question the other day, and I thought it was a stupid question, but it is always interesting to hear. What do you think is below the flat Earth? I think it's a stupid question because I've heard the explanation that the Earth is the floor of the universe, but I'm sure maybe you think there's something different. Like if you dig down in the Earth, what do you think happens?
I think it gets more dense. I think the
Okay.
layers of relative density kind of just increase to the point where nothing can
Yeah,
really exist other
I
than
believe that too.
you
Up
know.
until the last thing what you said, but
Yeah, no, I mean I just think it gets more dense, and it's like like kind of like when they set up the oil in a glass, and there's just those flat layers of existence that those flat layers of the oils. And at the bottom of that is probably something more dense. And who knows, it might be a fucking turtle.
like just a big turtle.
Turtles all the way down, man. Turtles all the way down.
Yeah, I'm just curious, just because
Well, I mean, I look at it like you want to get trippy with it. I mean, I have fun with these ideas in the sense that, the idea that, imagine if the stars are just the leaves of this giant tree, and that's why, when there's meteor showers, it's usually in fall, right? Wherever they happen, it's usually in the fall. So it follows the seasons that the stars would, if they were leaves, would drop. That's like meteor showers, like leaves falling off a tree.
I don't mean to sound like a nerd, but that sounds cool. That sounds cool.
What were we gonna say though?
Well, I mean, most of the meteor showers are not in the fall, but
When are they then?
that's whereas the August, the April, and the December that I know of, but I
Right,
guess
December. Hold on. December's in the
December
south.
counts as the fall.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
December counts as the fall.
Where on the location of the Earth are those times though? Where are you talking about? When is it
They happen
August and
everywhere on
where?
Earth.
Right, oh, I know they do, but I'm saying to you, if you look at that location,
Oh, I see
I've
what you're
found
saying.
that they're generally tend to be going into fall. The
Well, yeah,
seasonal
in
time,
April, I guess it's the fall in the south. Yeah.
right? So if you look at it chronologically, as regards to the seasons, it follows the seasonal flow.
Yeah.
Therefore, it implies to me potentially that being that something like a tree, which is built from the golden ratio, which is natural in life, you know what I mean, would, let's say, possibly, if there are microcosms and macrocosms of things, there's trees everywhere. Trees are you know what I mean? There's trees everywhere. You go to the same trees in China that are growing in fucking anywhere else. And so, and I just think to myself, and there's majestic trees, there's different trees. And I've always thought, if you
Old
want
ass
to,
trees.
right, there's and I've always thought it interesting, what if the idea of that the dew line in the north that you can't fly above, right? What about if the idea is that the tree is invisible and it accepts all light? You can't see it, and you just fly into it if you went over there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Press a button. Yeah. Yeah, there's a Dragon Ball Z movie called The Tree of Might, and he grows this big tree. I always liked that movie. It takes up the whole Earth basically. But I know flat earthers had a belief like that too. Like there was one big tree a long time ago or something like that.
Dude, that was some psyop shit. I think that people were trying to put into the flat Earth, in my opinion.
I don't know, but they were using also what's that one religion called? Like with Thor, what's that called again?
Like Or
Whatever that religion has stored.
like Ezra, what's it? Yezrik, the tree, Yezragil, or what the fuck is the tree's name?
Yeah. Whatever that religion's called. Yeah, there's a giant tree. That's right, and 7 realms or something.
Well, there's Mount Meru. There's all kinds in all the ancient stories. There's always like a central something. But my thing is like, it just seems, let's say, when you look at nature, you know what I mean? There is these kinds of things, which is just, I think like, again, it's like microcosm and macrocosm kind of a logical deduction. But, not that I die, I wouldn't have, I'm not going to die on that fucking, I'm not going to argue that's what's going on. But I think it's intriguing that, like, I like, again, like, to take these alternative approaches to these everyday phenomena, in my opinion, adds a little magic. Not that I don't understand the cosmological model, but it doesn't affect my philosophy.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes how much we know today. We know like quotation marks today, and I wonder what that will transform to in the future. Like what we will learn, or what we will learn, what we will know to learn, or learn to know, whatever, about the cosmos in the future.
Well,
Like,
I
what if
find
there's
it.
a complete different model?
I think my theory is this: is that or not even my theory, but I do like the theory that, like, our materialism has exceeded exceeded almost what's needed. And to that point, the idea is that what we have failed to give our society, and this is why I would think that if there were a great awakening or something like that handed down to the masses, let's say, if that were the case, or it weren't intuitive, is the idea that fuck, I'm like all lifted talking about this shit, thinking about 1,000 things. Where was I again? I'm fucking off on another tangent in my head. Like, damn, what the fuck was I getting into? Oh yeah, like the idea of like materialism being so far taken that they've like. I was gonna get to another point, but the idea of materialism taken into that whole shape of the earth, the distinction of the soul versus the stars, or the soul and the stars versus the earth and the physical. They've like pigeonholed everything. But I was gonna get something else. Forgive me for forgetting the point. 10 things I gotta do right now. Instead of hanging with you guys. Fuck. I'm so pissed. I'm forgetting the point.
Sorry, man. I still got 2 more tacos. They're pretty good.
I know. I'm gonna get moving. I think I gotta go fucking do some shit. Kosho, it's good talking to you, man. I wish yeah, man. Yeah, it's been a minute. I forget I wanted to make some point, but I forget what the fuck it was. I'm gonna have to do it next time though. Y'all peace to everybody here. I'll see you guys again. Later.
Reporting live from YouTube. This is Earth Awakening. We're gonna play you a song. Roll it back. Drop it through. Sin Cleanser, you there?
Is anyone here? Hello. Yes. Cleanser or Zach Tsuyan, are you here? Hello. It's me.